What's up everyone? You're here at No Harry, we're dropping something epic today. What if Harry's scar absorbed all Horcruxes at birth and made him true master of death? Like and subscribe if you enjoy. Let's get started. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Lived Differently. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was not, by any reasonable measure, a good place to grow up. It was roughly the size of a generous wardrobe, smelled of old trainers and dust, and a single bulb overhead flickered whenever someone walked too heavily on the stairs above. There were spiders in the corners, Harry had named them all. The largest one, a grey-bodied creature who'd claimed the highest corner as her territory, he called Margaret. She had survived 3 of Aunt Petunia's cleaning rampages by being very still and very patient. Harry respected that. He'd learned a great deal from the spiders, actually. From Margaret especially. When you had no power over your circumstances, you conserved your energy. You waited. You watched the patterns of larger things moving around you and you learned their rhythms, when Uncle Vernon left for work, when Dudley went to his friends, when Aunt Petunia became too absorbed in her television programs to notice anything else. You catalogued information because information, Harry had understood from a very young age, was the only currency available to him. He was 10 years old, and he had already read every book in the house twice. The Dursleys had not intended this. The books were Petunia's collection from her own schooling, literature mostly, some history, a battered encyclopedia set from 1987, and she'd have been horrified to know Harry had absorbed them all. But Dudley didn't read, and the Dursleys had made it quite clear that libraries were for people who mattered, so Harry had simply borrowed the books from the shelf when no one was watching and returned them before they were missed. The encyclopedia had been particularly interesting. Harry had a way with information, it didn't just pass through him, it stuck, filed itself away with a kind of automatic precision that he'd long since stopped questioning. He could recall the exact page layout of a chapter he'd read 18 months ago. He could hold 3 separate problems in his mind simultaneously, turn them like objects in his hands, examine them from different angles. He'd assumed for a while that everyone could do this. He'd learned otherwise at school, and that discovery had been its own kind of education. The other thing Harry had learned, very early, was that he was different in ways that had nothing to do with his brain. He didn't talk about this. Not to anyone. Partly because there was no one to talk to, and partly because on the few occasions something strange had happened, the time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, the time he'd accidentally turned his teacher's hair blue and felt nothing but a warm, satisfied pulse in his chest when she kept apologizing and claiming she couldn't explain it. The Dursleys' reaction had been so disproportionately frightened that Harry had filed this information away too. They were afraid of him. Not the ordinary fear adults had of children who were difficult or unpredictable. Something deeper. Petunia looked at him sometimes like she was waiting for something terrible to arrive, and her terror wasn't the thing he'd done, it was the thing she seemed to think he was. Harry didn't find this upsetting. He found it interesting. His scar, the lightning bolt one on his forehead that he'd apparently had since a car crash killed his parents, he'd been told this story so many times he'd stopped pretending to believe it, did unusual things sometimes. On ordinary days it was just a mark, faintly silver at the edges where the skin had healed strangely. But sometimes, in dreams or in that heavy suspended space just before sleep, it hummed. Like something resonating. Like a tuning fork struck against a table edge, sending vibration along the metal long after the initial blow. And sometimes, in those same half-sleep moments, Harry was aware of something enormous and very quiet sitting behind his thoughts like a second sky, vast, dark, patient, and entirely unconcerned with time. He'd never been frightened of it. It felt, if anything, like company. He was in the cupboard reading the encyclopedia's entry on Roman aqueducts on the morning of July 31st, his birthday, which the Dursleys had not mentioned and would not, when the first letter arrived. He heard the slot in the front door, then Petunia's footsteps, then an unusual pause. Then her footsteps again, faster, toward the kitchen. The sound of paper against paper. The beginning of something that might have been her voice before she cut it off. Harry closed the encyclopedia and waited. The letter was addressed in green ink. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry had found it in the kitchen bin, torn carefully in half. He'd read both halves. Then he'd sat at the kitchen table, Dudley was at a friend's, Vernon at work, Petunia in the garden, and thought about it for a very long time. The letter told him he was a wizard. Harry considered how he felt about this and found that he felt, mainly, vindicated. He put the letter back in the bin and spent the rest of the day being extremely thoughtful and eating the meal Petunia left out for him while she avoided looking at him entirely. He noticed that she was doing the washing up 3 times more vigorously than necessary. When a glass slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor, she made a sound like something inside her had broken too. "I know about the letter," Harry said. Petunia turned around. Her face had gone to something he'd never seen on it before, not the tight, controlled disgust she normally wore around him, but something raw and almost anguished. "I don't know what letter, the one in the bin." "From Hogwarts." He said the word carefully, watching her. "That's where my parents went, isn't it?" It wasn't a question. The encyclopedia had told him about schools eventually. He'd filled in the gaps with inference and the particular quality of the Dursley sphere. Petunia's mouth pressed into a flat line. "Your mother," she said, "ruined everything she touched." "That's probably not accurate," Harry said. "But I understand that's how it felt to you." She stared at him. He met her gaze and she looked away first, which was how it always went. She'd been looking away first since he was about 6. More letters arrived over the following days. Then a truly remarkable number of letters, enough that Vernon nailed the mail slot shut and began intercepting the post before Harry could reach it, and then, in what Harry privately considered a spectacular overreaction, announced they were leaving for a hotel, then a second hotel, then a hut on a rock in the middle of the sea. Harry watched all of this with genuine curiosity. He'd never seen Vernon afraid before. It was unexpectedly instructive. He was sitting in the hut on the rock, watching the clock tick toward midnight and his birthday, when the door came off its hinges. Hagrid was extraordinary. Harry had processed a great number of unusual things in his 10 years, but Hagrid was something new, a giant of a man with hands the size dustbin lids and a beard that appeared to have its own weather system, who sat down on the creaking floor, pulled a slightly squashed birthday cake from inside a coat the size of a small tent, and said, "Happy birthday, Harry," in a voice that made the walls vibrate. He turned to the Dursleys next, in a way that wasn't quite threatening but was absolutely certain of itself, and told Vernon to shut up before Vernon had said anything. Vernon shut up. "Right," Hagrid said, opening a bag and producing a letter that was not, Harry noted, the same as the ones that had been coming through the door. This one was sealed with wax. "Ye'll be wantin' to know everything." "Yes," Harry agreed. "Though I've worked some of it out already." Hagrid looked at him with large dark eyes that were unexpectedly sharp behind their wildness. "Have ye? Magic is real, I'm a wizard, there's a school in Scotland, my parents were killed by someone with a name you're not going to want to say out loud." Harry paused. "Am I close?" A silence. Vernon made a gargling sound. Hagrid looked at Harry for a long moment and then something in the giant man's face shifted, not alarm, Harry thought, but a kind of recognition, like a man who'd been warned about rough weather and is now watching the sky confirm it. "Very close," Hagrid said. Then, almost to himself, Dumbledore said "Yeah, might be like this." "Dumbledore knows me." "Everyone knows yeah, Harry." Hagrid said it with such simple weight that it landed differently than Harry expected. Not pride in it, not quite. Something more careful. "Tell me about my parents," Harry said. So Hagrid did. Harry listened. He asked precise questions at precise moments, about Lily's magic, about what kind of wizard James had been, about Godric's Hollow and what had happened there. Hagrid answered what he could and stumbled over what he couldn't. When he got to the part about Voldemort, he flinched but said the name when Harry looked at him steadily, and the curse that had rebounded. Harry watched Hagrid's face very carefully. "And that's what did it?" The curse just bounced. That's what everyone reckons. Hagrid scratched his beard. On account of what your mum did. Love magic, they call it. Powerful stuff. But something happened to me, Harry said. Not just that I survived. Another long pause. The fire Hagrid had lit in the empty grate was the only warm thing in the room. Outside, the sea threw itself against the rock with rhythmic indifference. You're special, Harry, Hagrid said finally, and the words sounded like they were carrying a great deal of weight that Harry wasn't being shown yet. More than most. Dumbledore'll explain things better than I can. Harry filed this away. All right, he said. When do we go to London? The leaky cauldron was everything that the encyclopedia had not prepared him for. Not the bar itself, dim, smoky, populated with people wearing robes and pointed hats who turned to look at Harry with an immediacy that suggested they'd been expecting him. The celebrity of it, Harry processed and set aside. What interested him was the texture of the magic in the room. He'd never been surrounded by other magical people before, and he hadn't expected it to feel like something. Like walking into a room where every person was generating a low, distinct frequency and the whole space buzzed with the accumulated harmony of it. His scar hummed too, in response. A kind of greeting. Tom the barkeep shook his hand. A witch wiped her eyes. A very old wizard in a top hat stood up and began applauding, which started a ripple, and Harry stood in the middle of it all with Hagrid's enormous hand on his shoulder and felt the attention of every person in the room like a physical thing. He nodded once, politely, and waited for it to finish. Diagon Alley came next, through the brick wall that opened like a flower. Harry stopped just inside the arch and looked. He'd read about markets. He'd read about cities. He had a very good internal map of London from the encyclopedia. But Diagon Alley was none of those things. It was narrow and cobbled and improbably vertical, buildings leaning toward each other over the street like gossiping neighbors, signs swinging in a wind that seemed to come from no particular direction. Every window displayed something different and impossible, cauldrons in graduated sizes, jars of things that moved, robes in colors that shifted as you watched, cages of owls who watched the crowd with professional disdain. Harry walked through it with his eyes very wide open and said almost nothing, which Hagrid seemed to find either reassuring or slightly unnerving. It was difficult to tell with Hagrid. Gringotts was magnificent and terrible in the way that only very old institutions that took themselves seriously could be. The goblins clocked Harry's scar immediately and he clocked their clocking of it, and they had a brief, silent conversation entirely in watchful looks before the business of the vault was concluded. Harry walked out of Gringotts with a bag of gold that felt like potential and the beginning of an idea that it might be worth learning everything he could about goblin politics. In Madame Malkin's, while being fitted, he met a pale boy with pointed features who introduced himself by talking about Quidditch and bloodlines with the automatic ease of someone who'd never had a conversation go badly. Harry looked at him sideways. The boy was performing confidence rather than having it, which Harry recognized because he'd read enough about human behavior to understand the difference. I'm Harry, he said. What's your name? The boy blinked, apparently surprised by the directness of it. Draco. Draco Malfoy. He said it like it should mean something. I don't know many wizarding families yet, Harry said, honestly. Is it a good one? Whatever Draco Malfoy had been expecting, it wasn't that. A complicated series of things moved across his face. Yes, he said, after a moment, with slightly less performance in it than before. We're, yes. A very old family. I'll remember that, Harry said. He didn't offer anything about himself. He was curious whether the boy would ask. Draco did not ask, which was its own information. Ollivanders was last. Mr. Ollivander himself was waiting when they came in, or at any rate, he was in the shop, which amounted to the same thing, because he materialized from between the towering shelves with a silence that suggested he hadn't moved to meet them so much as chosen to become visible. He was a small man with enormous pale eyes that held the specific quality of someone who had spent decades paying very close attention to things most people didn't notice. He looked at Harry and was perfectly still for a moment. "Harry Potter," he said, in a voice like old parchment. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. "Give me your wand hand." Harry extended his right hand. Ollivander produced a tape measure that began taking measurements on its own, arm length, distance between knuckles, span of fingers, while Ollivander watched Harry's face with those pale eyes rather than the tape. "I remember every wand I've ever sold," Ollivander said. "Your mother. Willow, 10 1/4, swishy. Your father, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable." He paused. "And he who must not be names. You, 13 1/2. Powerful. Very powerful." His gaze drifted to Harry's scar with a precision that suggested this was not the first time he'd been thinking about it. "You sold him the wand that killed my parents," Harry said. "The wand that failed to kill you," Ollivander corrected, gently. "A most curious thing. The most curious thing in perhaps 30 years of wand-making." He selected a box from the shelf without looking. Harry noticed this, the way his hand moved with absolute confidence to a specific location, and presented the first wand. Harry took it. The wand, beechwood, 9 inches, produced a brief warm pulse that traveled up his arm before going entirely still, like a note struck and immediately absorbed into silence. Not wrong. Just quiet, in a way that suggested Harry had simply taken everything it had to give and metabolized it in a moment. Ollivander took it back with an expression Harry couldn't immediately read. The second wand produced the same effect. The third. The fourth. Harry held each one and felt the brief warm surge and then nothing, and watched the increasingly unusual expression on Ollivander's face with growing curiosity. By the 14th wand, Hagrid had sat down on a chair in the corner and was watching proceedings with his enormous hands clasped together and an expression that Harry had come to identify as Hagrid trying not to look concerned. By the 23rd wand, Ollivander had stopped explaining what each one was made of. He was moving through his shelves with a kind of focused urgency now, pulling boxes Harry noticed were coming from progressively higher and further back locations, the ones that were, presumably, unusual. "Curious," Ollivander said, very quietly, after wand 31. "Very curious indeed." "What is?" Harry asked. "Most wizards will try several wands before finding one that chooses them. The magic is selective, the wand picks the wizard, as I always say. Particular combinations of wood and core are sympathetic with particular magical signatures." Ollivander set wand 31 aside and turned to look at Harry with full attention. "You are not failing to connect with these wands, Mr. Potter. You are connecting with all of them. Each one responds to you and then goes quiet, as though you've," he paused, searching for the word, "satisfied it. As though there is nothing left for it to offer you." Harry considered this. "Is that a problem?" "I have no precedent for it," Ollivander said. Which was, Harry had already learned, Wandmaker's highest expression of alarm. He disappeared between the shelves again and came back after a full 2 minutes carrying a box that was dustier than the others. "This wand has been in my shop for 22 years and has never chosen anyone. I've kept it because, well, because I believed it was waiting. Holly. 11 inches. A core of phoenix feather. This phoenix," Ollivander said, very carefully, "gave only 2 feathers. One for this wand." He didn't complete the sentence. Harry took the wand. It did not produce a pulse of warmth. It ignited. The light that came out of it was not the sparks or the jet of flame that Ollivander apparently expected, it was something else entirely, a deep silver-gold radiance that lit the whole shop and set every wand on every shelf briefly singing, a harmonic chord in wood and feather and horn that rose and fell and resolved in the space of 3 seconds into something very quiet and very certain. The wand went still in Harry's hand. His hand went still too. His scar didn't hum this time. It simply settled, in the way that a key settles in the lock it was made for. "Well," said Ollivander, in a voice that had lost its professional composure entirely. He was staring at Harry's scar rather than the wand now. "Well, Well, well. 7 galleons? Harry asked, because Hagrid had told him the price earlier. Ollivander blinked. 7 galleons, he confirmed, in a somewhat faint voice. Harry counted out the coins with perfect calm, thanked Mr. Ollivander for his patience, and walked out into the afternoon light of Diagon Alley. He didn't look at the wand again until they were around the corner and Hagrid had released a breath he'd apparently been holding for some time. Hagrid, Harry said, turning the wand over in his hands. It was warm in the way that living things were warm. The wand that failed to kill me. It was connected to this one, wasn't it? Same core. Fox's feathers, yeah. Hagrid's voice was oddly thick. Dumbledore's phoenix. Strange thing, that. Not so strange, Harry said. He pocketed the wand and looked up at the sky, which was doing that particular late summer thing where it was too blue to be entirely real. Same core, same source. One tried to end something and the other, he paused, began it, I suppose. Hagrid looked down at him with those large, careful eyes. Harry, he said, slowly. How old are ya again? 10, Harry said. 11 tomorrow. Right, said Hagrid. Right, yeah. They walked back toward the leaky cauldron. Harry carried the cage with the snowy owl he'd chosen. He'd looked at her and she'd looked back with a crisp yellow gaze that said I have assessed you and found you acceptable, and that was all the compatibility testing Harry had needed. Hedwig, he said, to the owl, who was rearranging her feathers with quiet dignity. That's what I'll call you. She turned her head away in a manner that he interpreted as agreement. The weeks before school were quiet in the particular way that August could be quiet, long evenings that made everything feel slightly suspended, the sense of something large and new approaching. Harry spent them in his cupboard, which he'd quietly expanded into a slightly more livable space using magic that he didn't quite do deliberately but that happened anyway when he wanted things to be different. A shelf had appeared for his books. A small lamp. The spiders had migrated upward and now Margaret lived on the shelf alongside his school texts like a very small, very patient librarian. He read everything. A history of magic. Magical theory. The standard book of spells, grade 1, and 2 and 3 and 4, which he'd found at the bottom of the cauldron set Hagrid had bought and suspected Hagrid had included on purpose. The standard book was interesting because it confirmed something Harry had already half known, that the wand movements and incantations of formal magic were essentially a focusing mechanism. A grammar. Magic existed first, independent of wands and words. The wand just gave it structure, like a lens concentrating scattered light into a beam. Harry had been doing magic without a wand or words his entire life. What he was learning now was the vocabulary for something he'd always spoken fluently in a different register. He read Magical Theory 3 times and came away with a sense that the author, Adalbert Waffling, was correct about some things and confidently wrong about several others. He made notes in the margins. The notes began taking up more space than the original text. He read A History of Magic once and found it mostly accurate, though it had a peculiar habit of skipping over anything that made British Wizarding Society look bad, which was historiographically sloppy. He also spent time sitting with the quiet thing that lived behind his thoughts. He'd started doing this more deliberately in the weeks since Hagrid's visit, now that he had a name, magic, for what he was and a context. He would sit very still in the dark and let his awareness drift back toward that second sky presence and simply inhabit it. Let it be there without trying to analyze it. What he noticed was this: it was not threatening. It had textures to it, places where it was warm and deep and enormous, like standing at the edge of a forest that went on forever. And places where it was colder, more complex, layered like geological strata, carrying sediment that wasn't quite his own. This, Harry thought carefully, was probably important. He thought about Ollivander's face when he'd said he who must not be named's wand gave a feather. He thought about Hagrid's careful silences around certain questions. He thought about the way his scar had settled, not sparked or stung, when the holly wand had ignited. He thought about what Hagrid had said. Everyone knows, yeah. The Dark Lord who had killed his parents, the curse that had failed, the scar it had left, these were the public story. But Harry was increasingly certain there was a private one, something that had happened in the space between the curse hitting and him surviving, and that whatever had happened in that space was the real reason Ollivanders' shop had lit up like something consecrated. He didn't pursue this thought too hard. Not yet. He didn't have enough information. He filed it carefully next to everything else and waited, in the way he'd learned from Margaret, for the right moment to understand. September 1st. King's Cross Station at 11 in the morning was the sort of organized chaos that Harry was good at navigating, streams of people moving in convergent and divergent patterns, luggage trolleys carving chaotic angles through the foot traffic, pigeons exercising their divine right to be underfoot at all times. Harry had arrived 30 minutes early, got his trolley, found a spot where he could see Platform 9 and Platform 10, and waited. The Weasleys arrived in a group. He'd clocked the red hair first, all of them had it, arranging brightness moving through the grey station crowd, and then the owl cages and the robes that weren't quite hidden under the ordinary coats and the way none of them were looking at their surroundings like people who needed to navigate unfamiliar territory. They knew where they were going. Harry followed at a careful distance and watched the oldest boy, broad, already tall, looking like he'd come to terms with the world and found it acceptable, disappear through what appeared to be solid wall. The solution was elegant and obvious once he'd seen it. He walked through the barrier with his trolley at a comfortable pace while a woman with very long red hair watched from the Platform 10 side with a fond, practiced expression. She glanced at him and clocked his scar and went very still in the way Hagrid had gone still and the leaky cauldron barkeep had gone still, that full-body recognition, and then she smiled at him with something genuine in it. "First year?" she said. "Yes. My son Ron is too." She nodded toward a tall, gangly boy with the same red hair and a rat on his shoulder who was looking at the train with the expression of someone trying to seem like they weren't excited. "Molly Weasley. Are you traveling alone?" "Yes," Harry said again. He paused, because she had the kind of face that was very obviously hoping he'd accept help, and he found, unexpectedly, that he didn't mind it. "Thank you," he added. "For showing me the platform." "Oh, you'd have found it," she said, warm and certain in a way that Harry thought was probably accurate, and then she was enveloping him in a brief, firm hug that smelled like baking and something floral, and Harry stood in it and understood that this was what mothers were like, and filed that too. He loaded his trunk and made his way to a compartment toward the rear of the train. He settled Hedwig, sat back, and looked out the window as the platform slid away and London gave way to suburb, which gave way to countryside. England unwound itself in the window, green and grey and golden, clouds moving fast across a sky that couldn't decide if it was summer or autumn. The compartment door opened. The tall gangly boy from the platform stood in the doorway, looking slightly uncertain. He had a face that was open in the way that people's faces were when they'd grown up in families where honesty wasn't punished, and he was trying to be casual in a way that wasn't quite working. "Everywhere else is full," he said. "Can I sit here?" "Yes," Harry said. The boys sat down and they looked at each other with the frank assessment of strangers who are both curious about the same thing at the same time, and then the boy, Ron, his mother had said, looked at Harry's forehead in a specific way that meant he'd seen the scar and was now engaging in the internal debate of whether to mention it. "You're Harry Potter," he said, dropping the debate. "Yes," Harry said. "Oh." Ron thought about this. Yeah, we thought you might be. Mum saw your scar." He seemed to be recalibrating something. "Then, practically, are you any good at chess?" Harry considered. "I've never played." "Good," Ron said, with sudden enthusiasm, pulling a battered chess set from his bag. "I'll teach you. I'm very good. I've beaten everyone in my family except Bill and I nearly beat him once." The chess set appeared to be composed of pieces that had opinions about their positioning. The king was notably gloomy. Harry studied the board with interest. "Explain the rules," he said. Ron explained the rules. Harry listened in the way he always listened, completely, cataloging, modeling. Ron talked about his family, 6 children, the youngest being himself and his sister Ginny, a father who worked at the ministry, a mother who could do more magic before breakfast than most people managed in a week. He talked with the comfortable ease of someone who had never had to calculate whether talking was safe. Harry found this entirely alien and oddly wonderful. They played 4 games. Harry lost the first deliberately, studying Ron's strategies. He won the second, which made Ron's eyes go wide. He lost the third intentionally to see if Ron would notice, and Ron didn't, which told Harry something about Ron's competitive focus. He won the fourth cleanly, and Ron stared at the board with an expression of genuine shock. "You've played before," Ron accused. "Never," Harry said. "You're an excellent teacher." Ron looked at him sideways, trying to determine if this was sarcasm. Harry let him land on the conclusion that it wasn't, because it was true. The compartment door opened again. The girl who came in was carrying a large book and had bushy brown hair and an expression of purpose. She looked at them both in turn and then said, crisply, "Has either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one." "No," they both said. She began to leave and then paused, looking back at Harry with the sharp attention of someone who'd placed a face. "You're Harry Potter." "I've been told," Harry said. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said, in a tone that suggested this should be returned in kind. "I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. What do they say?" Harry asked. He was genuinely curious. He hadn't found these books in Diagon Alley. Hermione blinked. Whatever she'd expected, it wasn't that. That you somehow survived the killing curse as an infant and were raised by muggles. There's a lot of speculation about how. She had the tone of someone reciting something they'd found insufficient. The books don't really explain the mechanism. "No," Harry agreed. "They don't." She looked at him with a more complicated expression now, the book clever part of her recognizing that he'd said they don't, not I don't. "Can you do magic yet?" "Lots of people haven't managed before school, but I've been practicing all summer and I can already do." She demonstrated something with her wand, a small, clean lumos, the light steady and precise with the air of someone who drilled it carefully. Harry watched the technique. The wand angle, the wrist movement, the slight pause at the terminal position. Then he looked at the lamp sconce on the compartment wall and it lit, without his wand, without a word, with no more particular effort than thinking about it. The compartment was quiet for a moment. "Without a wand," Hermione said. "Yes. That's," she started. She closed the book she was holding and sat down, uninvited, across from Harry, and looked at him the way Harry looked at things he found very interesting. "How does that work?" "I'm not entirely sure," Harry said honestly. "I think the words and the wand are a structure, but the magic itself doesn't need the structure. The structure just makes it easier to aim." Hermione was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "That's exactly what Adalbert Waffling argues in Chapter 7 of Magical Theory, but then he contradicts himself in Chapter 12 and never resolves the inconsistency." "I know," Harry said. Ron was looking between them with an expression that suggested he felt slightly left behind and was deciding how to feel about this. Harry turned to him. "You said your dad works at the ministry," Harry said. "What department?" Ron's face shifted immediately. He'd been waiting for someone to ask him something he could answer. "Misuse of Muggle artifacts." "It's not, he doesn't get a lot of respect for it, but he genuinely loves it. He's got a flying Ford Anglia in the garage." "That's brilliant," Harry said, and meant it. Ron grinned. "It is, actually." The Hogwarts Express came to the end of itself in the dark. Harry stepped off onto a platform filled with the sound of the lake, which was present before he could see it, a vast, cool breath of water in the autumn air, and Hagrid's enormous silhouette calling Fur's years over here with the warm authority of something that was simply what it was. The boats. The black water carrying them forward. The castle materializing from the dark above them, not revealing itself from distance but becoming visible, like a photograph developing, as though Hogwarts chose its own moments of disclosure. Harry sat in the bow of a boat with Ron on his left and Hermione on his right and looked up at the lights in the towers and felt something he hadn't expected. He felt his scar hum. Not unpleasantly. Not like a warning. Like recognition, like the castle itself was looking back. He'd felt it before, that massive quiet presence behind his thoughts. But now it shifted, the way the tide shifts when the moon comes over the horizon. Something in the castle's magic and something in him were of the same register, the same key, and they resonated. Harry put his hand to his forehead, not because it hurt, but because he wanted to feel it properly. Something brought me here, he thought, and he didn't mean the boats. He meant whatever had happened in Godric's Hollow on the night he was born and survived and was changed beyond what anyone had yet been willing to tell him. Hermione glanced at him. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Harry said. He lowered his hand. "Just thinking." "About what?" He looked at the castle. The lights in the towers. Somewhere up there, he knew, Albus Dumbledore was waiting, the man who had placed him on a doorstep in Surrey and walked away, the man who Hagrid deferred to in a manner that suggested gravity, the man who had said Harry might be like this and hadn't been surprised. "About the fact," Harry said, "that I think I've been managed very carefully for 10 years by someone I haven't met yet, and I'm looking forward to the conversation." Ron stared at him. "On your first night?" "Why wait?" Harry said. The castle grew above them in the dark, enormous and warm and full of light. McGonagall was impeccable. She led them through the entrance hall with the efficient authority of a woman who had done this precisely 41 times and had decided 30 years ago that any sentimentality about it would be allocated a very strict budget and no more. She looked at Harry once, at his scar, then at his eyes, and he looked back with the same directness and she gave the very smallest nod, like something confirmed. He liked her immediately. She explained the houses and the sorting with the compressed clarity of someone respecting the fact that the children had been traveling all day. She told them to wait, and waited, and several of the first years shifted nervously and whispered. Harry looked at the doors to the great hall and felt the magic of the castle pull steadily through the stone beneath his feet. It was everywhere, not just ambient but active. Hogwarts was not merely a building with spells on it, it was something that had accumulated 4 centuries of magical habitation until the distinction between building and enchantment had collapsed entirely. The stones were the spells. The spells were the stones. Hogwarts, he thought, is alive. Not in any way he could have explained to the nervous 11-year-olds around him. But his scar confirmed it with a low, steady warmth. The doors opened. The great hall opened in front of them, for long tables, hundreds of candles floating above the ceiling which had somehow made the October sky its own, the faculty table at the far end arranged with the comfortable authority of people who had been doing this for decades. He walked in and felt 300 pairs of eyes find him. He didn't avoid them. He walked at his own pace and looked back, calmly, at anyone who stared too long, and by the time they reached the front of the hall, most of the staring had become a different quality, less like curiosity and more like something trying to decide what it was feeling. He felt Dumbledore's gaze before he found it. The old man was at the center of the faculty table, ancient and blue-eyed and watching Harry with an attention so particular it was almost a physical thing. White hair, half-moon spectacles, an expression of enormous intelligence entirely at rest. Harry found his eyes and held them. Dumbledore smiled. Not the public smile, something quieter and, Harry thought, more honest. He inclined his head, very slightly. Harry inclined his back. The sorting hat was placed on a stool by a tall, weedy professor who Harry had already identified from Hagrid's descriptions as a man named Quirrell. Quirrell had a stammer and a purple turban and his hands shook slightly in a way that was inconsistent with nerves, they shook specifically, in a regular rhythm, like something was resonating in him. Like something that was not Quirrell was breathing in Quirrell's chest. Harry catalogued this with very careful attention and filed it where he kept things he was not yet going to address. The hat sang, a long verse about the 4 houses, their qualities, their founders, and Harry listened for subtext in it and found some. The hat was very old. It thought in centuries. Names were called alphabetically. Harry watched the sorting with the focus he gave to chess, studying patterns, noting reactions, building profiles. The Weasley twin, no, Ron, one of the older twins had gone earlier, was sorted into Gryffindor with barely a pause and looked relieved in a way that suggested family expectation had been an ongoing source of anxiety. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor after a hat that had been still for most other students sat on her head for a full 40 seconds, apparently engaged in a real conversation with her. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not the polite silence of people listening. The specific silence of a room that has stopped moving. Harry walked to the stool and sat down, and the hat was placed on his head, and immediately, like stepping from the cold into a warm room, said the hat. Its voice in his mind was nothing like what he'd expected, not ancient and creaking but intensely present, sharp as attention, as alive as Hogwarts was alive. He felt it encounter him the way one person meets another, recognition, response, the small adjustment of understanding something that requires new categories. I have placed 1,200 students in my time, the hat said. I've seen brilliance. I've seen darkness. I have placed the brilliant and the dark in all 4 houses according to where they would grow best. And what do you see now? Harry thought back. A pause. The longest pause Harry had heard from something that thought in centuries. I see, the hat said, slowly, someone who contains what I would have sorted into different houses. The courage of Gryffindor. The ambition and cunning of Slytherin. The patience and loyalty of Hufflepuff. The wisdom-seeking of Ravenclaw. But none of these are compartments in you. They're integrated. Like elements that have combined rather than mixed. Harry considered this. So where do I go? Where do you want to go? I want to be where I can do the most good, Harry said. And I want to be with the people who will help me do it. That's not a house, the hat said. That's a purpose. Yes, Harry agreed. Another pause. Then, with something that might have been the hat's version of a slow breath, Gryffindor. The word rang out across the hall and the Gryffindor table erupted, but Harry was already taking the hat off and handing it back with a quiet, "Thank you," that was meant, and he walked to the Gryffindor table while the noise washed over him and sat down next to Ron, who was grinning broadly, and across from Hermione, who was applauding with composure. What took it so long? Ron asked. We were having a conversation, Harry said. Ron looked at him. You can, he started. Never mind. Actually, he paused. Yeah. Yeah, that tracks. Harry looked at the faculty table. Dumbledore was watching him with those half-moon spectacles and that specific, patient intelligence. There was something in the old man's expression that Harry couldn't quite read, not surprise, because clearly nothing about Harry's existence surprised Dumbledore, but something adjacent to relief, which was more interesting. The feast appeared, and Harry ate with the specific enjoyment of someone who had been fed adequately his entire life but had never, until tonight, been fed well, roast and potatoes and something with gravy and puddings that appeared from nowhere, replenishing themselves with the easy abundance of a world that didn't ration. He talked with Ron about the food and with Hermione about the ceiling and with the other Gryffindors who introduced themselves, cataloging everything, learning names, noting personalities. A boy named Neville Longbottom sat next to him and reintroduced the toad, named Trevor, who had apparently been recovered from someone on the train. Neville had a round, worried face and careful hands and an air of habitual anxiety that made Harry pay particular attention to him. You go to Hogwarts young? He asked. Parents are wizards. Yes, Neville said, and something in his face contracted. Yes. A pause that lasted exactly the length of time it takes to decide not to say something. They can't really, they're not, they were in St. Mungo's. The hospital. They've been there since a while. He stopped. Harry looked at him with full attention and said, quietly, that must be very hard. Neville blinked, like someone had said something unexpected in a language he wasn't sure he'd recognized. Yeah, he said. Yeah, it is, a bit. Harry nodded once, and they ate in a comfortable silence, and Neville seemed oddly lighter for it. At the end of the feast, Harry looked up at the faculty table one more time. Dumbledore met his gaze with the comfortable certainty of a chess player who has been playing white for a very long time. Harry met it back with the comfortable certainty of someone who has just sat down across the board and realized, with absolute calm, that he can see every piece. He wasn't afraid of what was in the castle. He wasn't afraid of the man in the turban whose hands shook with someone else's breathing. He wasn't afraid of whatever Dumbledore had been planning for 12 years. He was, he realized, actually looking forward to it. His scar was warm. The castle breathed around him. Hedwig, somewhere in the Ollery, was probably already judging the local bird population and finding it manageable. Harry folded his hands on the table and watched the feast end and the candles burn and the night settle into Hogwarts like something ancient making itself comfortable, and he thought, this is where it begins. And it did. Chapter 2, The Weight of a Name. The dormitory was dark when Harry finally stopped pretending to sleep. He lay still for another 10 minutes after the last Gryffindor boy's breathing had settled into the deep, unconscious rhythm of genuine sleep, Ron on his left with one arm flung off the mattress, Neville on the far side making a soft sound that wasn't quite snoring, the other two, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, invisible in the dark beyond their curtains. Harry counted the sounds and confirmed them and then sat up without a creak and reached for his wand. The dormitory was circular, with 5 four-poster beds arranged around it, and a window that looked northwest over grounds Harry hadn't seen yet in daylight. He crossed to it and sat on the stone ledge and looked out at the darkness. The grounds were enormous. He could feel them more than see them, the lake to the northwest, cold and deep, the forbidden forest pressing against the eastern edge of the lawns. Everything alive in the way Hogwarts was alive, the magic running through it all like groundwater, deep and continuous. He put his back to the wall and held his wand loosely and thought. The turban professor. Quirrell. He'd gone over it 3 times since dinner, the way the man moved, the specific quality of the tremor in his hands, the turban itself which was architecturally peculiar, wound too high and too thick for any reasonable purposes of fashion. The stammer was real but the fear behind it was disproportionate. Quirrell was afraid in the manner of someone being watched from very close range, not the ordinary anxiety of a nervous man in a stressful job. And then there was the smell. Harry hadn't been able to identify it at the time, subtle, something beneath the food and candles and hundreds of people in an enclosed space. But sitting here now in the quiet, he turned the memory of it over and over. Cold. Stone. Something old and dark, not unpleasant but distinctly non-living, like the air in the back of a very deep cave. He'd smelled it before. In the space behind his thoughts, in the geological strata layers of the vast quiet presence that had lived in him since before he could remember. One of those colder, more complex layers smelled exactly like that. This information was very significant and Harry was going to need to think about it carefully over the coming weeks before doing anything with it. He set it aside in the specific compartment where he kept things that were active but not yet urgent and looked out at the dark grounds for a while longer, and then, because it was already 1 a.m. and tomorrow was the first day of lessons, went back to bed and slept with the efficient completeness of someone who had decided it was time. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a revelation in social dynamics. Harry arrived early, old habit, early meant fewer people, more space, more time to observe, and found the hall already populated with perhaps half the student body, moving through the meal with the comfortable familiarity of people returning to a known place. He took a seat at the Gryffindor table and ate toast and observed. The teachers were arriving gradually, which was useful. He was building mental profiles and breakfast offered a chance to see them in an unguarded register. McGonagall was already present and reading correspondence while eating with precise, economical movements. Snape, Potions Master, head of Slytherin, described by Ron with a visceral disapproval that went beyond ordinary dislike, arrived and swept to his seat in the black robes and with the expression of someone who found their surroundings perpetually beneath them. He was intelligent, Harry could see that immediately, but his intelligence was currently being deployed in the service of an ongoing private grievance, which was a waste. The post owls arrived in a great rush through the high windows, Harry watched the aerial chaos with interest as dozens of owls navigated the hall without collision, and then Hedwig descended out of the mass with the distinct air of someone who has assessed the situation and determined that she doesn't queue. She landed on Harry's shoulder, presented her leg, and waited. "Good morning," Harry said. He untied the small package she'd brought, a birthday card from himself to himself that he'd sent the previous day, because he'd thought it would be useful to see how long the owl post took, and Hedwig had looked at him like he was particularly worth tolerating, and gave her a piece of his toast. She took it with dignity and departed through a window with the confidence of someone who has reviewed the local airspace and found it acceptable. "You own that owl," said a voice. Harry looked up. The boy across from him, he hadn't been at this end of the table last night, was a Gryffindor third year, with a prefect badge and an expression of someone who had asked mainly because the owl was genuinely impressive. "She owns me," Harry said. "We've reached an understanding." The third year grinned. "Percy Weasley," he said, with the automatic authority of someone used to introducing themselves as context. "Harry Potter." Percy straightened fractionally, the reflex of someone for whom hierarchy was a central organizing principle, and then recalibrated with the conscious effort of someone who had decided not to be weird about it. "Right. Welcome to Gryffindor. I'm the prefect, so any questions about schedules or, what's the library's opening time?" Percy blinked. 7:30 in the morning. Closes at 9 at night. Madam Pants runs it and she, well. Treat the books with appropriate respect and she's manageable. "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it, and watched Percy's expression move through mild surprise and land on something like approval. Ron arrived 10 minutes later, slightly disheveled, and dropped onto the bench beside Harry with the comfortable lack of ceremony of someone who had decided overnight that they were friends. "You were gone when I woke up," he said, filling his plate. "I was here. I meant in the night. Your bed was empty at about 4. Harry looked at him. "You wake up at 4. "When I can't sleep, yeah. New place." Ron shrugged with the ease of someone who had long since made peace with this quality of himself. "I saw you'd gone. Wasn't worried or anything, just noticed. This was very interesting." "Couldn't sleep," Harry said. "Thinking." Ron accepted this. "About what?" Harry looked across the hall to the faculty table where Quirrell was eating very carefully, his head slightly bowed, the turban glowing a faint, dirty white-purple under the enchanted candles. "The defense teacher," he said. Ron frowned at Quirrell. "Percy says he was fine last year. Got spooked over the summer, apparently. Came back from a trip abroad and was different." "What kind of trip?" "No one knows." "Albania," someone said. Ron loaded an impractical amount of egg onto his fork. "Percy thinks he just got himself into something scary in the forest, curse, or dark creature, or whatever, and it knocked his nerve." "Albania." Harry filed this with the cave stone smell and the breathing that wasn't Quirrell's. "Probably," Harry said. The schedules came with breakfast. Hermione arrived to find Harry and Ron already comparing timetables and joined with the air of someone asserting a pre-existing claim to the conversation. "Double transfiguration first," she announced, with the tone of someone marking Christmas on a calendar. "Professor McGonagall. She's written several papers on cross-species transformation, her work on animagus theory is extraordinary." "You've read her papers?" Ron said. "I found them in the library last month." She looked at Harry. "Did you know the Hogwarts library stocks academic publications as well as general texts?" "I'll be spending time there," Harry said. Hermione processed this with the precision of someone recalibrating an assessment. "What kind of things are you interested in?" "Everything," Harry said. "But specifically magical theory. The historical material. The gaps." "The gaps," she repeated. "What the official histories don't cover. Where things happened and then got quietly left out." He was watching Quirrell again. When something is absent from the record, the shape of the absence is still there. Hermione looked at him for a long, evaluating moment. "You sound like my history teacher from primary school," she said. He was insufferable in that specific way that always turned out to be right about things. "I'll take that," Harry said. McGonagall transformed her desk into a pig and back in the first 10 seconds of class, purely for the purpose of establishing what was possible, and Harry thought that this was perhaps the most efficient piece of showmanship he'd encountered. She was teaching them to turn matchsticks into needles. A focused, specific task, the kind of exercise that looked simple and wasn't, requiring both the precise wand movement and the internal clarity of intent that Harry had been reading about. The wand movement was a controlled flick, but the intent was the actual variable. He watched 3 students try and produce nothing. 2 more produced matches that developed needle-like properties at one end while remaining decisively wooden at the other, which McGonagall approved of with the encouraging efficiency of a woman who had calibrated her standards to what a beginner should achieve. When it was Harry's turn, he looked at the matchstick and thought about what a needle actually was, the purpose of it, the function, the metal and the point and the eye, not the image of a needle but the needleness of the thing, and the matchstick became a needle so completely and so immediately that McGonagall, passing behind him, stopped walking. She picked it up. Turned it over. Set it down. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Professor. Have you studied Transfiguration before?" "I read the textbook," Harry said. "And the supplementary reading. I thought about the theory quite a bit." McGonagall looked at him over the rim of her spectacles with an expression that he was beginning to recognize. It was the expression of someone who had looked at the world as it was and was currently processing evidence that it might be arranged differently. She placed the needle on his desk with the deliberate care of someone handling something significant, though it was an ordinary needle by every visible measure. "Turn it back," she said. Harry turned it back. The needle became a matchstick so completely that even the striking end had reformed, the phosphorus head perfect and unsinged. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. "I'd like you to attempt the second-year exercise," she said, reaching into her desk and producing a small beetle. "Object to living creature. When you feel ready." Harry looked at the beetle and thought about the gap between thing and animal, not the appearance but the engine of it, the aliveness, and the beetle moved. Not immediately, not with the effortless snap of the matchstick, but progressively and correctly, the carapace lightening, the segmentation deepening, and then the antennae, delicate and inquiring, and then the beetle looked up at him with the mild, professional interest of an insect assessing whether it was in immediate danger. McGonagall sat down. Not in her usual chair, she had been about to continue moving around the class, and instead she sat, and looked at Harry, and said nothing for a long enough moment that the rest of the class had stopped their own exercises and were watching. "You've done Transfiguration before," she said, for the second time. "No, Professor." "Then explain to me how." Harry thought about how to explain it without being either misleading or excessive. "Magic responds to understanding," he said. "Not just instructions. When you understand what you're making, the transformation is clear. The wand is still the grammar, but the thought is the sentence." Hermione had her hand up. McGonagall, without turning her head, said, "Not yet, Miss Granger," which Hermione received with a combination of indignation and reluctant respect. "Object to living creature is third-year curriculum," McGonagall told Harry. "Practiced by NEWT candidates with occasional success." She paused. "How many books did you read this summer?" "All of them that were relevant," Harry said. "And some that weren't." McGonagall looked at him for one more moment with that recalibrating expression, and then she stood, and said, 5 points to Gryffindor for exceptional early application, in a voice that carried no particular emphasis but was clearly a significant restraint of a larger response, and moved on. Ron leaned over. "That's not normal," he whispered. "No," Harry agreed. "Right." Ron looked at his own matchstick, which had developed a slight metallic sheen at one end. "Can you tell me how you thought about it? The understanding thing?" Harry looked at the matchstick. "What's a needle for?" "Sewing." "Right. So think about sewing. Think about what needs to happen. What shape allows that? Don't think about needles, think about why needles are the shape they are. Ron looked at the matchstick with his forehead furrowed in the concentrated expression of someone genuinely trying. The matchstick went silver along its length. There, Harry said. You've got it. Ron stared at the almost needle. Then at Harry. I cannot tell, he said, whether you're a genius or whether you just make everything sound obvious. Maybe both, Harry said. Potions was in the dungeons and the dungeons were cold in the specific way of deep stone, dry and still and carrying that faint cave smell that Harry had been noting since the previous night. He walked in and sat at the back, which was a choice, and Hermione sat beside him with her textbook already open, and Ron took the seat on Harry's other side with the mildly resigned expression of someone accepting that where Harry sat was where things happened. Snape arrived in the way that Snape apparently always arrived, as a controlled event rather than an entrance, sweeping to the front with robes that seemed to generate their own draft, pausing before he spoke to let the silence do the work of authority. He had a face that had been good-looking once and had arranged itself over the years into something harder, the features settling around a particular interior grief the way sediment settles around rock. Harry watched him with the same comprehensive attention he gave everything. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making, Snape said. The voice was low, carrying without effort, and almost entirely without inflection, the tone of someone who had perfected the art of meaning more than they were saying. I don't expect most of you to understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. The words were genuinely good, Harry thought. Snape believed them. That was notable. Potter, Snape said, without looking up from his register. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class went still. Harry recognized the dynamic immediately. The register hadn't been called, the question wasn't the opening question format he'd seen in McGonagall's class, it was targeted and sudden and designed to catch the famous boy unprepared. Draft of Living Death, Harry said, without pause. One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. Asphodel is an ingredient with deep symbolic significance in death-related magic. Its association with the mourning of the departed means it has a particular affinity with magics that cross that threshold. Combined with wormwood, which has both preservative and soporific properties, it produces something that slows biological processes to near imperceptibility. A silence. Snape looked up from the register. His black eyes found Harry with an attention that was different from the testing the famous boy variety and had become something more complicated and less comfortable. Where did you read that? Most Patendi potions, Harry said. And the encyclopedia entry for asphodel in 1000 magical herbs and fungi. The symbolic association was from a different text, but it explains why the particular combination works when a dozen similar combinations don't. Snape was very still for a moment. Where would I look, he said, his voice absolutely level, if I wanted to find a bezoar? Stomach of a goat, Harry said. Counteracts most poisons. Historically favored because it's quicker than finding the specific antidote when you don't know what you've been given. Also more reliable when the poison has already metabolized. What is the difference, Snape said softly, between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, Harry said. Aconite. Different regional names, different historical applications. The name wolfsbane comes from its historical use in trapping wolves, the name monkshood from the shape of the flower. As an ingredient it's primarily used in wolfsbane potion, which doesn't cure lycanthropy but renders a werewolf's transformation controllable. The class was absolutely silent now. Snape was looking at Harry with an expression that had, through the previous 3 exchanges, moved through testing, through displeasure, through something very close to surprise, and had arrived somewhere more careful. He was reassessing, Harry could see, the way a chess player reassesses when a piece they thought was unimportant turns out to have been positioned with intention. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said, for the unsolicited excess of information. Harry accepted this without expression, which was the correct response because the penalty was arbitrary and a reaction was what it was fishing for. For when I ask a specific question, Snape continued, moving to the board, a specific answer is sufficient. Of course, Professor, Harry said. Snape looked at him again, sharply, looking for insolence and finding none. Harry had meant it sincerely. Snape, apparently, found this more disconcerting than sarcasm would have been. Potions was, practically, very interesting. The actual brewing was a kind of disciplined chemistry, precise temperatures, exact timing, the sensitivity of paying attention to what the potion was doing rather than just what you were adding to it. Harry found he was good at it in the same way he was good at chess, the multiple simultaneous variables, the understanding that each step was not individual but part of a sequence. Snape moved through the class during the practical, correcting with the precise economy of someone who knew exactly what each mistake meant. He paused at Harry's cauldron and looked at the potion, which was a clear, deep green rather than the sludgy brown several others had produced, and said nothing, and moved on. Harry noticed that in saying nothing, Snape had said something. After class, while they were packing up, Ron muttered, "He's got it out for you already." "He had something out for the idea of me," Harry said. "I don't think it's the same thing." Hermione had overheard. "What do you mean?" "Snape's very intelligent," Harry said, gathering his ingredients. "And he's been carrying a particular story about my father since they were at school here. That story involves me being an extension of my father, famous, pampered, expecting the world to be impressed." He picked up his bag. "Now he has to update the story, which is inconvenient." Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. "You worked that out from one lesson?" Ron said. "I work most things out quickly," Harry said, without apology. "It's only useful if I do something reasonable with it." Flying lessons were on Thursday, and the morning of them Harry stood at the edge of the Quidditch pitch with the other first years and put his hand over his broom before it had been asked to rise, and felt the magic of it, the enchantments laid into the wood, old and worn and smoothed with use. Madam Hooch explained the procedure. "Hand over the broom." "Up," she said. Harry said, "Up," before she'd finished instructing them, and his broom snapped into his hand with an enthusiasm that startled the girl beside him, who stumbled. He flew on it and found that this was, possibly, the most purely enjoyable thing he had ever done with his body. Not in the way that reading was enjoyable, or in the way that solving a complex problem was satisfying, those were interior pleasures. This was something entirely exterior and visceral and physical, the air splitting around him, the ground dropping away, the pitch spreading below with the hall beyond it and the lake catching the September light, and everything arranged in the way that things look from above, clear and logical and without the complications of ground level. He did not do anything reckless. He rose to a reasonable height, found his balance, moved through several test maneuvers with the systematic approach of someone learning a new skill's parameters, and then came down cleanly when Madam Hooch blew her whistle. What happened next would have been, under different circumstances, an opportunity for the plot to advance in a particular direction involving a remembrall and a broomstick chase that ended in a teacher seeing exceptional flying and inviting a first year to join the Quidditch team. Draco Malfoy walked to where Neville had dropped the remembrall, a small glass ball that had gone red in Neville's hand, indicating he'd forgotten something, and had rolled when Neville's broom knocked him off balance, and picked it up with the proprietorial ease of someone for whom taking things was a natural expression of hierarchy. "I'll take that," he said, with the particular smile that people wore when they were enjoying being unpleasant in front of an audience. Neville looked at him the way people looked at things they'd expected to go badly and had not found the error in. Harry walked over. He didn't walk fast or with any dramatic energy, just the ordinary pace of someone covering distance. He stopped in front of Draco and held out his hand. "Give it back," he said. Draco looked at him. In the week since the sorting, Harry and Draco had been in several shared classes and had exchanged perhaps 12 words, none of them hostile. Draco had been in the middle of deciding what to do with Harry Potter. He'd heard the name, known it mattered, expected either someone he could look down on or someone he needed to manage from a safe distance, and Harry had been neither and Draco hadn't settled on an approach yet. He looked at the extended hand and the face above it, which was patient and entirely without threat, which was somehow more unsettling than aggression would have been. "It's not yours either," Draco said. It's Neville's, Harry said. So I'm returning it to him, not keeping it. Your play. Draco's jaw shifted. He looked at the audience, their whole year watching, Madame Hooch 20 yards away looking at something else, and back at Harry, and something in his face moved through several calculations and came out the other side at an expression Harry recognized, the look of someone choosing to lose a small battle to preserve the war. He dropped the remembrall into Harry's open hand and said, I was going to give it back anyway, and walked away. Harry turned to Neville and gave him the glass ball. You didn't have to, Neville started. I know, Harry said. He'd have given it back eventually. Maybe. Harry looked after Draco, who had returned to his friends and was saying something low-voiced and performing ease. He's not as bad as he tries to be. Neville looked at him with the expression of someone hearing a thing in a language they recognized but weren't fluent in. How can you tell? He made a choice, Harry said. People who are actually bad don't make choices like that. Madame Hooch's whistle sounded. They went back to their brooms. Harry rose again into the clean September air and let himself enjoy it without reservation. The library was everything Harry had hoped. It was vast in the way that libraries were vast, not just the physical space, though the ceilings were high and the shelves were deep and there were alcoves that seemed to generate their own quiet, but the sense of density, the packed weight of everything accumulated. Harry walked through it on the third evening after their arrival and ran his fingers along the spines and felt, each time, the faint magical resonance of the books that had been enchanted, the ones that moved or responded or held more than they showed. He found the restricted sections gate and looked at it with interest. A sign said by teacher's permission only. He would have that by midterm, he assessed. Possibly sooner. Hermione found him in the history section 40 minutes later. She'd been there herself, he could tell from the book in her hand and the slight distraction in her eyes that meant she was still reading the last thing she'd put down. Hogwarts, a history. Harry read the spine. It's extraordinary, she said, sitting across from him with the comfort of someone who treated libraries as home territory. Did you know Hogwarts has over 142 staircases, and at least 3 of them change where they go depending on the time of day? And the suits of armor move, the whole castle is alive, Harry said. The magic of it isn't separate from the structure. They're the same thing. Hermione looked at him with sharp attention. You can feel that? Can't you? She considered. I feel something. A warmth. Like the building is aware of you. A pause. It's more pronounced for you, isn't it? It wasn't entirely a question. Harry looked at her with the straightforward attention he gave to people he was deciding were important. Yes, he said. Why? I don't know entirely. But it's been getting clearer since I arrived. There's a resonance. Like I said the first night, the castle and I are in the same key. He paused. I think it's something to do with what happened the night my parents died. Something changed in me, beyond just surviving, and I haven't worked out all of it yet. Hermione was very still in the way she was still when she was processing something at high speed. You're researching it, she said. Yes. I want to help, she said. Directly, without preamble, in the tone of someone who had made a decision and was reporting it. Not because I want to know your business, because you're going to need someone who can cross-reference research quickly and think about the parts you might be too close to, and I'm good at that. Harry looked at her. What do you want in return? She blinked. I don't. People offer help with research because they want to know what you find, Harry said. Which is fine. But tell me what you're actually after. A pause. Then, honestly, I want to understand things that my books don't explain. I've been the smartest person in every room I've been in since I was 7 years old, and everything I've encountered here is bigger than what I've seen before, and you're at the center of it. She met his gaze with a frankness that he found entirely respectable. I want to be in the room where the interesting things happen. That, Harry said, is the most honest thing anyone at this school has said to me. Is that a yes? Yes, he said. But I'll tell you when something isn't yours to know yet. And you tell me the same. She nodded once, the crisp nod of someone formalizing an agreement. I can do that. They read in silence for a while, the library around them doing its library thing, the rustle of pages from somewhere unseen, the creak of shelves settling, a distant sound of Madame Pants reshelving with the focused energy of a woman who had opinions about where things went. Hermione, Harry said, not looking up from his book. Yes. That spell you showed on the train. Lumos. How long had you practiced it before it was that steady? 3 weeks, she said, with a slight defensiveness that suggested she knew what was coming. It was very clean, Harry said. Better than most people who've been doing it for a term. You practice with a precision that most people don't. That's not a natural ability, it's a chosen one. He looked up. Don't undersell that by treating it as lesser than someone who can do it instinctively. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Something in her face did something small and complicated. My parents are dentists, she said finally. I grew up in a world where everything is earned. Nobody just has things. And then you got here, Harry said. And then I got here, she said, and some people just have things. I worked for it, Harry said quietly. Just differently than you did. A lot of mine happened before I was old enough to choose it. She thought about that. That's a very interesting distinction. Add it to the research, Harry said, and went back to his book. It was the second week of October when Harry saw the thing that confirmed what he'd been thinking about Quirrell. It happened in the corridor outside the defense classroom, the moment after a lesson that had been largely an exercise in endurance. Quirrell stammered through a lecture on counterjinxes that had the particular quality of material being recited rather than understood, pages turned with slightly too much attention, questions deflected with enough nerves that even Ron had noticed it was off. Harry had sat through it all with complete calm and learned nothing from the class itself and a great deal from watching Quirrell. But it was the after that mattered. He'd let the class file out around him, the deliberate slow pack-up, a technique, and as Quirrell turned to his desk and thought he was alone, something shifted. It was subtle, a change in posture, the way a puppet moves differently when the operator stops performing and simply holds the strings, and the particular quality of attention in Quirrell's eyes as he looked at something on his desk changed register entirely. It lasted perhaps 2 seconds. Then Quirrell became Quirrell again, the nervous, stammering man, and looked up and saw Harry still in the doorway and flinched. Harry felt the cave stone smell sharply, in that moment. He felt his scar go quiet in the specific way it went quiet when something that should have been discordant found its resonance. Something in the layers behind his thoughts recognized what was in Quirrell. Recognized it, Harry thought, the way your own reflection is recognizable. He walked to the door and paused. Professor Quirrell, he said. Why yes, Potter. The stammer, the anxiety. You've got something on the back of your turban, Harry said. He watched the effect of it. Watched Quirrell's hands go still and the internal adjustment, whatever was in Quirrell, not Quirrell himself, recalibrate. The fear that passed across Quirrell's face was twice layered, Quirrell's own, and something else's behind it, and the something else was afraid for a reason that was entirely different. I'll look at it later, Quirrell said. Of course, Harry said pleasantly. He left. He walked to the library, found an empty alcove, and sat very still for a while. He was almost entirely certain, now. The soul he could feel in the back of Quirrell's head, hiding behind a turban, which was simultaneously the most dramatic and most obviously symbolic hiding place imaginable, was the same quality as the fragment of something in the deepest, coldest geological layer of the vast quiet that lived behind his thoughts. Voldemort was in this building. Wearing a professor. Harry thought about what to do with this for the better part of an afternoon. He thought about Dumbledore, who had clearly arranged things so that Voldemort would come here. There was something in the castle, something worth protecting, that was drawing a half-destroyed Dark Lord the way light drew moths. Dumbledore knew. The elaborate defenses Harry had heard whispered about, the third-floor corridor, the don't go there, these were bait as much as barrier. He thought about what Dumbledore expected to happen. Dumbledore expected Harry to stumble upon this eventually, probably after some months of building, probably in some dramatic crisis moment. Dumbledore had plans. They were careful plans. They had been running for years. Harry thought about whether he needed to wait for Dumbledore's plans. He thought about the answer to this for approximately 3 minutes. He went to find Professor McGonagall. McGonagall was in her office grading with the efficient ferocity of someone who had decided that third year's Transfiguration essays were going to be found wanting, and the only question was to what degree. Harry knocked. In. He came in and stood in front of her desk. She looked up, registered it was him, and set her quill down. In the 2 months since school had started, she had been in the process of a slow and continuing reappraisal of Harry Potter that she was conducting with the professional restraint of a woman who had survived 40 years of Hogwarts students and was not going to be caught gaping. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall. He paused. I need to tell you something that I've been working out for the past 2 months and have now confirmed. She folded her hands on the desk. Go on. There is something in the castle that Voldemort wants, Harry said. He is currently in the castle. He is sharing Professor Quirrell's body, specifically the back of his head under the turban. He arrived at the beginning of the school year. He has been watching the defenses below the 3rd floor and waiting for an opportunity. McGonagall's face went very still. Mr. Potter, I know how I know, Harry said. We're connected. In a way I don't fully understand yet, but that I've been feeling since I arrived. I can confirm what I felt today by what I saw. Quirrell's face when he thinks no one is watching. A long silence. McGonagall was looking at him the way people looked at things when the category they had them in had just been proven insufficient. You are 11 years old, she said, not as a dismissal but as a piece of information she was trying to reconcile with the rest of the evidence. Yes, Harry agreed. I'd like you to tell Dumbledore. I'd like you to tell him that I know about it and that I've been watching it for 2 months and that I think we should discuss what to do rather than have me wait for things to get dramatic. McGonagall looked at him steadily. You're not frightened. No, Harry said. Should I be? She appeared to be deciding something. What is it that you want to do about it? That depends on what's being protected, Harry said. I don't know that yet. I know it's below the 3rd floor. I know it's worth protecting. I know it's worth Voldemort risking being discovered in a school full of wizards. He paused. I suspect it's something to do with Nicholas Flamel. McGonagall was very still. Why Flamel? Because it's the only name that comes up in historical records as someone who has successfully navigated the relationship between life, death, and permanent transformation at the level that Voldemort would be interested in. He watched her face confirm it. The Philosopher's Stone. She stood up. Sit down, she said, in a different voice. Then, no, don't, I need to, stay here, Mr. Potter. Harry sat. McGonagall crossed to the fireplace, took a handful of powder from the mantelpiece, and threw it into the flames. Albus, she said, into the green fire. Harry waited with his hands in his lap and the comfortable patience of someone who had been waiting for this particular conversation for 2 months and was in no hurry now that it was finally happening. Dumbledore's voice came from the fire, warm, measured, carrying the specific quality of someone who was not surprised by much and was very deliberately not sounding surprised now. Minerva. I take it Mr. Potter is with you. How did you? I've been expecting him to come to someone. A pause. Good evening, Harry. Good evening, Professor, Harry said, to the fire. I understand you've worked out quite a bit. The stone, Harry said. Quirrell. The connection between Voldemort and the back of a professor's head. He paused. Did you expect me to figure it out? I expected something, Dumbledore said. Though not perhaps with such completeness. Or such speed. Another pause, longer, with something thoughtful in it. I'd like to talk with you in my office tomorrow morning, Harry. Before breakfast, if you're willing. There are things I should tell you, and I confess I've been uncertain about how to begin. Tomorrow morning, Harry said. Yes. One more thing, Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted to something more careful and more honest and less managed. Are you well? Are you entirely all right? Harry considered the question. Through the fire, through the distance, he could feel something in Dumbledore's careful stillness that was the stillness of a man who had been carrying a very heavy weight for a very long time and was looking at the possibility that it might be distributed differently. I'm well, Harry said. I'm very well. I think we have quite a lot to talk about. I think, Dumbledore said gently, that you're right. The fire went back to orange. McGonagall was looking at Harry with the expression she'd been developing across the past 2 months reaching its conclusion, the look of someone who had arrived at a thing and was processing what it meant. Mr. Potter, she said. Professor. You are the most unusual first-year student I have encountered in 40 years of teaching. A pause. I say that as a significant statement. Thank you, Harry said, and stood. I'll let you get back to the essays. The third-year one on top of the pile was using the wrong wrist angle for the switching spell, you can tell by the way they described the motion. He left. Behind him, he heard McGonagall look at the essay and then make a very brief sound of someone who has decided to find the world's increasing inexplicability acceptable. Harry walked through the corridors of the castle under the floating torches, his scar warm and steady. Somewhere below the third floor, a stone that could give eternal life was waiting. Somewhere above, Dumbledore was sitting with plans he'd built over 12 years and the knowledge that the variable he hadn't accounted for had just walked into his deputy's office and laid them all out. And somewhere in a dungeon office, Harry knew, Snape was marking papers and pursuing his own private agenda with the efficiency of someone who had been protecting Harry for reasons Harry didn't yet know but was absolutely going to find out. There was so much still to understand. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, recited the password to the portrait, who looked at him with the comfortable recognition of a painting that had been watching children for 3 centuries and had decided this one bore watching with particular attention, and climbed the stairs. Ron was still awake, reading Quidditch Through the Ages by the light of a single candle. Figured it out, he said, without looking up. Harry stopped. What? Whatever you've been working on. For the last 2 months. You get this look when you're getting close to something. He turned a page. You had that look at dinner. Harry sat down on his bed and looked at his friend, the word was still slightly novel and unexpectedly comfortable, with genuine affection. I've been working on several things, Harry said. Right. Ron set the book down and looked at him with direct, uncomplicated curiosity. Anything I should know? Harry thought about it. Tomorrow, he said. After I talk to Dumbledore. I'll tell you what I can. Ron nodded, apparently satisfied with this. He picked the book back up. Dean says your transfiguration was insane today. He was behind you when you did the beetle and says he nearly fell off his stool. It was just a beetle. It was a first year doing second-year work on day 1 of his second month, Ron said. That's not just a beetle, mate. Harry lay back on his bed and looked at the ceiling and felt the castle breathing around him, the rhythm of it, the deep warmth of it that seemed specifically inclined toward him in a way he was still learning to understand. Ron, he said. Yeah. I'm glad you asked to sit in my compartment. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, yeah, he said. Me too. He turned another page. Now go to sleep, we've got History of Magic first tomorrow and Binns'll put us all under if we're already tired. Binns is a ghost, Harry said. He genuinely doesn't know it's a new year every September. He started teaching before he died and the momentum has just carried him through. A pause. How do you know that? I read it. Of course you did, Ron said, and there was no resentment in it at all. Harry closed his eyes. His scar was steady and warm. Hedwig was in the Ollery. Tomorrow, Dumbledore's office. Tonight, the particular simple relief of being in a room with people who were becoming, without fuss, his. Outside, Hogwarts breathed in the dark. Chapter 3, What Lives Below. Dumbledore's office was at the top of a spiral staircase behind a gargoyle that stepped aside for Harry without requiring the password, which he noted. The office itself was circular and crowded with the accumulated presence of a very long life, instruments Harry didn't recognize spinning slowly on their stands, portraits of former headmasters dozing in their frames, books stacked in the particular arrangements of someone who knew exactly where everything was and would notice immediately if it moved. A magnificent bird sat on a perch near the window, its plumage a deep, burning orange gold, and it turned its head and looked at Harry with eyes that were very old and entirely without alarm. Harry looked back at it. "Fox," he said. The phoenix made a sound, not the full cry Harry had read about but something smaller and more personal, a single clear note that resonated in his chest and in his scars simultaneously, and he understood suddenly and completely why. This was the bird that had given the feather in his wand. They were already acquainted, in the way that things connected by deep magic were always already acquainted. He crossed to the perch and held out his hand, and Fox stepped onto his arm with the careful weight of something that knew its own significance and wore it lightly. That was how Dumbledore found him when he came through the door from a back room a minute later, Harry standing at the window with the headmaster's phoenix on his arm, both of them looking out at the grounds in the early morning light. Dumbledore stopped. Not in the way people stopped when they were surprised. He was past surprise, Harry had already established that. He stopped in the way people stopped when something confirmed what they'd hoped rather than feared, a different quality, more private. Then he moved to his desk and sat down and said, "Good morning, Harry. Please sit." Harry transferred Fox back to his perch. The bird went with evident reluctance, ruffling his feathers in a manner that expressed a clear opinion, and sat across from the headmaster. Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon spectacles with that comprehensive, gentle intelligence. This close, in the quiet of early morning, Harry could see what he hadn't been able to see at the sorting or the feast. The age in the man was extraordinary, not just the white hair and the lines, but something in the eyes that had seen so many decades of things that it had moved past surprise and grief and arrived somewhere else, somewhere that looked like peace but had a more complicated floor plan. "You know about the stone," Dumbledore said. "Yes." "And Quirrell?" "Yes." "And you've known about both for some time, and came to Minerva rather than to me directly because," he paused. "Because I wanted to see what you'd do when I made the first move," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled. It was genuinely warm, and slightly rueful, and Harry thought it might be the first entirely unmanaged expression he'd seen from the man. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "That's very much what I suspected." He folded his hands on the desk. "You've come to hear what I haven't told you." "I've come to tell you what I already know," Harry said, "and see where the gaps are." A pause. "Go on, then." Harry had organized this during the night, the way he organized everything, in order of certainty, clearest first. "My parents were killed by Voldemort when I was 15 months old. The killing curse rebounded. I survived. The reason I survived is Lily Potter's sacrificial magic, love magic, the most powerful protective force in existence, and one of the most academically underdocumented." He watched Dumbledore's face confirm each point without confirming anything yet. "The reason I survived is also, something else. Something happened when the curse hit me that hasn't happened before. Not just the protection working. Something about what I am." Dumbledore was very still. "You know what it is," Harry said. "I have a theory," Dumbledore said carefully. "I've had it since the night of Godric's Hollow. I confess I have not been certain how to broach it." "How about directly?" Harry said. "I'm 11, not 8, and I've been living with whatever it is my whole life. I'd rather have the name for it." Another pause. Then Dumbledore said, "Are you familiar with the concept of a Horcrux?" Harry was. He'd read it obliquely in 2 different texts, both of which danced around the subject with the careful footwork of books that knew their content was prohibited, and he'd inferred the principle from the gaps, the way you could read the shape of an absence. "Soul magic," Harry said. Splitting the soul by committing murder. Binding the fragment to an object to create an anchor for the spirit, a form of manufactured immortality. Dumbledore looked at him steadily. Voldemort made Horcruxes, he said. Yes, Harry said. How many? 7, Dumbledore said. 7 objects, 6 of which we know of. The 7th was unintentional. The word landed in the room and settled, and Harry let it settle and looked at what it meant with the complete clarity of someone who had been half knowing this since the moment his wand had lit up Ollivanders' shop. The 7th was me, Harry said. Yes. The morning light came in the window and fell across the desk, and Fawkes made a very small sound from his perch. The portraits of former headmasters, supposedly dozing, had all oriented slightly toward Harry with the careful non-attention of people pretending not to listen. Harry thought about what he felt and found that it was not horror or grief or the specific despair of someone receiving devastating news. It was something more like the satisfaction of a last piece fitting, the completion of a picture he'd been building for years, the shape of the absence finally filled in. The scar, Harry said. The scar was the entry point, Dumbledore said, and his voice carried something that was not quite grief but was in that country. When the curse rebounded, a fragment of Voldemort's soul was carried with it, and it embedded itself in you. You became, inadvertently, a vessel. A living Horcrux. He paused. I have spent 11 years trying to work out how to address this without the only obvious solution. The obvious solution being that I die, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. The word was barely above a whisper, and in it Harry heard 11 years of a man living with a thing he found unconscionable but had been unable to see past, the quiet desperation of someone trying to solve an equation that kept resolving to the same wrong answer. Harry looked at him. It's already resolved, he said. Dumbledore looked up. The soul fragment, Harry said. It's not separate. Not anymore. I've been aware of the presence behind my thoughts since I was a child. At some point, I don't know when, gradually, I think, it didn't stay a fragment. It was metabolized. Absorbed. Whatever my mother's magic did to me, it didn't just protect me from the curse, it processed the fragment too. Rendered it inert and then incorporated it. He paused, searching for the right word. It's like scar tissue. It was something foreign and now it's mine. The energy of it is mine. The accumulated knowledge of it. The power. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. There is no Horcrux in me anymore. There is just me. The silence that followed was the longest in the conversation. Fawkes had turned on his perch to face Harry fully. The morning light was getting stronger. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and set them on the desk and put his hands flat on the wood and looked at Harry Potter with an expression that was the most unguarded thing Harry had yet seen on a human face, the look of someone watching a decade of dread dissolve, not all at once but definitively, the specific relief of a man who had been wrong in the best possible way. All of them, Dumbledore said quietly. I'm sorry. The resonance effect. He looked up. When the fragment in your scar connected with you, I wondered, I hoped I was wrong, if it acted as a catalyst. If the connection between the fragments, all anchored to the same original soul, pulled, all of them, Harry confirmed. I felt them. Even as a child. Several distinct layers. Different textures, different temperatures. 6 fragments and the one in my scar. And now? They're mine, Harry said simply. They've been mine for years. Another silence. Then Dumbledore said, very quietly, Voldemort has no anchors. Voldemort has no anchors, Harry agreed. Whatever is in Quirrell's turban right now is the entirety of what's left of him. A spirit without a body and without any of the objects he built to preserve himself. He paused. He doesn't know yet. He thinks the Horcruxes still exist. He thinks he's immortal in the way he designed himself to be. Dumbledore was looking at Harry with something that had moved past relief entirely and arrived at a new place that Harry thought might be wonder. You understand what this means. It means Voldemort can be permanently destroyed, Harry said. Not driven away, not disembodied. Ended. The soul he has left is the last piece. There's nothing else. He looked at Dumbledore. But I want to understand everything before I do anything. Starting with what's below the third floor, and why it's here, and what you actually expected to happen. Dumbledore put his spectacles back on. Something in him had settled too, reorganized around this new information, the plans reconfiguring in real time. Harry could see it, the same process he saw in chess when a player understood that the board had changed. Ask, Dumbledore said. So Harry asked, and Dumbledore answered, and the morning moved through the window and Fawkes burned quietly on his perch, and what had been a conversation between a headmaster managing a student became, in the space of an hour, something more honest than either of them had quite been prepared for. The stone was going back to Flamel by the end of the week. Dumbledore confirmed this himself. Once Harry had laid out the situation with the clarity of someone who had been thinking about it for 2 months, the arrangement that had seemed necessary when a weakened Voldemort might spend years circling became unnecessary, even dangerous, as bait for something that needed to be ended. Harry didn't ask to be the one to end it. Not yet. He wanted to understand more first. What he wanted to understand most, walking back down the spiral stairs in the November morning, was the thing Dumbledore had said near the end of the conversation: "You were never meant to be a weapon, Harry. That was always my failure of imagination." He turned it over as he crossed the grounds toward the castle, frost on the grass, the lake opaque and pewter grey, the morning going about its business with the indifference of November. He thought about what it meant to have been arranged. Dumbledore hadn't said it, exactly, but it was implicit in the architecture of every plan Harry had been walking through since he'd started asking questions. The Dursleys, the cupboard, the specific quality of that upbringing. Dumbledore had chosen it. Had needed Harry ordinary, hidden, unaware. Had needed Lily's protection intact and uninvestigated. Harry didn't feel angry about this, precisely. He felt something more specific, the particular clarity of understanding the position he'd been placed in and deciding, with full awareness, not to be placed in it anymore. He found Ron and Hermione at breakfast and sat between them and ate his porridge and said nothing about the conversation yet. He needed to sort it himself first. Hermione glanced at him once with the look of someone noting that something significant had happened and making the decision not to push, which Harry appreciated. Ron passed him the toast. "How was it?" Ron asked. "Illuminating," Harry said. "Right," said Ron. "Scrambled or fried?" "Scrambled." Harry accepted the plate. "What have we got first?" "Defense," Hermione said, with a tone. "Defense is first." Harry looked up. "Good," he said. The defense classroom was cold in the way that classrooms with high stone ceilings and north-facing windows were cold, the kind of cold that settled in during September and didn't move until April. Harry took his usual seat, middle row, left side, good sight line to the front and the door, and watched Quirrell arrive. Quirrell today was in a worse state than usual. His hands were steadier, which was counterintuitive until you understood that the thing sharing his skull had been making progress, had gotten closer to the stone somehow last week before Dumbledore had quietly begun the process of removing it, and now, it had receded. The stone was going. The timeline had compressed. Whatever plan had been running was being disrupted, and the disruption was producing not visible panic but a cold, specific focus in the moments when Quirrell's mask slipped. Harry watched it all with complete attention and let Quirrell teach. The lesson was on Grindylows, which were simple enough that Harry occupied his active mind with the secondary project of thinking through everything Dumbledore had told him and assembling it alongside what he already knew. Voldemort had made his first Horcrux at 16. He'd split his soul 7 times over 40 years, each murder leaving something permanently altered, not just in the soul but in the body, the magic, the fundamental structure of the man. Harry had those fragments. Not the objects. The object connection had been severed when the soul energy moved, the lockets and diaries and rings were just objects now, bereft of what had made them dangerous, but the raw power that had been contained in them. The accumulated magical force of Tom Riddle's life. He'd been thinking about what to do with this information for weeks. He'd arrived at no conclusion he was certain of, except this: he didn't use it the way Voldemort had used it. That wasn't a moral position as much as a practical one. Power used for domination was power in a constant state of defense, every application of it created new resistance. Power used for understanding was compounding. His scar pulsed once, sharply. Harry's attention snapped to Quirrell. The professor had stopped in the middle of a sentence. He was standing at the front of the classroom with his back to the blackboard and his eyes slightly unfocused, the way Quirrell's eyes went when the thing in his head was speaking to him, and his hands had gone very still at his sides. The class waited, uncertain. Students exchanged glances. Lavender Brown leaned over to Parvati Patil and whispered something. Harry looked at the turban. His scar was not pulsing now but had gone to the particular stillness that preceded resonance, the moment before a bell was struck, the air already shaping itself around the sound to come. He could feel, at the edge of perception, the fragment of Voldemort in Quirrell's head the way you could feel heat before you touched the source. And the fragment could feel him. He'd been careful about this for 2 months. Kept the awareness muted, dampened his own resonance when near Quirrell, let the connection run in one direction, him perceiving, not perceived. But now something had shifted. Voldemort, desperate with the stone's imminent removal, was reaching outward, extending his perception, and he'd found something. Found the echo of himself. "There you are," said a voice in Harry's thoughts that was not his own. It was dry and cold and entirely without warmth, like moving air in an underground space. "There you are. I have been wondering." Harry did not respond. He looked at the front of the class and kept his expression perfectly ordinary. "You feel like me," the voice said. "Not confused, calculating. You feel like something of mine. How is this possible?" The class was still watching Quirrell have his episode of staring. Professor Quirrell blinked and resumed his sentence about Grindylow Finn's strength with the desperate normality of someone returning to a script. Harry thought, very deliberately, in a direction that was not toward the voice, "Not yours. Mine." He felt it land. Felt the recoil of it, not the cold voice again, but something that had received information it found deeply disturbing. Like handing someone a map and watching them realize their city isn't on it. "Harry." Hermione's voice, very low, close to his ear. He turned his head slightly. "Your scar," she breathed. "Is it fine?" he said. "I'll explain later." She subsided, though he could feel the focused tension of her restraining herself from further questions with considerable effort. He looked back at the front of the classroom. Quirrell was teaching, but the turban was aimed at Harry with the precision of something that used Quirrell's body the way a hand uses a glove, and beneath the stammered lecture Harry could feel the cold, working intelligence of Voldemort turning over what it had just understood. The stone was leaving. The Horcruxes were gone. And whatever Harry Potter was not what he'd been expected to be. Harry thought, with complete calm, that's about right. He went to the 3rd floor that night. Not because he had to. Not because anyone asked or expected it. He went because he needed to look at the thing directly, the obstacle course Dumbledore had built around the stone, the layered defenses that had been built for a Dark Lord and were now bait for a disembodied one. He wanted to understand the shape of the trap before deciding whether to let it spring. He went alone at 10:30, under no cover because he had no need for cover, the castle knew him, and where the castle knew you and made no objection, the obstacles arranged themselves accordingly. He walked past the 3rd floor door, which was locked with a spell that took him approximately 3 seconds to dismantle and put back, and looked at what was on the other side. A giant 3-headed dog. Sleeping. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at the dog, Fluffy. Hagrid had mentioned it when Harry had asked about the corridor, the specific way Hagrid tried not to mention things he wasn't supposed to, being a reliable source of exactly those things. The dog had 3 heads that breathed in slightly different rhythms, which was interesting biologically, and it was sleeping to music, a harp playing itself in the corner, an enchantment that Harry catalogued immediately. Below the trap door in the floor, the other defenses. Harry didn't go down. He didn't need to, he'd worked out the sequence from the books and from Dumbledore's careful half-answers. Devil's Snare, flying keys, a chess set, a troll, a potions logic puzzle, and the Mirror of Erist. The mirror was the key. The stone was hidden inside it with a specific enchantment. Only someone who wanted to find it but not use it would see it in the mirror and have it materialize in their pocket. A beautiful piece of lateral magic. Harry looked at the trapdoor for a long moment. He thought about going down and getting the stone himself. He could. He was fairly certain of this, not with arrogance but with the clear-eyed assessment of his own abilities that he'd been conducting for 3 months. The obstacles would be challenges, not barriers. He could do it tonight and deliver the stone to Dumbledore in the morning. But that wasn't what needed to happen here. What needed to happen was Voldemort. Not the stone. Voldemort had always only cared about the stone as a means to an end, specifically to the end of getting his body back. Take the stone and Voldemort found another way, another avenue, another decade of slow return. Harry had read enough about Voldemort's history, the 50 years of it, the ambition so enormous it had bent an entire magical society around it, to understand that this was a man who did not stop. Except now Voldemort didn't know he was already finished. He thought he could still come back. He thought his Horcruxes were intact. He thought the soul fragment in his loyal professor's head was the failsafe it was designed to be, and that even if this body failed, he would persist. Harry needed him to try to come back before he understood this. Needed the attempt, and the failure, and the permanence of the failure. A Voldemort who understood he was mortal and unanchored was a Voldemort who would retreat and scheme for decades. A Voldemort who came for the stone not knowing was a Voldemort walking into an ending. He looked at the sleeping dog for another moment. "I'll leave you to it," he told Fluffy, and backed out of the room, and relocked the door exactly as he'd found it. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower and climbed the stairs thinking about timing. December came, and with it cold and Quidditch and the particular magic of a castle decorated for Christmas. Harry had joined the Quidditch team in October when McGonagall had come to him after his first flying lesson, not during it, as might have happened under other circumstances, but after, when she'd watched him do a sequence of maneuvers that weren't on the lesson plan and had come to the quiet decision that the team needed a seeker. Harry had accepted because he genuinely loved flying and because a position that required three-dimensional pattern recognition and split-second decision-making at speed seemed like something worth being good at. He was immediately very good at it. The first practice had been illuminating. He'd caught the snitch in 11 minutes on a practice run, and then spent the next 40 minutes analyzing the strategies of the chasers and beaters with the focused interest of someone building a mental model of a complex dynamic system, which had unnerved Captain Oliver Wood in a specific way that ended with Wood asking Harry if he'd been playing Quidditch secretly his entire life. "Just thinking about it," Harry had said. "You can't think that well," Wood said. "You actually can't. That's not normal." "I think about things quickly," Harry said. "How do you normally break a bludger attack down the left side?" Wood had demonstrated. Harry had asked 3 precise follow-up questions. Wood had looked at him the way people looked at unexpectedly deep water. Then they'd practiced for another 2 hours and Wood had gone home in a state of profound professional satisfaction. Gryffindor beat Hufflepuff in November by a margin that made the school take notice. Harry caught the snitch from a 60-foot dive, pulling up 6 feet from the ground, which he had calculated was safe and which had made Hermione, watching from the stands with her hands clasped, close her eyes and make a sound he heard about afterward from Ron. December. The great hall smelled of pine and something warm and spiced. Snow made the grounds white and quiet and turned the lake into a pewter mirror under the gray sky. Harry walked the grounds every morning before breakfast because the castle's living magic was strongest at the edges, where the wards met the wild, and he'd been following those seams like fault lines, learning the deeper architecture of the place. He found, 3 weeks into December, that if he stood at the exact northern edge of the Hogwarts grounds where the forest began, he could feel not just the castle's magic but something beyond it, older, larger, the ambient magical density of the land itself, as though magic was geological, laid down in strata over thousands of years in certain places. Hogwarts had been built here for a reason. The reason was still present, still active. He stood in this spot one morning with snow to his ankles and Hedwig on his shoulder and thought about everything, and it was here that Hermione found him. She was wrapped in a Gryffindor scarf and had a book under her arm, which was not unusual, and she was slightly out of breath from the walk, which meant she'd come on purpose rather than by coincidence. "The stone is gone," she said, without preamble, which was one of the things Harry liked best about her. "Isn't it? I checked, Hagrid let something slip on Monday and I've been thinking about it, and I think it's been removed." 3 days ago, Harry said. "Dumbledore arranged it. Because of what you told him." "Because of what we worked out," Harry said. "You put together the Nicholas Flamel connection." Hermione processed the credit with the particular expression of someone who appreciated it but wasn't going to let it distract from the thread. "So the stone is safe. But Quirrell is still here. And Voldemort is still here." Harry watched a crow navigate the tree-line with the purposeful efficiency of a bird that had places to be. "The stone being gone is going to push things. He'll make a move before Christmas, I think. Possibly before the students leave." Hermione was quiet. "Harry," she said. "Yes. How are you planning to handle it? And don't say you haven't thought about it, because you think about everything." He looked at her. She was watching him with that specific attention she developed over the past months, not the book-learning focus she brought to academic work, but something more personal, the look of someone who had decided to understand you and was applying themselves to it with all available resources. "I'm going to let him find the room," Harry said. "Let him find the stone is gone. Let him find that his escape plan, using a Horcrux to reconstitute himself, is also gone." He paused. "And then I'm going to be there." "And do what?" "End it." The word was simple and certain, and Hermione looked at him and he could see her doing the calculation, the one she'd been running since the night of the feast, adding each new data point about who Harry was, what he could do, how he thought. She arrived at an answer and he could see when she arrived there. "Can you?" she asked. Not doubting, asking for confirmation of a thing she believed but wanted him to confirm. "Yes," Harry said. She nodded. "Then I want to help with the approach. The preparation. Even if I can't be there for the end, I want to be part of the reason it works." She looked at him steadily. "You're not doing this alone." "Ron, I already told Ron," she said. "He's in." He was annoyed that you hadn't mentioned it yet. Harry thought about his friends, this thing that had happened across a semester, the accumulation of chess games and library evenings and Quidditch analysis and Hermione's precise mind and Ron's warm uncomplicated certainty, and felt it as something solid. "All right," Harry said. "Let me tell you what I know about what's below the 3rd floor." She sat down in the snow, opened her book to a blank page she'd apparently set aside for this purpose, and looked at him with the poised attention of someone fully present. He told her everything. It happened on the 18th of December, the day before students were due to go home for Christmas. Harry felt it at dinner, the specific quality of Quirrell's stillness, the turban aimed away from him now rather than at him, the hands too controlled, the fork lifted with the mechanical precision of someone using a body they were very focused on. Voldemort had decided. Harry ate his meal and looked at Ron and said, quietly, "Tonight." Ron put his fork down and looked back with the expression he'd been working on for the last 2 weeks, not the nerves Harry had expected but something deliberate and solid. He'd grown, Harry thought, in the months since September, in the way people grew when they chose to stop standing at the edge of things. "Library stairs, 10 o'clock, Harry said. "Just to talk. You don't need to come further than you want to." "I'll come as far as you'll let me," Ron said. "I know." Harry went back to his pudding. "Eat. You'll want the energy." Hermione appeared at his other elbow, having just arrived from the Ravenclaw table where she'd been returning a borrowed book. She looked at Harry's expression and Ron's expression, and her shoulders settled in the specific way they settled when she'd been expecting something and it had arrived on schedule. "Tonight," she said. "Tonight," Harry confirmed. She sat down and ate her own dinner with the focused efficiency of someone clearing a task before the next one began. They went to the library stairs at 10. Harry had spent the previous 3 hours in the dormitory doing something that looked like reading but was actually a deep, interior process, settling himself, sorting the vast quiet presence behind his thoughts into a state of clarity. The absorbed soul fragments, the accumulated power of 7 pieces of a shattered life, he'd been learning the shape of it for months, the way you learned the shape of a new building by walking its hallways in the dark. Now he moved through it with confidence, with the certainty of familiarity. He felt ready. Not in the way a soldier felt ready, with its overtones of sacrifice and fear metabolized into resolve. Just ready, the way you felt ready for something you had been preparing for long enough. They gathered at the library stairs, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who had come around the corner at 9:55 with the expression of someone who has been thinking very carefully about a decision and has arrived at it. "I'm not letting you lot go without me," Neville said. His voice shook slightly. His hands didn't. Harry looked at him. "You know what we're doing. I worked it out last week." He'd grown, Neville had, in ways that were mostly interior, a slight straightness in how he stood, a way of meeting eyes that hadn't been there in September. "I know it's Quirrell. I know what's in his head." He looked at Harry directly. "I know who you are. I mean, I know what you are. What this is." A silence. Harry had not discussed the deeper elements of his situation with Neville, hadn't discussed them widely at all, only with Ron and Hermione in the partial terms he'd been able to articulate. "How?" Harry asked. "Because I've been watching you since the first night," Neville said quietly. "And because my parents were Aurors who were tortured to madness for information about Voldemort's Horcruxes." The word came out of him like something he'd been holding for a long time. "I know what they were looking for. I know what they died trying to find." He looked at Harry. "I think they found it, in a way. I think it found you." The corridor was quiet around them. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, round-faced, still slightly trembling, the bravest person in the corridor by some measures, standing there because he'd worked it out and decided and come anyway. "Stay behind me if it gets dangerous," Harry said. "I'll stay as far behind as I need to," Neville said. "But I'm coming." Harry nodded. "Let's go." The third-floor door was unlocked this time from the inside, which was interesting. Voldemort had been through before them. Fluffy was unconscious. The harp was still playing, but something was wrong with the tempo, rushed, like a machine running without attention. Harry stepped over an enormous paw and went to the trapdoor. Ron went first down the rope. Harry had insisted on this, partly because Ron was capable and partly because he wanted his friends ahead of him and in front of any surprises before he arrived. Hermione followed, then Neville, then Harry dropped lightly to the floor below. Devil's Snare. But Hermione was already producing a sustained light, holding it with a steadiness that Harry had always known was exceptional and which proved itself now. The plant recoiled and withered back and the room opened. The flying keys were next, the enchanted lock, the fleet of winged keys circling the high ceiling, the broomsticks lined against the wall. Harry took a broom and was through the door in 40 seconds. The chess room. Giant chess pieces, the board spanning the whole chamber. Ron looked at it and his expression shifted to the complete focus that chess brought out in him, the dissolving of everything else into the pure geometry of the problem, and Harry said, "Ron." "I've got it," Ron said, already moving to the White Queen's side. "Give me a minute." It took 4 minutes. Ron walked the board like he was reading a text he'd memorized, moving pieces with quiet authority, calling the solution in fragments as it emerged. It was, Harry thought, watching him, one of the most impressive things he'd seen at Hogwarts. Not the magic of it, there was no magic in it. Just intelligence applied without hesitation to a problem that was genuinely hard. The path cleared. The knight needs to sacrifice, Ron said, quietly. Here, he moved to the knight's square and looked at Harry. When I do this, you go. Ron, the knight gets taken. I'll be fine. He looked at Harry with complete directness. You've got something to do on the other side. Harry looked at him for a moment. Something about standing here in this underground chess room with his friend saying you've got something to do was very clarifying about what friendship was. I know, Harry said. Don't let Neville do anything reckless when I'm gone. Ron made a sound. I'll do my best. He moved to the square. Go. Harry went. Hermione and Neville behind him, and they heard the crash of the chess piece as the door closed, and then they were in the final chamber and it smelled of cold stone and old magic and the specific cave smell that Harry had been carrying in the back of his senses since September. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Eriste. He turned around. Harry stopped just inside the doorway with Hermione and Neville at his back and looked at the professor, who was not, in this moment, performing Quirrell at all. The stammer was gone. The hunching posture was gone. He stood with an ease that was not Quirrell's and looked at Harry with eyes that were Quirrell's in color but nothing else. Harry Potter, said Quirrell, with Voldemort's voice. It was different in person, not the cold whisper Harry had heard in his head in the classroom, but richer, more complex, carrying decades of cultivated authority in it. You have something of mine. No, Harry said. You had something of mine. It's mine now. A pause. Quirrell's head tilted, Voldemort reading him, assessing, the intelligence Harry had been thinking about for months, active and fully present. The fragments, he said. You can feel that they're gone. I absorbed them years ago, Harry said. I'm sorry, were you relying on them? The room was very still. Hermione's hand was on her wand. Neville was behind her, breathing carefully. Interesting, Voldemort said, through Quirrell. And he meant it, Harry could hear genuine interest under the danger. You were meant to be a vessel. A temporary host. An accident of circumstance. He looked at Harry with the specific attention of someone revising an assessment in real time. What are you instead? Just me, Harry said. No, Voldemort said. Not just you. He looked at Harry's scar. I made you, in a way I did not intend. You carry the energy of 7 splittings. You survived the killing curse. You stand here as a child and speak to me without fear. He paused. I am curious what you've become. Curious enough to stop? Harry asked. Curious enough to offer something different. The voice was smooth now, the full register of it, the voice that had persuaded and terrified a generation. You are not what I expected. You might be what I always wanted. I know what you wanted, Harry said. You wanted to live forever. The stone is gone. Your Horcruxes are gone. You're standing here with nothing but a borrowed body and an argument. He looked at Quirrell, at the man somewhere underneath the possession, the professor who had come back from a forest in Albania different and afraid and had been slowly consumed from the inside. And the body isn't really yours. Quirrell's hand shot up. The curse that came was bright green and perfectly aimed, and Harry moved, not dramatically, not with any particular violence, just a sideward step with the specific quality of someone who had known the moment of the step 2 seconds before it arrived, and the curse hit the wall and turned the stone black and smoked. Harry raised his wand. Not the way the books described raising a wand, not the combat stance, the formal duel posture. He simply raised it, almost conversationally, with the ease of someone pointing something out. I'm not going to fight you, Harry said. I'm going to end this. Quirrell launched himself forward, Voldemort, really, driving the body like a machine, the last desperation of something that understood its survival was being measured in moments. Harry waited until Quirrell's hands were on him, the burning began instantly, the Lily Potter protection reacting to Voldemort's touch the way fire reacted to proximity, but Harry let it burn because he needed the contact for what came next. His scar opened. Not painfully. Not in the way it sometimes ached or stung. It opened the way a door opened, deliberately, purposefully, a portal between what was inside and what was outside, and through it Harry pushed the accumulated power of 7 soul fragments, Voldemort's own magic, his own stolen life force, the raw energy of a century of dark ambition metabolized into something that was neither dark nor ambitious but simply enormous and directed and clear. It moved from Harry into Quirrell with the quality of a tide rather than a wave, not violent, not loud, no great clash of spell and counterspell. It simply went, and it found the fragment of Voldemort's soul in Quirrell's head, and it recognized it the way a river recognized the sea it flowed toward, and the fragment, the last piece, the final anchor, the whole of what remained of Tom Riddle, came apart. Quirrell collapsed. Harry stepped back. The room was quiet. Hermione was at Harry's side immediately, he could hear her breath, fast and controlled. Neville had pressed back against the wall and was very still. The mirror of Eriste stood across the room, unchanged, reflecting nothing useful to anyone present. Quirrell was alive. Harry had been specific about that, in the intent of what he'd done. Quirrell was simply unconscious, the possession ended, the man lying on cold stone in the deep dungeons of Hogwarts Castle, free for the first time since Albania. Harry looked at the space above Quirrell and felt nothing. The cavestone smell was gone. The cold intelligence that had been pressing against the edges of his awareness since September was simply absent. Not fled. Ended. He turned to Hermione. She was looking at him with those eyes that had been cataloguing him for months and had now received the final piece of the catalogue. "Is it done?" she asked. "Yes," Harry said. A pause. "I felt it," she said quietly. Whatever you did. I felt the magic of it. The whole room changed. The whole castle," Neville said from the wall. His voice was shaking but his face was not. "It changed in the whole castle. I could feel it." Harry looked at the ceiling, at the stone above them, and above that the floors and the corridors and the great hall and the towers and the living heartbeat of Hogwarts that he'd been in communication with since September. He pressed his awareness upward, through the stone, to the castle. The resonance that had lived at the back of his perception since arriving, the second frequency, cold and complex, geological and old, was gone. What was left was the castle alone, and his own magic, and between them the warm, unambiguous clarity of something resolved. He walked to where Quirrell lay and crouched and checked the man's pulse and breathing, and stood up. "He needs the hospital wing," Harry said. "Harry," Hermione said. "I know. What do we do now?" Harry looked at the mirror of Eriste. His reflection looked back at him, just Harry, standing in a dungeon with his friends alive and intact at his back. Not surrounded by power, not trailing darkness or light, not crowned or weaponed or arranged in the manner of someone important. Just a boy at the end of a thing. "We go up," Harry said. "We tell Dumbledore what happened. And then," he paused, finding the word, "and then it's over." Hermione nodded. "And Voldemort?" Neville asked. He said the name as though he'd been practicing it in private, working up to it, and it had finally arrived clean and unfrightening. Harry considered the question honestly. Tom Riddle made himself into something that had no natural end. He removed himself from every normal process. He looked at the empty air above Quirrell's still form. "I returned him to the process. That's all." He moved to the doorway. Hermione took Quirrell's arms and Neville took his legs and they managed the awkward business of carrying an unconscious professor with the focused competence of people who had moved past the dramatic part and into the practical remainder. Harry went first, back through the logic puzzle room, back through the empty chess room where the pieces stood like a battlefield's aftermath and Ron was sitting against the wall, slightly rumpled, with a bruise on his temple and an expression of absolute determination that broke into evident relief when he saw Harry. "Done," Ron said. "Done," Harry said, crouching to look at the bruise. "How bad is it?" "It looks worse than it feels," Ron said. "Or maybe it feels as bad as it looks, I'm not sure yet." He looked past Harry to Hermione and Neville carrying Quirrell. "Is Quirrell alive?" Harry said. "The possession ended. He just needs the hospital wing." Ron nodded with the accepting practicality of someone who had decided to trust Harry's judgment categorically and was finding this decision validated. He got to his feet with only moderate difficulty, accepted Harry's shoulder for balance, and looked around the chess room. "I beat it," Ron said, with quiet, genuine satisfaction. "Decisively," Harry said. Ron grinned. The bruise looked terrible and his school robes had collected a quantity of stone dust, and the grin was entirely and completely genuine. "Right. Hospital wing, then." "Hospital wing," Harry said. They went up together through the trapdoor, through the corridors, through the castle that felt lighter around them, cleaner, the way air felt after a storm, when the atmosphere had discharged everything that had been building, and toward the light of the hospital wing and Madame Pomfrey's inevitable, necessary, professionally scandalized reaction. Harry walked through the castle and felt his scar. Still. Warm. His. For the first time in his life, entirely his. Chapter 4, The Diary Speaks Back. Summer at Privet Drive lasted exactly 2 weeks. Harry spent the first 3 days back in the cupboard. Petunia had reassigned him there from the slightly larger bedroom he'd occupied in spring, a gesture of reassertion that he found more interesting than threatening, reading everything he'd borrowed from the Hogwarts library before term ended. He made notes in the margins in green ink because he liked how it looked, ate what was put in front of him, and conducted a series of magical experiments in the space above his mattress that were small enough to go unnoticed and instructive enough to occupy him. On the 4th day he moved himself to Dudley's second bedroom. Not dramatically. Not with any particular confrontation. He simply carried his things up the stairs, opened the door, set his trunk at the foot of the bed, and went back to reading. Petunia appeared in the doorway 20 minutes later with an expression traveling from outrage to the specific variety of fear that Harry had catalogued since early childhood, and they looked at each other for a moment. "I'll need a desk," Harry said pleasantly. "And a lamp. The bedside table one will do if there's no other." Petunia made a sound. It was not quite a word. "I appreciate your hospitality," Harry said, in a tone that was not sarcastic but that carried, at its edges, the comfortable awareness of someone who knows very precisely what their options are. "It's been a reasonable place to grow up." She left. The lamp appeared outside the door by evening. Vernon said nothing that week, which was its own kind of communication. Harry wrote letters to Ron and Hermione every few days, and Hedwig flew back and forth with the proprietary confidence of an owl who had assessed the Dursley household and decided it was a manageable inconvenience. Letters from Ron came on Weasley family parchment, always slightly crumpled, smelling of the garden, full of jokes and Quidditch news and enthusiastic updates about a Ford Anglia that his father was doing something inadvisable to in the garage. Letters from Hermione came in precise small handwriting on high-quality parchment and frequently included book recommendations, questions Harry had set her over the summer, and the occasional editorial note about his answers to her questions. He missed them, he found. In the clear, uncomplicated way of people who had become genuinely necessary. By the second week, he'd worked through everything he'd brought home and wrote to Flourish and Blots for a catalogue and spent an afternoon making a list of what he wanted. He'd earned a significant number of house points across the year, not that the points were the point, but the standing they created was useful, and he had his Gringotts vault and the straightforward independence of someone who could, if necessary, manage their own affairs. He was writing a letter to Dumbledore, a real letter, the third they'd exchanged since term ended, honest and ranging, about magical theory and history and certain questions about the nature of what Harry had done in the chamber below Hogwarts, when Petunia knocked on the door. He looked up. "There are people here for you," she said. Her voice had shed several of its usual registers. What was left was flatter, more honest. "A family. Weasleys." She said the name with the tone of someone who had received information about a thing they hadn't known they should have an opinion on and had formed one anyway. Harry went downstairs. The kitchen was full of red hair and broad shoulders and a kind of cheerful energy that was immediately incompatible with the kitchen's usual mood. Molly Weasley was standing across from Petunia with the comfortable authority of a woman who had raised 6 children and was not intimidated by smaller spaces, and Arthur was examining the kitchen light switch with the specific delight of a man who had been thinking about kitchen light switches for years and was only now being given legitimate access to one. Ron was by the back door. "We're going to the Burrow," Ron said, without preamble, grinning. "Mum old. Didn't you get it?" "I did," Harry said. "Last night. I was going to write back today." Molly Weasley turned from Petunia with the force of a woman who had made a decision and was now executing it. "Mr. Potter," she said warmly, not the starstruck warmth of the leaky cauldron, but something more domestic and more genuine. "We thought you might like to spend the last fortnight of summer with us, if your aunt—" "Yes," Harry said. He had his trunk packed in 15 minutes. The Burrow was extraordinary. Not in the grand way that Hogwarts was extraordinary, not the stone and the towers and the 1,000 years of accumulated magic. The Burrow was extraordinary in the specific way of something that had grown organically out of need and love and the mild structural chaos of a very large family living in a very improvised space. It was tall and crooked in a way that shouldn't have been stable but clearly was, the additional rooms stacked on each other like afterthoughts, the whole thing held together by magic and the kind of determined habit that was its own form of structural integrity. Harry put his trunk in Ron's room and stood at the window and looked out at the garden, which was occupied by gnomes and had the air of a disputed territory, and felt something he couldn't immediately name. It wasn't home in any formal sense. He hadn't been here before and the room smelled of someone else's life, Ron's Quidditch posters, the particular smell of old parchment and a slightly musty Chudley Cannon's duvet, and none of it was his. But there was something in the building's quality that was the opposite of Privet Drive. Privet Drive was ordered and careful and maintained its order against the pressure of what it was trying not to be. The Burrow was entirely what it was, with no apology. Ron appeared in the doorway. "Dinner's at 6, he said. "Mum's already started." "Don't be in the kitchen when she started." He paused. "Actually, do be in the kitchen. She'll feed you better if she can see you." "Your mum is extraordinary," Harry said. Ron's expression moved through several things and settled on affectionate exasperation. "She's a lot," he said. "She's great. She's a lot. You'll see." He saw, at dinner. The whole Weasley family, minus the twins who were somewhere in the garden doing something that periodically produced a distant bang and a plume of colored smoke, around a table that was too small for the number of people at it and managed anyway through a combination of extension charms and very little concern about personal space. Arthur talked about Muggle electricity through most of the first course and Harry answered his questions with a patience and specificity that clearly delighted the man and made Ron mouth thank you from across the table. Ginny, the youngest, was at the far end and spent most of dinner looking at Harry with the particular expression of someone who had been told a story so often they'd formed a mental image of its subject and were now calibrating it against reality. She was small and bright-eyed and when Harry said, "hello," to her directly she went pink and said something too quickly that might have been, "hi," and went back to her peas. Harry made a mental note that the Weasley youngest was quite a bit brighter than she was currently presenting and moved on. The twins arrived late, smelling of smoke, and dropped into their chairs with the synchronized ease of people who shared a center of gravity. They looked at Harry immediately with the evaluating attention of people who had heard things and were now forming independent assessments. "Harry Potter," said one. "Fred," said Harry. "George," said the other twin, looking pleased. "Fred's the one with the small scar on his left eyebrow," Harry said. "It was in your first-year photo in the family album on the sitting room shelf. George's features are about 2 millimeters more symmetrical." The table went quiet. The twins looked at each other. Then at Harry. "He's going to be interesting," Fred said. "Extremely," George agreed. Molly was looking at Harry with an expression that combined appreciation with the specific maternal concern of someone who has identified a child who thinks too much and is calculating whether they've been properly looked after. She passed him more potatoes before he asked, and the gesture was simple and completely genuine and Harry accepted them and felt the unnameable thing from the bedroom window again, stronger this time. He was in the garden the next morning, sitting on an upturned flower pot reading the rise and fall of the dark arts while the gnomes conducted their territorial operations around him with the resigned hostility of creatures who had decided he was beneath direct engagement, when Ginny came and sat on the garden wall nearby. She had a notebook. She opened it and began writing in it with the intensity of someone who had been waiting to write for a while. Harry turned a page. After 10 minutes Ginny said, to her notebook, "Did you really end you know who?" "Voldemort," Harry said. "Yes." "She wrote something." "By yourself?" "No. Ron and Hermione and Neville came as far as the chess room. I went the last part alone." "More writing. Were you scared?" Harry considered this with the honesty he tried to give to real questions. "No," he said. "I knew what I was doing. Being scared is for when you're not prepared." He paused. "I was sad, a little." Ginny looked up. "For Quirrell," Harry said. "He didn't choose what happened to him." She was quiet, then wrote something longer. Harry watched her out of the corner of his eye, the way she held her pen, the concentration, the slight frown. There was a quality to her writing that was very engaged, not casual notation. She was writing to someone. "That's a diary?" Harry asked. She closed it quickly, instinctively, then seemed to realize this was obvious and opened it again with slightly more composure. "Yes. I've had it since, it was a gift." She looked at the notebook. "It helps to write things down." "What do you write?" "Just, things. Things that happen. Things I think about." She looked at him with the openness of someone who had decided the question was trustworthy. "It writes back." Harry looked at the notebook. "What do you mean, writes back?" "The ink disappears and then there's an answer. In different writing." She turned the pages to show him, and there were long exchanges in two different hands, Ginny's looping, earnest script, and then something else, cramped and precise and curiously formal. "It's been happening since I got it. It says it's an old enchantment. Just a companion spell, it says." Harry looked at the two handwritings and felt the cave stone smell and the geological strata layers of his absorbed knowledge simultaneously produce an answer that hit with the clarity of absolute certainty. He was very careful with his face. "Where did you get it?" he said. "Diagon Alley. September, before school. In flourish and blots, someone put it in my cauldron in the confusion. I thought it was a school supply I'd missed." She paused. "I know that sounds odd." "It doesn't sound odd," Harry said carefully. "Can I see the front of it?" She hesitated, then handed it over. On the inside cover, in the cramped formal handwriting, T.M. Riddle. Harry looked at it. He looked at the writing inside, the answers, careful and patient, building what he could see was a relationship. The riddle in the diary asking questions about Ginny's life, her family, her worries, responding with the simulated warmth of something that was very good at warmth because it had studied it and never had it. He looked at the latest exchange. Ginny had written about her brothers, her first year starting in September, Harry Potter, and whether Harry really had defeated Voldemort. The answer in cramped handwriting said, "Voldemort cannot be defeated. Whatever you've been told is a comfortable story for frightened people. The truth is more complicated. Shall I tell you the truth?" Harry closed the diary. "I need to borrow this," he said. Ginny looked at him with the expression of someone who trusted him and was also trying not to show how much the diary's removal felt like losing something. "Is it dangerous?" "Yes," Harry said. He didn't soften it. "Very." She swallowed. Is it something to do with Voldemort?" "It's a piece of him," Harry said. "He left several pieces of himself in objects across the years. I dealt with the others. I didn't know about this one." The color had left Ginny's face. "It's been writing to me since August," she said. "I told it," she stopped. "What did you tell it?" "Everything," she said. The word was very quiet and carried a great deal of weight. Harry looked at her steadily. "You didn't know," he said. "You couldn't have known. And nothing you told it can hurt you. It's an object, whatever it felt like, it doesn't have real feelings. It can't act on anything you said from inside a book." He paused. "Except that it was trying to, eventually. Given long enough, it would have found a way to use what you gave it." Ginny was looking at the diary in his hands. "What are you going to do with it?" "Destroy it," Harry said. He said it simply, the way he said most things that were simple. Not with ceremony or build-up. Ginny looked at him and Harry could see her processing, the relief and the retroactive horror and the something else that was specifically about the loss of something she'd been confiding in since August, the complicated grief of a relationship that had been real on one side and manufactured on the other. "Okay," she said. Harry set the diary on the garden wall. He looked at it for a moment, the ordinary black cover, the neat cover inscription, the pages of patient predatory intimacy inside. He put his hand flat on the cover. He didn't use his wand. Wands were grammar, and what he did next was a thought rather than a sentence, a precise, directed application of the fragment energy that had been riddles, turned back on itself, recognized by the sole piece in the diary as kin and then consuming it the way fire consumed oxygen. It took 3 seconds. The diary went black and the pages turned to ash without ceremony, and what was left was just a cover with the gilt inscription. Which also crumbled. Ginny stared at the pile of blackened paper in the wall. "That's it," she said. "That's it," Harry said. She was quiet for a moment, then, "You did that without your wand." "I did. And it took 3 seconds. About that." She looked at him with the expression he was used to from people recalibrating what Harry Potter was, but on Ginny's face it was different, not odd exactly, more like someone adding information to a file they'd been compiling with unusual care. "Ron says you never show off," she said. "There's nothing to show off about," Harry said. "It needed doing. It's done." She looked at the ashes for another moment. Then she looked at Harry with something earnest and steady in her young face. "Thank you," she said. Not breathlessly, not dramatically. Just honestly, which was much better. "Thank you for showing me," Harry said. "I needed to know it was there." He went inside and found Dumbledore's latest letter and wrote back with a postscript about the diary. Because Dumbledore had not known about it, Harry could tell from their correspondence that the headmaster's knowledge of the Horcruxes was significant but incomplete, built over years from indirect evidence, and the diary had been deployed independently of Dumbledore's awareness. He wrote it plainly and without drama, "Diary Horcrux. Ginny Weasley, given to her before term. I've destroyed it. You should know there may be others you haven't accounted for." He sealed the letter and gave it to Hedwig and watched her disappear over the garden wall and the gnome territory and the bright August sky. 7 fragments. He'd absorbed 6 through the scar. He'd ended the 7th, the sole quarrel had been housing, in June. And now the diary. Harry sat back in Arthur's chair and looked at the ceiling and counted. 8. Voldemort had made 8. September came with the Hogwarts Express and a new school year that Harry entered with the particular readiness of someone who had spent 2 months in very good company, read 47 books, exchanged 12 letters with Dumbledore of increasing intellectual range, and resolved several significant open questions about magical theory. Second year was different in feel from first. The novelty of the castle had matured into familiarity, not the familiarity that came from taking things for granted, but the deep familiarity of a place that knew you and that you had learned. Harry walked the corridors with the comfort of ownership, not possessiveness but the ease of someone who belonged, and the castle confirmed this in the particular way it had of confirming things, the magical temperature of the stones slightly warmer near him, the suits of armor nodding as he passed when they thought no one was watching. New students watched the older ones. Harry watched the new teachers. Defense against the dark arts had a new occupant. Gilderoy Lockhart arrived for the first lesson with the specific energy of a man who had built his career on a careful calibration of what people wanted to believe and had spent so long believing it himself that the calibration had become structural. He was handsome and precisely groomed and had written 7 books about his own exploits and had photographs of himself on most available surfaces. He also, Harry established within the first 5 minutes of Lesson 1, had no practical magical ability worth discussing. He was also, underneath the blinding performance of confidence, afraid. Not of Harry specifically, not yet. But of exposure, of the particular variety of examination that Harry practiced without trying. Lockhart glanced at Harry with the instinctive discomfort of someone who had grown up in rooms where no one looked too hard and had found, in this specific boy, a set of eyes that looked hard reflexively. The lesson was about Cornish pixies, which Lockhart released in a spectacular demonstration of misjudgment, and which Harry dispatched back into their cage in approximately 40 seconds using a method that was quiet and entirely without drama and that required no particular effort, and which Lockhart had to be visibly prevented from taking credit for by the fact that the entire class had watched Harry do it. "Excellent, excellent," Lockhart said, with the performing smile of a man who had practiced performing smiles in a mirror. "Just as I would have done it." "Immobulus," Harry said pleasantly. "The counterspell was just in chapter 3 of your second book. You explained it very well there." Lockhart beamed. Something behind the beam was less comfortable. Quite right, that's the chapter, the one where you faced the Wagga Wagga werewolf," Harry said. "Before it was revealed that Oberon Twist actually performed the wand work and you took credit in the publication." He kept his voice entirely conversational. "I've read all 7 books. The editorial inconsistencies are interesting." The class was very quiet. Lockhart maintained the smile with visible effort. "I'm not sure what sources you've been consulting, Mr. Potter," Harry said. The smile flickered. Then recalibrated. "Mr. Potter. I'm sure we'll have excellent discussions this year." "I'm sure," Harry said. He opened his notebook. Hermione caught up with him in the corridor after class with the specific expression of someone managing contradictory feelings about what had just happened. "You can't just," she started. "He was going to spend the year teaching people incorrect information," Harry said. "And charging them for books full of things that didn't happen." Yes, but you," she gathered herself. "You took him apart in front of the class." "I was polite about it." "Harry. He's still the teacher," Harry said. "I'll be polite every time. But I'm not going to pretend the books are accurate when people are learning defense from them and the real content of defense is important." He paused. "He doesn't know how to do half of what he claims. If there was an actual threat in that classroom, there were actual pixies in that classroom. Small ones." He looked at her. "I'll be careful how I do it. But I'm not going to sit through a year of performance over substance." Hermione processed this for a moment. "He's going to make your life difficult," she said. "He's going to try to manage me," Harry said. "That's different." She fell into step beside him with the expression of someone who has registered an argument as valid but maintains reservations. "The dueling club," she said. "What about it? If he runs one, and he'll run one, it's the kind of thing he does, you need to be careful." She looked at him seriously. "Not with Lockhart. With how you look when you're in a room with Lockhart." Harry thought about this. She was right, there was a version of him versus Lockhart that looked bad, not because he was wrong but because performance over substance had its own constituency and Harry taking apart the performance made him the antagonist in that story. "Noted," he said. "Also," Hermione said, "something is wrong with the castle." Harry stopped walking. She stopped beside him and turned to face him with the look of someone who has been sitting on information waiting for the right moment to present it. "Since 2 weeks into term. There's a quality to the magic, I can feel it more than I used to, since last year, she gestured vaguely in the direction of things she was still processing about what had happened in June, and there's something specific. In the lower school. Near the bathrooms on the 2nd floor. She paused. Something old. Harry knew what it was. He'd felt it since the second night back. Not the cave stone smell, that was Voldemort's specific signature and was gone, but something different. Older. And where Voldemort's presence had felt like something dead and cold, this was cold in a different way. The cold of deep time. Stone cold. The cold of a thing that had been sealed away very long ago and was still waiting. The Chamber of Secrets is real, Harry said. Hermione stared at him. Binns says it's a legend. Binns taught during Grindelwald's war and managed to present it as a footnote. Harry started walking again. Salazar Slytherin built a chamber below the school and left a creature in it that only his heir could control. It's accessed through the second-floor girls' bathroom. The entrance mechanism is Parseltongue. Hermione was quiet for a moment. You speak Parseltongue, she said. I do, Harry said. This was not news to him. He'd discovered it at 7 when a garden snake had asked him what the weather was going to do and he'd answered. It's a legacy of the soul fragment that was in my scar. Voldemort was a Parselmouth. The ability transferred with the energy. He paused. Or possibly I always had it. I don't know yet. And the creature in the chamber? A basilisk, Harry said. Has to be. The size of the pipes, the age of the legend, Slytherin's heraldry. It's been down there since the 10th century at minimum, which means he thought about the size of something that had been growing for 1,000 years, very large. Hermione's footsteps slowed slightly. Harry. Yes. A 1,000-year-old basilisk is one of the most dangerous creatures in the world. Its venom is one of the few substances capable of destroying the Horcrux. Its gaze kills instantly. She looked at him. Are you planning to go down there? I'm planning to understand the situation first, Harry said. Lockhart's inadequacy concerns me less than whatever's living below the second-floor bathroom. Something must have opened the chamber before. Dumbledore mentioned Tom Riddle's time at the school, an incident that was never fully resolved. The diary was meant to reopen it. He looked at her steadily. Without the diary, the chamber is still closed. The air mechanism isn't active. But the basilisk is still down there. What do you want to do about it? Talk to it, Harry said. Hermione stopped walking entirely. I'm sorry. It's a living creature, Harry said. It's been sealed underground for over 1,000 years because a wizard decided to use it as a weapon. That's not the basilisk's fault. He paused. I speak its language. I'd like to know what it wants. Hermione stared at him for a very long moment with the expression of someone whose frameworks for thinking about Harry Potter were being continuously updated and yet somehow continuously insufficient. Of course you would, she said. Of course that's what you'd like to do. Do you want to come? Obviously, she said. Obviously I want to come. The second-floor girls' bathroom had been closed since September of the year before, which meant it had been closed since before Harry had arrived at Hogwarts, which meant something had been happening in it the year prior. He filed this away and tapped the sink that was the entrance with the Parseltongue phrase that had come to him when he'd stood here 2 weeks earlier, drawn by the deep cold resonance, and tested the mechanism. The phrase was simply, open, in a language that felt like thinking rather than speaking, a language his vocal cords produced without his having to decide to. The sink descended. A pipe opened. Harry went first. The Chamber of Secrets. He'd read the legend and expected something specific, grandeur, menace, the theatrical aesthetic of a 10th-century dark wizard. What he found was all of those things but also something else. The chamber was enormous, supported by columns carved with serpents, lit by a sourceless green light that was neither warm nor cold but simply luminous, and at the far end, past the snakeskin shed that was 12 feet long and still implied a creature far larger than 12 feet, a carved stone face the size of a house, Slytherin statue, ancient and composed and arrogant in the specific way of men who had believed their bloodline was their argument. Harry walked in with Hermione at his shoulder and felt the chamber recognize him. Not in a threatening way. In the way that old magic recognized things of similar ancestry, the chamber had been built for a Parselmouth, and here was one, at last, and the stones knew it. Something moved at the far end of the chamber. It was vast. Harry had estimated large from the snakeskin, but the estimate was inadequate. This was a basilisk that had been alive and growing since the Founder's era, a creature the length of a house and the circumference of a very large tree, and it came through the dark at the far end of the chamber the way something very old moved when it was not in a hurry. Harry stepped forward. "Wait," Hermione said, and her hand closed on his arm, and he stopped. "Close your eyes," he said. "Don't open them until I say." He felt her grip change and he knew she'd done it. He kept his own eyes on the floor, not because he was afraid but because killing the basilisk wasn't the plan and the plan required it alive. "Stop," he said, in Parseltongue. The movement stopped. Silence. Then a voice that was not a sound so much as a vibration in the stone, in the air, in the specific frequency of very old magic expressing itself in language. "Who speaks?" "Someone who has come to talk," Harry said in Parseltongue. A pause. The enormous presence considered this. "The air. You speak like the Founder." "I'm not the air," Harry said. "I'm something more recent." "You open the chamber." "I do. I came to see you. To ask you something." He kept his eyes on the floor and his voice conversational in the way it was always conversational, without performance, without the submission or the dominance that the chamber's magic seemed to have been designed to elicit. "How long have you been down here?" A long pause. "Long," the basilisk said. "Very long. Longer than most things that live." "What do you want?" Harry asked. The question landed in the chamber and the silence after it was different from the silence before it. Harry felt the basilisk's attention shift, from assessment to something else, something that took longer to process because it was less expected. "Want," it said at last. "Yes. What would you choose if you could choose?" The silence was very long. The green light was steady and the columns with their carved serpent stood in it and the statue of Slytherin watched from the far end without expression. "Warm earth," the basilisk said finally. "Green. Open sky." "I have not seen sky." Harry stood in the chamber and let this settle. A creature 1,000 years old, sealed underground, used as a weapon for a legacy it had not chosen, and what it wanted was earth and sky. "I can arrange that," Harry said. The presence shifted again. "The air commands me to kill." "The Parseltongue is, no one commands you," Harry said. "You're a living creature. Whatever Slytherin intended, he's been dead for 1,000 years." Another long pause. "You are strange," the basilisk said, and the vibration of it carried something that was not quite surprise and might have been, in a 1,000-year-old serpent, the closest available approximation of amusement. "I've been told," Harry said. He spent 20 minutes in the chamber talking to the basilisk. He learned its name, Serpens, which was not its name exactly but the closest phoneme in Parseltongue to whatever it thought of itself, and he told it what he intended to arrange, and Serpens listened with the patient attention of something that had learned to wait and was recalibrating whether waiting was still the mode. When he turned to leave, Hermione was standing with her eyes closed and her hand still on her wand and her expression doing something complicated that he decided not to comment on. "Eyes still closed," he said. "Obviously," she said. Her voice was entirely steady. "Can I open them now?" "Yes." She opened them and looked at the chamber's walls and the massive carved columns and very carefully did not look toward the far end. "Did it work?" "Yes," Harry said. "I'll write to Dumbledore tonight. There's a forest reserve in Scotland, magical, not charted, that would work. He'll know how to arrange the transport." "You're rehoming a 1,000-year-old basilisk," Hermione said. "It wanted earth and sky," Harry said. "That's reasonable." She looked at him for a long moment, in the green light, with the Chamber of Secrets arranged behind him and the enormous presence of Serpens somewhere in the dark and the sound of nothing except the very old breathing of a very old place. Harry, she said. Yes. I need you to understand that nothing in my education prepared me for you. Is that a problem? She thought about it genuinely. No, she said. It's the most interesting thing that's ever happened to me. She paused. Also terrifying. Both things. Simultaneously. That's fair, Harry said, and went back through the entrance shaft with her behind him and the chamber below, and Slytherin's statue watching them leave with its stone face entirely unchanged. He wrote to Dumbledore that night. The letter about the basilisk was pragmatic, what he'd found, what he'd understood from the diary's intended purpose, what Serpens had told him, what he needed. He also included, at the end, the question he'd been building toward since August. 8 Horcruxes, he wrote. Not 7. You accounted for 6 objects. The diary was the 7th fragment. But Voldemort was aiming for 7 acts and 7 objects. The soul in my scar was never meant to be one of them, it was an accident. Which means the intended 7th object still exists somewhere. I haven't felt it from the inside the way I felt the others. It was made differently, it must still be intact. Do you know what it is? He sent it with Hedwig and went to sleep. Dumbledore's reply came 2 days later and was unusually brief for their recent correspondence. Only 2 lines. I believe I know what it is. I have been trying to confirm it for many years. Come to my office on Saturday, if you're willing. What I have to show you is better seen than described. Harry folded the letter and put it in the inner pocket of his robes and went to Defense Against the Dark Arts, which Lockhart was now openly trying to make as inaccessible to Harry as possible by placing him in demonstration roles that were designed to fail. He didn't fail. He was courteous about it. The week passed and Saturday arrived and Harry went to Dumbledore's office through the November Castle, past the gargoyle that had been stepping aside for him since October, and climbed the spiral stairs. Fawkes cried when Harry came in, a single note, like a greeting. Dumbledore was standing at the window with something in his hand. His right hand. Except it was not his right hand, it was blackened and dead-looking, the fingers curled like charred wood, the skin the color of ash. It had been that way since September. Harry had noticed it at the start of term feast, but had waited for Dumbledore to bring it. Sir, Harry said. Sit down, Harry. He turned and Harry saw his face and saw the age and it had a new quality, something measured and settled, the face of a man who had made peace with something. He sat down and put the blackened hand on the desk with the matter-of-fact quality of someone who had gotten used to it. The ring, Harry said. Yes. The resurrection stone, Harry said. He'd been building toward this through the month of November's worth of late-night reading, through the Deathly Hallows entry in the Tales of Beedle the Bard, through 2 separate historical texts on Gaunt family artifacts. He put it in a ring. And it was cursed, and you found it and, I was not as careful as I should have been, Dumbledore said simply. I saw the stone and I made a choice that was not, entirely rational. He looked at Harry with the honesty that had been building across their correspondence all summer. I thought I might speak to certain people who are no longer living. It was foolish. The curse, Harry said. How long? Madame Pomfrey estimates the year. Possibly less. He said it the same way he'd said everything about his own situation, not with the performance of stoicism, but with the genuine settled quality of a man who had arranged himself around a fact. Harry looked at Dumbledore. At the blackened hand and the white hair and the blue eyes that had not dimmed at all. The stone is the Horcrux, Harry said. Yes. And you destroyed the Horcrux but not the curse. Correct. Dumbledore looked at him steadily. The ring is inert now. The stone remains, separate from its Horcrux function. I believe it can still be used for its original purpose, if given to someone who truly understands death. He paused. Someone who is its master, rather than its seeker. Harry looked at the ring on Dumbledore's desk. A simple gold band with a cracked black stone. He picked it up. It was warm in his palm, not the warmth of recent contact, but the inner warmth of something that was still, in its own way, alive. The crack in the stone ran through a carved symbol, a triangle, a circle, a line. His scar went very still. The resurrection stone looked back at him and he looked back at it, and there was a resonance between them that had nothing to do with Horcruxes and everything to do with what Harry was at his fundamental level, someone who had been touched by death at birth and had not been afraid of it since, someone who carried the knowledge of 7 soul-splittings and the understanding of what it cost, someone who stood at the intersection of life and death not as an anomaly but as a position. He understood, holding it, that he was not going to use it for the same reason Dumbledore had wanted to. Not to bring anyone back. Not to have a conversation he couldn't otherwise have. The stone was not a device for reversing grief. It was the acknowledgement that death was not the end of the relationship, only of the form. He set it down. The curse, Harry said. Can I try something? Dumbledore looked at the blackened hand and then at Harry. What are you proposing? Harry was already reaching across the desk. He put his hand over Dumbledore's ruined one, the dead skin and charred bone structure, and felt the curse the way he felt all dark magic, as a quality, a texture, a specific vibration in the magical frequency. This one was old and particular, gaunt family craft, tied to a stone that had sat in a field in Little Hangleton for generations, soaking in the resentment of people who were dying of their own pride. It was not stronger than Harry's current baseline. Not even close. He worked on it for 6 minutes. Dumbledore sat very still and said nothing, which was the correct response. The curse was complex, layered, intelligent in the way that really old magic was intelligent, designed to circumvent simple counter-curses, but Harry was not applying a counter-curse. He was doing what he'd done in the chamber, with the diary, with the soul fragment in his scar. He was understanding the thing at its root and removing the root. The blackening receded from the wrist first, then the palm, then the fingers. Slowly. The way ink dried in reverse, the dead quality leaving the skin, the natural color returning, the fingers losing their scorched curl and lying flat on the desk with the normal weightedness of a hand at rest. Dumbledore looked at his hand for a long time. Harry sat back. I'll need to monitor it, Harry said. Curse damage like that leaves pathways. We should check it in a week, see if anything has re-established. He paused. Madame Pomfrey should look too. Dumbledore turned his restored hand over, and back. He pressed the fingers against the desk and they lay flat and normal and completely restored. He looked at Harry. My boy, he said. Harry had heard the phrase before, used by adults to children, at moments of significant emotion. He had no framework for it from his own upbringing and wasn't sure he was applying it correctly to the tone Dumbledore used. But there was something in the old man's face that was not professional at all and was very genuine, and Harry found it landed in the same place as Molly Weasley's extra potatoes, and he thought, that. I'll need the list of what you've identified as the other objects, Harry said, keeping his voice steady. The original 6 you were tracking. I want to cross-reference them against what I've processed from the inside and confirm we've accounted for everything. Dumbledore nodded, composing himself with the practiced ease of a man who was allowed his emotions and simply chose when to have them. I'll write it for you tonight. He paused. Harry. Sir. The Deathly Hallows. He looked at the ring on the desk. You understand what you have. The wand was always going to come to me, Harry said. Elder Wand, I know the legends. It passes by conquest. When I dealt with Quirrell and ended Voldemort's current form, any mastery Voldemort might have held through his prior defeats passed accordingly. He paused. I haven't gone looking for the wand itself. It'll be wherever he last placed it. I don't need the physical object. Dumbledore was looking at him with the specific expression of someone hearing the thing they hoped to hear and finding it completely genuine. And the cloak. Harry reached into his robes. He'd found it in September, during the second week of term, in the bottom of the trunk he'd brought from the Dursleys. Folded under a loose board in the trunk's base, placed there by someone, Dumbledore, clearly, the same Dumbledore who had returned it with a note about it being his father's, with the specific intention that Harry find it at a time when he was ready. He set the invisibility cloak on the desk between them. Dumbledore looked at it. The original, Harry said. Not a charm, not a standard disillusionment. The actual Hallow. He'd known this from the moment he'd unfolded it and felt what it was, the specific magical signature, ancient and deep and unlike anything he'd encountered. It belonged to my father. His inheritance, Dumbledore said quietly. And yours, by right. He looked at Harry across the desk with the full weight of everything he knew. Do you understand what it means? All three together. Master of Death, Harry said. Yes. He thought about what that meant. Not the Legends version, not mastery as conquest, not death as something overcome or outwitted or cheated. The story of the three brothers in Beetle the Bard always bothered him, the framing of it, two brothers who feared death and tried to defeat it on death's terms, and a third who understood it, who greeted it as an old friend. The mastery wasn't about winning. It was about the relationship. He was not afraid of death. He had never been afraid of death. He had been touched by it at 15 months old and had felt it not as an ending but as a presence, a companion, the quiet enormous thing at the back of his thoughts that had always simply been there. He looked at the three Hallows, the cloak on the desk, the ring beside it, the wand somewhere in the world already oriented toward him like a needle to north. I'm not going to use them as weapons, Harry said. I know, Dumbledore said. I'm not going to use them to live forever. I know. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with them, Harry said honestly. Except that they belong with someone who understands death and isn't afraid of it. And at the moment I'm the only candidate I know of. Dumbledore smiled. That is perhaps the most accurate summary of what it means to be Master of Death that I have encountered in my very long study of the subject. Harry picked up the cloak and folded it and put it back in his robes. He left the ring. Keep that somewhere safe, he said. We'll need it later, but not yet. He stood. Harry, Dumbledore said. Sir. The 8th Horcrux, the diary, he paused. I was not aware of it. It was deployed by Lucius Malfoy, Harry said. He put it in Ginny Weasley's cauldron in Flourish and Blots. I don't have evidence of that yet that would stand in the Wizengamot. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. But I know it. And so do you. Dumbledore was quiet. Draco Malfoy's father. Yes. Harry paused. I don't think Draco knows. And I think how this is handled matters a great deal for what Draco becomes. Dumbledore looked at Harry with the expression that was becoming familiar, the one that said he was revising the scope of what he was dealing with. You've been thinking about the Malfoy boy. I've been thinking about everyone, Harry said. It's what I do. He said goodbye and went back down the spiral staircase into the November Castle, his scar warm and his robes carrying the weight of the cloak and the quiet enormous knowledge of what he was and what was coming. Outside the gargoyle he passed Draco Malfoy, who was going somewhere with the distracted expression of someone thinking about something they didn't want to be thinking about. They looked at each other. Draco started to say something cutting, the automatic register of his public face. Harry said, Your father's going to be a problem this year. Nothing you've done. But prepare yourself for it. Draco stared at him. Be careful, Harry said, and walked on. Behind him, Draco's footsteps stopped. Harry heard them start again after a moment, in a different direction than before. More deliberate. Good, Harry thought. The castle breathed around him, warm and old and alive. Chapter 5, The Weight of What's Coming. Third year arrived with a Dementor on the Hogwarts Express. Harry felt it before the train slowed, a cold that was different in quality from ordinary cold, dropping through the compartment walls with the specific, draining weight of something that fed on warmth. He'd read about Dementors. The Ministry had stationed them at the school's perimeter in response to the escape of Sirius Black from Azkaban, which had been front-page news all August and had generated a particular quality of institutional panic that Harry found instructive about how the Ministry handled things it didn't understand. The cold deepened. The lights went out. Ron went rigid and Hermione made a sharp sound. Something outside the compartment door was the source of it. Harry could feel the Dementor's presence the way he felt all dark magical entities, as a texture, a frequency, but this one was different. Where dark magic was usually active, threatening, directed, a Dementor was the opposite. It was an absence. A void that drew warmth and light and hope toward itself like a drain, nothing personal about it, no malice, simply the mechanical function of a thing that was what it was. Harry stood up and opened the compartment door. The Dementor was enormous and robed and stood in the corridor with the absolute stillness of something that had no need for anything as human as posture or expression. Its hooded face was angled toward Harry's compartment. Searching. Harry looked at it. He felt the cold, yes. He felt the edges of the Dementor's effect, the specific psychic pull of it, reaching for worst memories, worst fears, and he noticed it without being consumed by it. This was the key distinction. The Dementor's power relied on the gap between what you feared and what you could hold against it. Harry had been trained by his own life and his own nature to sit with darkness without flinching, and the darkness that lived behind his thoughts, the vast, quiet enormity that had been part of him since birth, was larger and more real than anything a Dementor could manufacture from his own memories. He raised his wand. Not with the desperate urgency of someone trying to produce a Patronus under duress. Calmly, with the particular calm of someone who has thought about this moment and knows what it requires. A Patronus needed a happy memory, but that was the mechanics of it, the underlying principle was simpler and more fundamental. Light against void. The genuine presence of something living and warm and real against the specific absence of a Dementor. Harry thought about the burrow in August. Molly Weasley's kitchen and the smell of bread and Arthur disassembling a torch to examine its batteries. Hedwig landing on his shoulder in the Diagon Alley afternoon. Ron's face in the chess room in June, completely focused, completely himself. Expecto Patronum, Harry said. The silver that came from his wand was not the wisp of vapor that the books described as a first attempt. It was a fully formed Patronus, solid and brilliant and moving with the purposeful energy of something that had been ready, that had been waiting in the particular space where Harry kept his best things. It resolved itself into a shape, a stag, full-antlered, standing in the train corridor between Harry and the Dementor with the absolute confidence of something that knew what it was. His father's animagus form. Harry hadn't known this when the Patronus took shape. He'd learned James Potter had been an animagus the previous year from Lupin's file in the library, and finding it in the shape his magic chose was something he let himself feel for a moment, fully and without restraint, before he let his focus return. The Dementor recoiled. Not dramatically. It simply withdrew, moving back through the train in the unhurried way of something that had encountered an obstacle and was recalculating. The cold went with it, not all at once but progressively, like a room warming as a window closes. Harry lowered his wand. He turned around. Ron was white and slightly shaking. Hermione had both hands on her wand and was perfectly upright in her seat with the expression of someone who had braced very hard against something and was reassessing whether the bracing was still necessary. Neville, who had joined their compartment at King's Cross, had his face pressed into Trevor's fur. And the new defense teacher, a tired-looking man with prematurely grey hair who had been asleep in the corner and who Harry had identified from Remus Lupin on the list of graduates that Dumbledore had shown him during summer correspondence, was fully awake and watching Harry with eyes that were sharp and complicated in a way that had nothing to do with the Dementor. "Chocolate," Lupin said, producing a large bar from his coat pocket and breaking it into pieces. His voice was warm and unhurried, the voice of someone who had decided to be calm and was managing it authentically rather than performing it. "Everyone have some. It helps." "Thank you," Harry said, accepting his piece and sitting back down. Lupin was looking at him. "Full corporeal Patronus," he said. "First attempt, under direct exposure." "I've been preparing," Harry said. "You've been preparing for Dementor specifically?" "I've been preparing for everything that was coming," Harry said. Dementors were on the list. Lupin ate his own piece of chocolate and looked out the window, and Harry looked at him, the worn robes, the careful way he held himself, the exhaustion that was deeper than one bad night, and the precise quality of how he was managing his own reaction to the Dementor, which was controlled and effective and came from experience. "You're Remus Lupin," Harry said. "You were friends with my father." Lupin went very still, then turned back from the window with an expression that had been briefly unguarded and was recollecting itself. "James spoke of me." "I've read the school records," Harry said. "And Dumbledore mentioned you in correspondence. James Potter, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, Remus Lupin. The Marauders." He paused. "I know about all four." Lupin's expression moved through something that was not quite grief and not quite relief and settled somewhere between. "Then you know, I know enough," Harry said. "We can talk properly when we get there." Ron was looking between them with the expression of someone who had missed several developments during his Dementor-induced incapacity and was calculating whether to ask about them now or later. He ate his chocolate and decided later, which was correct. Lupin was, predictably, the best defense teacher Hogwarts had seen in years. He taught in the way that people taught when they knew their subject not as information but as lived experience, the specific authority of someone who had survived the things he was describing. His classroom was practical from the first lesson, wand out from the start, theory delivered in motion rather than seated, the application always the point. He also knew Harry was different without making it a project. This was the thing Harry appreciated most. Every teacher at Hogwarts had registered Harry's ability at some point, some with McGonagall's contained professional acknowledgement, some with Snape's complicated antagonism, some with Lockhart's vain discomfort. Lupin looked at Harry's work in lessons and nodded, asked precise follow-up questions, and otherwise treated him as a student in his class, which was entirely the correct approach. After the fourth lesson, Lupin kept Harry back. "The Patronus," Lupin said, once the class had filed out. He was at his desk, not performing the conversation, just having it. "You said you prepared." "How?" "Theory," Harry said. "I understood the principle before I attempted the practical. Happiness as active presence rather than passive emotion, the Dementor operates on absence, so the counter isn't just a feeling, it's a quality of being present in your own experience." He paused. "Also I've been cultivating a relationship with the dark thing behind my thoughts since childhood without knowing what it was. Turns out that was useful training." Lupin looked at him for a moment. "The scar," he said. "Partly. And the nature of what I absorbed from the Horcruxes. The soul fragments. Living alongside that since infancy, it made me comfortable with things most people flinch from." He said it plainly, with no particular drama, and Lupin received it with the composure of someone who had been briefed and was now correlating briefing with evidence. "Dumbledore told me," Lupin said quietly. "What happened at Godric's Hollow. What you became. What do you think about it?" Harry asked. The question was genuine, not a challenge, just curiosity. Lupin had known his parents. Had been shaped by the same era that made Voldemort, had survived the loss of his friends and his own particular burden of what he was, and had arrived at this classroom tired and careful and fundamentally decent. Harry wanted to know how he thought about it. "I think," Lupin said slowly, "that James would have been simultaneously terrified and completely insufferably proud. And Lily," he paused with the specific quality of someone handling something precious, "would have known. She would have seen it coming and said nothing because she understood things operating at that level didn't need to be announced." Harry thought about his mother, the woman he knew only from records and descriptions, pieced together from second-hand accounts and photographs and the warm shape of her absence in the protective magic that had saved him twice. The love magic. "Tell me about her," Harry said. Lupin told him. He talked about Lily Evans for 40 minutes, sitting on his desk, and Harry sat in the front row and listened with the complete attention he gave to things that were important, and he knew that this filling in, this gathering of the person behind the sacrifice, was something he needed. Not because he was incomplete without it. Because knowing where you came from was part of knowing where you were going. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban in September and was confirmed to be heading for Hogwarts in October and did not arrive, as far as Harry could tell, until November. He felt him first. In the grounds, at the northern edge where the wards met the Wild, Harry's thinking place, the spot where the magic was oldest and deepest, something was watching from the forest. Not with the focused malice of an enemy and not with the random attention of a creature. Something intelligent and very tired and watching Harry specifically. He mentioned this to Dumbledore on Saturday and Dumbledore said, "I know. You know he's here." "Yes. And you're allowing it." Dumbledore looked at him over the spectacles with the expression Harry had learned meant "I'm about to be more honest than comfortable. Sirius Black is the most relevant piece of information about your father's death that you have not yet had access to. I have been managing the timeline of that information carefully." Harry looked at him. "You've known he's innocent." A pause. "I have suspected," Dumbledore said carefully, "for a very long time, that the situation regarding Sirius Black and the events of Halloween 1981 was significantly more complex than the official record suggests. The evidence presented at his trial was." "There was no trial," Harry said. Dumbledore went still. "I checked the Wisengamot records," Harry said. "Or rather, I had Hermione check them because she has a methodical approach to archival research that I admire. Sirius Black was committed to Azkaban without a trial. No hearing. No examination of evidence. Bartemius Crouch Sr. authorized a direct commitment." He paused. 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew, allegedly killed by Sirius Black. Except Peter Pettigrew was a rat animagus who faked his death and has been living as Ron Weasley's pet for 12 years. The silence in Dumbledore's office was extraordinary. Fawkes, on his perch, made a very small sound. "You know about Scabbers," Dumbledore said. "I know Ron's rat is not a rat," Harry said. "I've known since September 2nd year, when I shook Ron's hand on the platform and felt the low-grade magical signature of a transformed human near his left shoulder. He'd been working out the implications since. Peter Pettigrew faked his death and framed Sirius Black and has been hiding in the Weasley household for 12 years. Sirius Black is innocent and has escaped from Azkaban to deal with Pettigrew." He watched Dumbledore work through this. "You haven't," Dumbledore started. "I haven't taken Scabbers," Harry said. "I haven't told Ron because I'm waiting for the right moment and because Pettigrew being in my friend's pocket is useful intelligence as long as no one knows I have it." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "I needed to know if you knew. And now you do." "Now I know you suspected," Harry said. "Which is different from knowing. I'd like to resolve this properly. Sirius Black exonerated, Pettigrew captured, the truth on the record. Not a private arrangement." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and looked at Harry Potter with the expression that had become familiar over 2.5 years of extraordinary conversations, the expression of someone whose most complex plans kept being preempted by a 13-year-old who had done the work. "What do you propose?" he said. "Lupin knows Black is innocent," Harry said. "They were at school together. Lupin's been covering for him while conducting his own investigation this year, which is why he came back to teach, not because he needed the work but because he wanted to be here when Sirius arrived." He paused. "I want to use Lupin as the intermediary. Bring Sirius into the castle, with Lupin's help, and produce Pettigrew in front of witnesses before Pettigrew knows it's coming." He thought for a moment. "McGonagall. You. Lupin. That's enough for a formal testimony." Dumbledore said nothing for a long moment. He was looking at Harry with something that had moved past his usual careful intelligence into something more basic and more honest. "You want justice," Dumbledore said. "I want accuracy," Harry said. "Justice is what happens when you have accuracy and the institutions to process it." He paused. "The institutions are imperfect but they can be used. A living Peter Pettigrew and a formal testimony breaks the false record. Sirius should be free." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I'll contact Sirius," he said. "He's in the forest," Harry said. "Northern Edge." He's been there since Tuesday. Another pause. Of course he has, Dumbledore said. The capture of Peter Pettigrew happened on a Thursday afternoon in the Shrieking Shack, which was neither shrieking nor a shack but was the closest building to the passage under the Whomping Willow that Sirius had used to access the school grounds when he'd needed the tunnel for purposes Harry had not yet fully understood. It was not precisely as Harry had planned it. Plans, he'd learned, were frameworks rather than scripts, and the variables of real situations, the presence of Ron with Scabbers that morning, the rat's sudden frantic attempt to escape that had triggered Ron's own frantic response, the whole thing cascading toward the Whomping Willow with the momentum of events that had been building for 12 years, meant that Harry arrived at the shack through the tunnel with Hermione and Ron and found Sirius Black waiting. Sirius was gaunt in the way of someone who had survived on something less than adequate for 12 years, with the specific wildness of long confinement not yet fully metabolized into civilization, and he was pointing his wand at Pettigrew, a small, sweating man who had resumed human form and was backed against the shack's far wall with the trapped quality of someone who had run all the available routes. Lupin was there too, having arrived through the front door of the shack in the manner of someone who had been expecting this convergence. Harry walked in and looked at Sirius Black. Sirius looked back at him with the complicated intensity of a man seeing something impossible and necessary simultaneously. He had the same grey eyes as in the photographs Harry had found, but the photographs had captured none of the quality of them, the intelligence, the damage, the thing underneath the damage that had survived 12 years of Azkaban by holding itself very carefully together. "Harry," Sirius said. His voice was rough with disuse and something more fundamental. "Sirius," Harry said. A brief silence. Everyone in the room seemed to understand that something was passing between them that was not about the current crisis. "You look like James," Sirius said. "I have my mother's eyes," Harry said. Sirius made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob and was something that 12 years of Azkaban and grief had compressed into a single syllable. "Yes," he said. "You do." Harry looked at Pettigrew against the wall. Pettigrew was looking at him with the expression of someone who has run all the routes and is now assessing whether flattery works. "Harry," he said, with the oily warmth of someone deploying a name they hope still has power. "Harry, your father, James was my friend, I would never." "Don't," Harry said. Pettigrew stopped. "You betrayed them," Harry said. "You gave Voldemort their location and then faked your death and sent an innocent man to Azkaban for 12 years and hid in my best friend's pocket eating his food while his family grieved a man who wasn't dead." He looked at Pettigrew without heat but with complete clarity. "I'm not going to listen to what James would have wanted. I know what James would have wanted. He would have wanted the truth on record." Pettigrew made a different calculation. Then he bolted for the window. Harry's wand came up and Pettigrew hit the wall 2 feet from the window and slid down it, bound with a spell that was compact and entirely effective and that Harry had learned from the 5th book of a series on magical bindings that Hermione had identified in the library during 2nd year. Ron stared at Pettigrew and then at his own hands and went through a series of emotions extremely rapidly that ended at a white, controlled anger. "That was my rat," Ron said. His voice was very flat. "I'm sorry," Harry said. It's not your fault." Ron looked at Pettigrew with the expression of someone reorganizing their understanding of 12 years of their own life. "He slept in my bed." "Yes." "For 12 years." "Yes." A pause. "I need a minute," Ron said. "Take whatever you need," Harry said. Lupin had produced ropes from his own wand in a redundant gesture and was binding Pettigrew with the specific focus of someone who needed to be doing something active. Sirius had lowered his wand and was looking at Harry with an expression that had moved through several phases and was currently at something Harry couldn't entirely read but thought might be the beginning of trust. "You planned this," Sirius said. "Parts of it," Harry said. "The window bolt was improvised." Sirius looked at the wall where Pettigrew was sitting bound, and then at Harry, and then at Hermione, who had been standing in the corner with her wand out and her expression the focused tension of someone watching a complex situation resolve and not wanting to introduce new variables. "You're Harry's friends," Sirius said, to Ron and Hermione. Yes, they said, both at once. Something in Sirius's face changed. Good, he said. He stopped. James always needed people who wouldn't let him get too much inside his own head. He looked at Harry. Or maybe that's the wrong comparison. You can get to know me, Harry said. Without comparing. I'm not my father. I know, Sirius said. I can see that. A pause. What are you? Still working that out, Harry said. You can help, if you want. Sirius looked at him for a long moment, the wild, careful, damaged, intelligent man who had survived Azkaban on a specific piece of self that was still intact inside him, looking at the godson he hadn't been able to protect and who had arrived, apparently, not needing protection in the way that had been expected. I want, Sirius said. Pettigrew was handed to Dumbledore that evening in a formal session that also included Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who had been brought in by Dumbledore through channels Harry hadn't mapped but suspected involved several decades of strategic relationship building. Bones was a formidable woman with a monocle who looked at Pettigrew with the expression of someone reviewing evidence that changed the shape of things. The formal testimony took 2 hours. Harry gave his cleanly and precisely. Lupin gave his with the patient accuracy of someone who had been waiting 12 years to say this. Sirius gave his in a way that was occasionally less clean and more emotional and completely credible for it. Pettigrew, faced with Veritaserum and Amelia Bones and a room full of correctly motivated people, confessed. Sirius Black was exonerated 3 days later. The papers carried it with varying degrees of enthusiasm depending on their editorial relationship to the Ministry and with universal acknowledgement that this was significant. Harry read the coverage over breakfast with Ron and Hermione and noted which papers were foregrounding the 12 years of wrongful imprisonment and which were finding ways to foreground the Ministry's handling of the resolution as competent. Prophet says Fudge handled it well, Ron observed. Fudge didn't handle anything, Harry said. Bones handled it. Fudge came to the formal testimony and sat at the end of the table and signed the final paperwork. Fudge is the minister, Hermione said. He needs to look in control. He needs to be in control, Harry said. Looking in control and being in control are the same thing until a real problem arrives, and then they're the most different things possible. He turned the paper over. Sirius is staying at Hogwarts for the moment. Dumbledore arranged a position. What position? Ron said. Unofficial. He's been offered a proper role in the Aura department. Bones made the offer directly, but he wants to stay near Hogwarts for the year. Harry folded the paper. He wants to get to know me properly. Ron looked at him with the careful attention of someone who understood this was significant but wasn't sure of the exact emotional topology. Are you okay with that? Yes, Harry said. And he'd been thinking about it since the shack, turning over the specific weight of having a living person who had known his parents, who was his named guardian, who was currently in the castle and available. It didn't feel like having a father. It felt like something else, something without an existing category, which he thought was probably fine. New relationships didn't need old labels. Hermione was watching him with the specific attention of someone who had been thinking about his emotional landscape since the shack and had questions she was deciding whether to ask. You can ask, Harry said. The stag, she said. Your Patronus. My father was an animagus, Harry said. Prongs. The stag. Did you know when it came out? No. He thought about the moment, the compartment, the Dementor's cold, the silver erupting from his wand with the certainty of something that had been ready. It chose itself. I didn't direct the form. That's remarkable, she said quietly. It felt right, Harry said. Like it was always going to be that. She nodded, the nod that meant she was filing something at depth. She'd been doing that more often this year, not just the academic filing, but something more personal, more considered. Harry had noticed the shift and hadn't commented on it and thought that was probably the right call for now. Fourth year came in on the same train with the addition of approximately 200 foreign students and the specific institutional excitement of an event that hadn't happened in over a century. The Triwizard Tournament. Harry had known it was coming. Dumbledore had mentioned it in summer correspondence, not as preparation but as information, which was the mode their relationship had settled into. Dumbledore told Harry things because Harry was going to find them out anyway, and the honest version was more useful than the managed one. The three schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, arrived with the theatrical energy of institutions performing their own mythology, and Harry watched the arrivals from the castle steps with Ron and Hermione and found them interesting for different reasons than most people did. The Beauxbatons delegation moved with the cultivated elegance of an institution that had decided aesthetics were a form of argument. The Durmstrang contingent moved with the closed, deliberate energy of people who had been taught that openness was a vulnerability, which told Harry a great deal about the institutional culture of the place. Victor Krum walked among them with the specific quality of genuine celebrity, not the performing celebrity that Lockhart had managed, but the real kind, which was more interesting because people with real celebrity often had no idea what to do with it. The Goblet of Fire was introduced at the welcome feast and the rules explained and the age line drawn by Dumbledore, a circle of gold dust around the goblet's chalice that hummed with the specific magic of a binding oath, and Harry looked at it from his seat at the Gryffindor table and thought about what he wanted to do. He thought about it for 3 days. On the third day he walked up to the goblet and submitted his name. Not because he wanted the glory or the 1,000 galleon prize or the eternal fame or any of the tournament's offered rewards. Because the tournament's challenges were going to be genuinely dangerous and the other champions, whoever they were going to need someone who could handle dangerous things, and because Dumbledore had told him in their most recent letter that this year's tournament had been arranged, in part, by someone who wanted Harry in it for reasons that were not about the tournament. "Someone is planning to use the tournament to get to you," Dumbledore had written. "I am not yet certain who. I believe the goblet will be manipulated to include your name regardless of whether you enter voluntarily. If you enter, you have agency. If you are forced in, you have less." Harry had read this and understood it and decided that agency was better. The goblet chose 4 champions. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons, poised, strategic, clearly very good. Victor Krum for Durmstrang, whose magical ability was as genuine as his celebrity. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, a 7th-year Hufflepuff with the honest, capable quality of someone who had worked carefully for everything he had. And Harry Potter, listed as an anomaly that the goblet's binding magic accepted without apology. There was a row about it in the judge's room after. Harry stood in the middle of it and watched Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Ludo Bagman, and Bartemius Crouch Sr. argue about rules and the goblet's authority and magical contracts and felt, from the edges of the room, something specific about Crouch Sr.'s involvement that he filed with great care. Moody was there too. The new defense teacher, the one who had replaced Lupin, who had left in June with the dignity of a man honoring an arrangement with himself. Moody, scarred, with the magical eye that rotated in ways the original hadn't, watched Harry through the argument with an attention that was very focused. Harry watched Moody back. Moody's magical signature was wrong. Not dramatically wrong. Not the obvious wrongness of Quirrell with Voldemort's resonance. Something subtler, a slight displacement in the frequency, like a note played on an instrument that had been restrung wrong, correct pitch, wrong harmonic. Harry had been feeling it since Moody's arrival and had been turning it over. A person could feel wrong if they were carrying something they shouldn't. A curse, an enchantment, an imposed identity. Harry catalogued this and noted that Moody's eye, the magical one, was doing something around Harry specifically, a more active scan than passive vision, something reading. He said nothing about this yet. He wanted more information. The tournament's first task was dragons. Harry found out about the dragons 2 days before through a combination of Hagrid's genuine, well-intentioned inability to prevent himself sharing things he was excited about and the specific atmospheric pressure of a 1,000-student school keeping a secret badly. He told the other champions immediately, because it seemed obvious and correct and because a tournament that was supposed to test ability rather than test luck shouldn't be tilted by unequal information. Cedric looked at him with the expression of someone recalibrating their assumptions. "You're telling me," he said. "You're in the tournament too." "Dragons are a life-threatening obstacle," Harry said. "If I level the information field and someone still beats me, they beat me fairly." "That's more interesting." Cedric was quiet for a moment. "Most people in your position wouldn't do that." "I know," Harry said. Cedric nodded, slowly, with the specific nod of someone accepting information about who they were dealing with. "Thank you," he said. "Don't get yourself killed," Harry said. "That would ruin the tournament's purpose." "Which is?" "To see what we're capable of," Harry said. "Not to get any of us killed in a dragon field." The first task was a Hungarian horntail. Harry walked into the arena and looked at the dragon, chained but not comfortable with being chained, 40 feet of scales and fury with a nest of eggs behind it and the absolute conviction of something that protected its young, and thought about what Hagrid had once told him about dragons, magnificent creatures. He thought about the basilisk in the chamber. About serpents saying warm earth, green, open sky. He raised his wand. The spell he used was not summoning his broom, which was what the books of future tournament histories would record. He had a different approach. He looked at the horntail and spoke to it, not in Parseltongue, which was for serpents, but in the older magical register that he'd been developing since third year, the one that didn't require language so much as a quality of attention, the way you could communicate with Fawkes through presence rather than words. He told the dragon, not in any language that had words, "I know you're afraid. I know this isn't what you chose. The eggs are safe. I won't touch the eggs. Give me the golden one and I'll go." The dragon looked at him. The crowd was completely silent in the way that crowds went silent when they couldn't understand what they were watching. The horntail looked at Harry for a long moment with the amber intelligence of something ancient and afraid and fiercely present, and then it lowered its enormous head and exhaled a single, controlled breath of heat that wasn't aimed at Harry but past him, and moved one foreleg away from the golden egg. Harry walked forward and picked up the egg. He walked back out of the arena. The crowd detonated. In the champion's tent, Cedric was staring at him. Fleur was staring at him. Victor Crumb was staring at him with the specific expression of someone who had decided, after years of being the most talented person in his immediate vicinity, that he was very interested in the company. "What did you do?" Cedric said. "I talked to it," Harry said. "You talked to a dragon." "It worked," Harry said, and sat down. The second task was the lake. Harry decoded the golden egg in the bath on the first night home from the first task, because Hermione had looked at the egg and said acoustic encryption, and that was enough of a start that he had the solution in 2 hours. The thing in the lake. 1 hour. Gillyweed or bubblehead charm or some other aquatic solution. He went over it twice more during December, planning the approach. But it was the night before the task, the night of the Yule Ball, that changed the nature of fourth year. The Yule Ball was not something Harry had strong feelings about in the abstract. He asked Parvati Patil because she was a year mate and a good-natured person, and going with someone you respected was better than the alternatives. He was courteous at dinner and danced exactly as much as courtesy required, and then stood at the edge of the hall and watched. He watched Hermione arrive with Crumb and felt something that he examined with the honest attention he gave everything, and the thing he found when he examined it was simple and inconvenient and entirely unsurprising in retrospect. Hermione caught his eye from across the hall and held it for a moment and then looked away, and Harry thought, right, then. He found Ron later, who was sitting with the expression of someone who had also reached a conclusion about Hermione and Crumb and was managing its implications with the particular strategy of being loud about things other than the actual thing. "She's with Crumb," Ron said, as Harry sat beside him. "She's at a dance with Crumb," Harry said. "She's with herself, as she's always been." Ron looked at him sideways. "You're very calm about this. What would not being calm look like?" Ron thought about it. "I don't know. Probably different for you than for me. What does it look like for you?" Harry said, And Ron went quiet in the way people went quiet when they'd been asked the precise question rather than the adjacent one. Hermione came and found them at the end of the evening and sat down and looked between them with the expression of someone who understood exactly what conversation had been running in her absence and had decided to let it stand without comment. "Did you enjoy yourself?" Harry asked. "Victor is good company," she said precisely. "He's very intelligent. He asked good questions about my research." "He's going to ask you to write," Harry said. She looked at him. "Probably," she said. "I hope you will," Harry said. "He's worth corresponding with." She processed this for a moment. Then, "Sometimes," she said, "you're very annoying." "I know," Harry said. She shook her head in a way that wasn't exasperated and wasn't amused and was something in between, and Ron watched the exchange and went back to his butterbeer with the expression of someone filing information about two people he cared about. The second task. Harry went into the lake at the starting cannon and stayed under for the full hour and recovered the hostage, Hermione, taken from her bed the night before by the task's enchantment, and came back up last of the 4 champions, not because he was slow but because he had stopped to ensure that all 4 hostages were recovered, having found the other 3 still waiting when their champions had failed to come far enough. He came up from the lake with Ron and Hermione and Gabrielle Delacour and Victor Crumb's hostage and deposited all 4 of them on the dock, and the judges conferred, and gave him the highest points for exceptional moral fiber, which was a phrase he found slightly performative but accepted without comment. Fleur grabbed his arm as he was drying off and said, "My sister," in a voice that was absolutely not composed. "She's fine," Harry said. "The enchantment would have kept her indefinitely, she was never in actual danger. But she'll want to see you." Fleur looked at him and then at her sister and made a sound and went to Gabrielle, and Harry looked away and gave them the moment. Cedric appeared at his shoulder. "You went back for the others." "Someone had to," Harry said. "Crumb didn't." "Crumb's not going to beat himself up about it, it wasn't the task," Harry said. "I did it because I wanted to, not because it was required." Cedric shook his head slowly. They'd been friendly across the year in the easy way of people who respected each other without needing to perform it. "I keep trying to figure out how to beat you," he said. "You beat my first task score," Harry pointed out. He had. Cedric's time had been 11 seconds faster. "Because I used a transfiguration strategy instead of a social one," Cedric said. "No offense to the dragon, but it works on its terms," Harry said. "Use what you're best at." Cedric grinned. "Right," he said. "Third task." "Third task," Harry agreed. The third task was the maze. Harry knew, from the specific quality of Crouch Sr.'s behavior across the year, the twitching control, the moments of absent displacement that suggested a man being held by something that didn't quite know how to run a human body, that what waited at the center of the maze was not just the Triwizard Cup. He'd worked it out in March, piecing together the Crouch thread with the information from Dumbledore about the unknown enemy using the tournament to access Harry. Bartemius Crouch Jr., presumed dead in Azkaban, was alive and was wearing Moody's face. Polyjuice Potion, monthly renewal, the magical signature displacement Harry had been noting since September. Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater, one of Voldemort's most devoted, and the plan was the port key at the cup's location, the graveyard, Voldemort's resurrection using Harry's blood. He told Dumbledore in April. Dumbledore, for the first time in their years of conversation, looked genuinely shaken. "Crouch Jr. is alive. He's been teaching defense this year," Harry said. "Under Polyjuice. Moody is in a trunk in his office, I checked, he's alive. He's just been kept unconscious and drained for identity renewal." Dumbledore recovered himself with the speed of someone who had been managing shocks for a century. "We need to let the third task happen," Harry said. "If we move now, Crouch Jr. vanishes and Voldemort is warned. The plan is for me to touch the cup and be transported to wherever Voldemort is waiting." He paused. "I want to go. Harry, I want to go," Harry said again. "Voldemort doesn't have a body. He has a plan to get one," Peter Pettigrew performing a ritual, my blood as an ingredient. My blood makes him mortal, by the way, my mother's protection transferred, the sacrificial enchantment, if I give it willingly it works against him. He'd spent 2 months on this specific piece of magical theory and was certain. But I don't intend to give it willingly. I intend to arrive at that graveyard fully prepared and end this before the ritual completes. Dumbledore looked at him. He has no Horcruxes, Harry said. The wraith form he's been in since Quirrell is the last fragment. If I face him in that graveyard and he has no anchors, no backup, nothing but the plan he's been building all year, that's the moment. You could be killed, Dumbledore said. Voldemort cannot kill me with a killing curse, Harry said. His magic is bound to mine. The priori incantatem effect, same core, same source, our wands cannot operate properly against each other. He would have to kill me with something else, which he won't plan for because he doesn't know I know about the wand connection. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. And I am not going to let him kill me with something else. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a very long moment. You've planned this for the whole year, he said. Since I understood what Moody was, Harry said. Which was October. Of course it was, Dumbledore said, with something that was quiet and tired and genuinely fond. I need one thing, Harry said. Cedric. What about him? He's likely to touch the cup at the same time as me. The maze favors 2 champions reaching the center simultaneously and Cedric's been strong throughout. If we both grab the cup, we both go. He paused. I want him prepared. Not for the full complexity of it, just enough that he doesn't get killed in the first 30 seconds. You want to tell a 7th-year Hufflepuff that he may be transported to a Death Eater ritual. Cedric can handle it, Harry said. He's been handling it all year without knowing. Tell him what's coming and he'll have what he needs. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. And if I said no? If I said I would handle Crouch Jr. tonight and end the tournament's 3rd task peacefully? Harry thought about it honestly. Then I'd trust your judgment and step back, he said. But I think you'd be making a mistake. Voldemort without a body is still Voldemort. His network is still active. Without a clear confrontation and a clear ending, this continues, next year, different plan, different person wearing a different face. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Opened them. Tell Cedric, he said. I'll arrange for the response team to be ready outside the graveyard's wards. The moment it's over. The moment it's over, Harry confirmed. He told Cedric that evening, in the training area off the entrance hall, where they'd been running practice scenarios for the maze. He told him plainly and completely and watched Cedric's face move through its reactions, shock, recalibration, the specific settling quality of someone very brave accepting a reality they hadn't expected. Portkey to a graveyard, Cedric said. Death Eater ritual. You versus Voldemort. Potentially, Harry said. If you touch the cup with me. And if I don't touch it? I go alone, Harry said. Which I'll do if you want to stay. This isn't your fight. Cedric looked at him with steady gray eyes. You told me about the dragon so I could compete fairly, he said. Yes. Now you're telling me about a potentially fatal complication so I can choose. He paused. You don't have to do that. I know, Harry said. But you're someone who should know things that affect you. That's not negotiable for me. Cedric was quiet for a moment. I'm coming, he said. You don't have to, I know, Cedric said. I'm coming. He looked at Harry with something that was absolutely not hero worship and was something more like recognition. How do I help? They talked for 2 hours. The maze opened at dusk on a June evening, and Harry and Cedric walked in on opposite ends and navigated separately and met at the center with the golden cup between them at 11:43 p.m. and looked at each other. Ready? Harry said. No, Cedric said. Let's go. They touched the cup. The graveyard was dark and cold and smelled of old stone and turned earth, and a small, malformed figure was being carried by a cloaked man who moved with the specific jerkiness of someone who had been under Pettigrew's level of care and competence for too long. Harry stepped forward and put himself between Cedric and the cloaked figure before Cedric had fully oriented. "Pettigrew," Harry said. Pettigrew froze. In his arms, the dark shape of Voldemort's current form, a homunculus, barely contained, surviving on borrowed magic and the raw spite of a will that had refused to dissipate, turned its attention to Harry with the recognition of something that had been waiting for this. "You again," Voldemort said. "Me again," Harry said. The graveyard was quiet around them. The headstones stood in their rows and the dark sky was above, and somewhere across the wards Dumbledore was stationed with Aurors waiting for the signal. This was the moment between the setup and what came next, the suspended instant before things resolved. Harry felt the hallows. The cloak in his robes. The stone in Dumbledore's office. The Elder Wand, he didn't have it physically but he felt its orientation, the way it had been feeling since October, pointing at him across whatever distance and whatever obstacle, the way it had always been going to, the inevitable needle to its north. He felt the vast quiet presence at the back of his thoughts. Not Voldemort's soul fragments anymore, those had been metabolized and absorbed and were simply his own power now, his own magic, enormous and deep and steady. The presence was something else. The second sky. The enormous patient company that had lived with him since birth. He thought, this is it, then. Voldemort moved. The ritual words came out of Pettigrew's mouth in the specific rushed Latin of someone performing a ceremony they were afraid to do wrong, and the cauldron Pettigrew had been guarding hissed and smoked, and Harry was already moving, because the ritual required 3 components, bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy, and the third one required Harry's blood, and Harry was not going to let it have it. He crossed the graveyard in 4 strides and grabbed Pettigrew's arm and held it, not roughly but completely, and looked at Pettigrew with the patient certainty of someone who had made a decision. "Don't," Harry said. Pettigrew was shaking. Voldemort's homunculus form was scrabbling, directionless, without the body it needed, and Harry felt the cold press of its magical attention, the same quality it had carried in Quirrell's skull, reaching for him. Harry let the reach come. He'd been thinking about this moment since October. Voldemort without anchors, without a body, without the network of Horcruxes that had made him theoretically unkillable, reduced to a spirit sustained by borrowed magic and the technical skill of a frightened man, was not the Dark Lord of legend. He was a soul that had cut itself into pieces trying to escape death and had ended up neither fully alive nor finally dead, stranded between those states by his own choices. Harry understood this better than anyone. He carried the evidence of it. He took the homunculus form in his hands. Not with his wand. With the specific application of what he was, the Master of Death, which wasn't a title but a relationship, an intimacy with the process that separated life from its ending. He'd been practicing this without knowing it since childhood, sitting in the dark with the vast quiet presence, learning to be comfortable in the space between. He looked at what remained of Tom Riddle. Not the monster. The man underneath, brilliant and afraid and so determined to live that he destroyed himself trying. Harry saw it all in the moment of contact, the orphan, the brilliant lonely boy, the rage and the ambition, the choices that had cascaded into everything that followed. "It's finished," Harry said quietly. The soul resisted. One final, automatic resistance, the instinct of something that had been fighting for a century to persist, to refuse to end, to find another mechanism, another way. Harry held it without letting go. The graveyard went very quiet. And Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, the last fragment of a soul that had tried to make itself permanent, was returned to the process it had spent 50 years evading. It was not violent. It was not loud. It was the specific inevitability of a thing that had been delayed and was now complete, a note finally resolving, a question finally answered, the last page of the longest story. Pettigrew sat down in the grass, empty-handed, and began to cry. Cedric was at Harry's side before Harry had straightened up, having navigated the graveyard with the focused competence of someone who had prepared for 3 specific scenarios and had encountered the closest one. "Done," Cedric said. Done, Harry said. The portkey signal went up, a streak of silver into the sky, Dumbledore's work, the response team's marker, and across the ward boundary Harry heard the specific sound of a large group of people moving with purpose. Cedric let out a long breath. I thought it was going to be harder, he said. It was hard, Harry said. It was 12 years of everything that led here. He looked at the graveyard, the headstones, and the dark sky and the still air. The end of it is just the end. Pettigrew was quietly apprehended by the first aura over the wall. Dumbledore arrived 30 seconds later and looked at Harry and then at the place where Voldemort had been, and his expression was the most unguarded Harry had ever seen it, the final release of something held for an extraordinarily long time. Harry, he said. It's over, Harry said. All of it. Every piece, every anchor. There's nothing left. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Are you hurt? No, Harry said. Are you? I'm fine, Harry said. I'm genuinely fine. He looked at the headstones, the grass, the June night around them. I'd like to go back to school. Dumbledore made a sound. It might have been a laugh. Of course, he said. They took the portkey back together, Harry, Cedric, Dumbledore, and arrived on the Hogwarts grounds in the warm June dark, and the castle was lit across every window, and his scar was still and completely his own, and somewhere in the school his friends were awake and waiting. Harry stood on the grass and breathed. The vast quiet presence at the back of his thoughts was there, as it had always been. But it felt different now. Not smaller, larger, if anything, more spacious, the second sky opening wider. As though whatever had been pressing against its edges for 12 years had been removed. He thought, this is what free feels like. And he breathed, and the castle blazed above him, and it was enough. Chapter 6 The Hollow King. Fifth year began on the 1st of September and Harry Potter walked through the barrier at platform 9 3/4 and onto the Hogwarts Express with the specific quality of someone who had finished one thing and was beginning to understand the shape of what came next. The wizarding world had spent the summer in the particular turbulence of a society that had been told something terrifying was over and was now being told it was over again and was trying to work out which time to believe. Fudge had handled the announcement of Voldemort's final defeat with the specific incompetence of a man who needed to be seen managing something he hadn't managed, and the Prophet had carried the story in 3 different framings across 3 consecutive days before settling on Chosen One defeats Dark Lord as the headline that tested best with their readership, which Harry found annoying for reasons he didn't bother to articulate publicly. He had given one interview to Luna Lovegood's father at the Quibbler, because the Quibbler asked actual questions and printed the answers without editorial revision. The article had been headlined, Harry Potter, What Really Happened, in his own words. It had run 8,000 words. Xenophilius Lovegood had printed every word as given, including the parts where Harry explained the Horcruxes, the soul fragments, what he carried and what he'd done with it, because he thought the wizarding public deserved accurate information and the Prophet wasn't going to provide it. The reaction had been significant. Fudge had sent a formal request for Harry to recant 2 specific paragraphs. Harry had sent back a polite letter explaining that he didn't recant accurate information. Fudge had then tried to suggest that Harry had been acting outside ministry authority in his handling of Voldemort's soul magic, which was the specific bureaucratic reach of a man who could see his relevance diminishing and was trying to reassert it through paperwork. Dumbledore had handled Fudge. Amelia Bones had been significantly helpful. Sirius had written Harry a letter from the house he'd reclaimed at Grimmauld Place that consisted mainly of the phrase absolutely spectacular repeated in different configurations across 4 pages, with occasional editorial flourishes about specific ministry officials that Harry had read with enjoyment and not shared with anyone responsible. The summer had also included 3 weeks at the Burrow, 2 weeks at Grimmauld Place, and a fortnight at Hermione's house in which he'd met her parents, dentists, efficient, proud, slightly overwhelmed, and had a long conversation with her father about the nature of magic as a physical phenomenon that had ended with Dr. Granger saying you're either going to save the world or completely rearrange it and Harry saying hopefully the second one, the first sounds exhausting. He boarded the train and found their usual compartment and sat down and looked out the window at the station. Ron sat across from him a minute later. Then Hermione. Then Neville, who had grown 3 inches over the summer and had arrived at Hogwarts the previous September with a different face than he'd arrived with the September before, not physically, but in the quality of how he occupied it. Neville, who had been the most underestimated person Harry had ever met, had been systematically dismantling that estimation since the night in the third-floor corridor at the end of first year. He was studying defense with the focused intention of someone who had a specific reason and was not publicizing it. Ginny came in last, sat beside Ron, and opened a book with the comfortable autonomy of someone who had negotiated her own space in this particular group over 3 years of careful presence. Luna Lovegood appeared in the doorway. Harry had met Luna twice before, once at the Burrow in July when she'd come with her father for a meeting about the Quibbler article, and once at Diagon Alley in August. She was small and silver-eyed and had the quality of someone who moved through the world at a different frequency from most people, not disconnected but calibrated differently, as though she was attending to things that others were too preoccupied to notice. She looked at the compartment. "May I?" she said. "Yes," Harry said. She sat beside Hermione and produced a copy of the Quibbler from her bag, already folded to an article she was reading, and did not say anything else, which Harry appreciated entirely. Hermione looked at Harry. He looked back at her. They had the specific conversation that people had when they'd spent a fortnight in proximity and hadn't said certain things and were both aware of not having said them. "Good summer," Hermione said. "Good summer," Harry agreed. Ron looked between them. "You were at hers for 2 weeks," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "And?" "We did research," Harry said. "And talked. And I met her parents. And we walked in the Cotswolds." He paused. It was good. Ron accepted this with the expression of someone who understood there was more information available and had decided to let it arrive in its own time, which was correct. Luna turned a page of her Quibbler without looking up. "You're going to need all of them this year," she said, in the conversational tone she used for everything. Harry looked at her. "All of who?" "Everyone in this compartment," Luna said. "There's something coming that needs all of you." She turned another page. "I can see it quite clearly. It has a particular color." "What color?" Neville asked. Luna considered. "Silver dark," she said. "Like a sky before a storm that's going to be important." The compartment was quiet for a moment. "How do you know?" Ginny asked. "I pay attention to things most people don't," Luna said simply. She looked at Harry with those silver eyes. "So do you. That's why you'll understand what I mean." Harry thought about the vast quiet presence at the back of his thoughts, which had been shifting all summer in a way he couldn't entirely identify, not growing, not shrinking, but clarifying, the way a blurred image resolved when the lens was adjusted. He thought about the Hallows. The cloak in his trunk. The stone in Dumbledore's safe. The Elder Wand, which he'd been feeling across distance since October of last year, a constant gentle orientation that was simply part of his awareness now, like knowing which direction was north. He thought about what Dumbledore had said at the end of the school year, after the graveyard, sitting in the office with Fawkes and the spinning instruments and the early summer light, "The battle is ended, Harry. But the world it leaves behind is not simple." Voldemort was a symptom of something old and long-running. The cause remains. What cause? Harry had asked. Fear, Dumbledore had said. The fear that some people have more right to magic than others. The belief that power is a hierarchy rather than a responsibility. Voldemort was the most extreme expression of it, but the soil that grew him is still there. Harry had been thinking about this all summer. The new defense teacher was a woman named Dolores Umbridge, appointed directly by the ministry, and she arrived with the specific energy of an institutional intervention dressed in pink. Harry understood what she was in the first lesson. She was not a teacher in any meaningful sense. She was a messenger, the ministry's response to the possibility that Hogwarts was being used to build something it hadn't been asked to authorize. She spoke in the specific register of someone who had been given a brief and was executing it, and the brief was, contain Harry Potter's influence on the next generation of Wizarding Society. Harry sat through her first lesson and noted the textbook she'd assigned, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard, a text so aggressively committed to the position that real defensive practice was dangerous that it had essentially argued itself into being useless as a teaching tool, and he looked at the ministry educational decree she'd posted on the wall prohibiting practical spell work, and he thought about what Dumbledore had said about fear and soil. He raised his hand. Hem, said Umbridge, with the specific throat clear she used as a verbal signature. Yes, Mr. Potter. Professor, Harry said, with the courtesy he gave to everyone regardless of whether they'd earned it. In the current environment, with Voldemort's confirmed defeat and the Death Eater network still partially intact and at large, would you agree that practical defensive ability is more important for students than theoretical familiarity? Umbridge smiled with her mouth. The Ministry's position is that students are not in danger and do not require practical combat training. The Ministry's position, Harry said, was also that Voldemort hadn't returned for most of last year, which turned out to be incorrect. He kept his voice even and informational. I'm not suggesting the Ministry is acting in bad faith. I'm asking whether a textbook that argues against practicing defensive magic adequately prepares students for situations the Ministry itself has acknowledged are real. The class was very quiet. Umbridge's smile had not changed shape but had changed temperature. The Ministry decides what is appropriate curriculum. The Ministry is welcome to that position, Harry said. I'm going to keep teaching my yearmates practical defense in our spare time, because I think it's important and they've asked me to. I wanted to let you know directly rather than have you find out through other means. Umbridge stared at him. I thought transparency was preferable, Harry said. He went back to his textbook. Umbridge issued a decree against student organizations by the following Monday. Harry read it, noted the specific wording, unapproved student groups, and went to Dumbledore. Approved student groups, he said, setting the decree on the desk. Dumbledore read it. If Hermione submits the paperwork for an approved defense study group and you sign off, it falls outside this decree's scope. Technically accurate, Dumbledore agreed. She'll have it on your desk by Tuesday. I don't doubt it, Dumbledore said. Harry, Umbridge is not going to simply accept this. No, Harry said. She's going to escalate. She's going to try to use the Ministry's authority to make my position at this school untenable. He looked at Dumbledore. How much of what I've told you this year about the Death Eater network has gone to the Wizengamot? The full testimony is on record with Amelia Bones. Then the Ministry's position on my credibility is already a matter of formal record, Harry said. Umbridge escalating is actually useful. Every move she makes that's disproportionate reinforces the case that the Ministry is managing information rather than responding to it. He paused. I'm not trying to destabilize the Ministry. I'm trying to get it to function correctly. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression that had been appearing more frequently over the past 2 years, the one where he was considering whether to offer guidance and concluding that guidance would be redundant. Dumbledore's army, Harry said. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. That's what they want to call it, Harry said. The students who've asked me to run the group. They suggested it. He paused. I thought you should know before you heard it from Umbridge. Dumbledore's expression moved into something genuinely delighted. Dumbledore's army, he repeated. It's good for morale, Harry said. The DA met in the room of requirement, which Harry had found in October of second year and had used for private practice sessions since. He hadn't told many people about it. The room of requirement was one of those pieces of Hogwarts that the castle offered to specific people at specific times, and he treated it as a confidence. He told Neville about it first, the morning after he'd found it, because Neville had been looking for a place to practice herbology spells without worrying about scale, and the room was the obvious solution. He'd told Ron and Hermione that week. Now he opened it for 32 students across all 4 houses and stood at the front of it and looked at them. Fred and George. Ginny. Neville, who stood differently now in a room where he was choosing to be. Luna, who had joined with the serene inevitability of someone who had seen it coming. Cho Chang, who Harry had agreed to meet twice over the summer for Quidditch analysis conversations that were also something else. A dozen others whose names he'd learned over 5 years of shared meals and lessons and the particular familiarity of people who grew up in the same place. Hermione stood to his right. Ron to his left. "The Ministry doesn't want you to learn this," Harry said. "That's the first thing to know, not because it's dangerous, but because people who know how to defend themselves are harder to manage." He looked at them. "You deserve to know how. All of you." He paused. "I'm going to teach you everything I know, which is quite a lot. I'll ask you to practice honestly, which means making mistakes and fixing them. And I'll ask you to tell me what you need, because what I need to know and what you need to learn aren't always the same thing." Hermione made a small approving sound. "First session, Patronus Charm," Harry said. "Not because you'll need it immediately, but because learning it requires you to understand how your magic interfaces with dark energy, which is the fundamental principle of everything else we'll cover." He looked around the room. "Questions before we start?" Neville said, "What's the most useful spell you know?" Harry thought about it genuinely. "Depends what you mean by useful. Most broadly applicable. Probably a nonverbal shield charm," Protego said silently, "because if someone's cursing you they're already talking, and they've given themselves a timing advantage you can eliminate by not needing to speak." He paused. "But the most important thing I know isn't a spell. It's how to think clearly when everything is trying to stop you from thinking." He looked at Neville. "That's what we're actually practicing." Neville nodded. They started. Umbridge escalated in December. She had been building toward it for months, the educational decrees accumulating on the noticeboard like the legislative sediment of someone working themselves up to a large action, each one testing the room, each one drawing a boundary and observing the response. Harry had not defied the decrees in ways she could formally act on. He'd been precise about this, operating in the spaces the decrees didn't cover, maintaining the technical accuracy of compliance while fundamentally not complying with the intent. She called him to her office on a Tuesday evening. The office was pink in the manner of a deliberate psychological environment, the color everywhere, the decorative plates of kittens on the walls, the fire too warm, the chairs too small. Harry sat in the offered chair with the comfortable posture of someone for whom the environment was information rather than pressure and looked at Umbridge across her desk. She was smiling. The smile that never changed temperature. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Professor Umbridge," Harry said. "I have received complaints," she said, "from several students regarding an unapproved." "Approved," Harry said. "Professor Dumbledore's signature is on the paperwork. Hermione Granger filed it in September." A pause. "The group you lead is conducting activities beyond its stated remit." "We're studying defense," Harry said. "That's the stated remit." "Combat practice is defense," Harry said. "The application of defensive magic requires practice. Practice requires practical sessions. This is not a novel pedagogical position." Umbridge set a sheet of parchment on the desk between them. "The Ministry is concerned," she said, "that certain individuals are using the current climate to position themselves as alternatives to established authority." Harry looked at the parchment. "That's very politely phrased," he said. "I beg your pardon." "You're saying the Ministry is concerned that I'm building a power base," Harry said. "That's the actual concern. You should say that directly, it's easier to respond to." He looked at her steadily. "I'm not building a power base. I'm teaching people how to protect themselves, which is what defense against the dark arts is supposed to do and which your curriculum explicitly doesn't." The Ministry is afraid," Harry said. The pink office went very quiet. "I understand why," Harry continued, in the same even tone. "Voldemort's return and defeat happened outside of Ministry control. My role in it happened outside of Ministry control. An adolescent with abilities the ministry can't fully categorize resolved a threat the ministry couldn't acknowledge existed. That's destabilizing for any institution. He paused. But the response to that destabilization cannot be to suppress the information, restrict the education, and hope the next threat waits for the ministry to develop an adequate framework. Umbridge was looking at him with the specific expression of a bureaucrat encountering an argument they can't refute and are cataloging for later damage. I am not, Harry said, the ministry's enemy. I'm not trying to replace or undermine it. I want a ministry that functions, that actually protects people rather than performing protection while hoping nothing happens. He looked at her. If you want to have that conversation with me, I'm genuinely available for it. But if this meeting is about trying to find a pretext to shut down 32 students practicing shield charms, then I think we're both wasting our evening. Umbridge was silent for a long moment. You may go, Mr. Potter, she said. Harry stood. Thank you for the meeting, he said, and meant it, because the meeting had been instructive. He walked back through the castle and felt, as he walked, the quality of the year so far, the D.A. Growing in skill and confidence, Neville producing a full shield charm in November that had knocked his practice partner off their feet, Luna demonstrating a Patronus that was a hair and moved with the peculiar dancing energy of Luna herself, Cho mastering the impediment Jinx with a precision that Harry had told her directly was impressive. Ginny had taken to practical defense with the fluid, improvisational intelligence of someone who had grown up with 6 brothers and understood that magic in real situations was never the clean textbook version. He thought about Dumbledore's comment from the beginning of the year. The soil. The fear. The long-running belief that power was hierarchy. He'd been thinking about it differently as the year progressed. The problem wasn't Umbridge. Umbridge was a symptom, the same way Voldemort had been a symptom, the acute expression of something chronic. The chronic thing was this: the wizarding world had built its society on the assumption that some people were meant to hold power and others were meant to accept it, and it had spent 5 centuries reinforcing this architecture in its institutions, its ministry, its educational system, its history. Voldemort had used this architecture. Fudge was using it. Umbridge was executing it. Harry was going to have to deal with the architecture. Not this year. But soon. He went home for Christmas and spent a week at Grimmauld Place. Sirius had been transforming the house with the specific energy of someone reclaiming something that had been used against them. The dark objects were being removed methodically, not destroyed carelessly but dealt with carefully, each one logged and handled and either neutralized or sent to Gringotts for secure storage. The portraits of black ancestors screamed opinions from their frames and Sirius ignored them with the comfortable practice of someone who had grown up with them and was no longer interested in their input. Creature was the complicated part. Harry had thought about Creature since the beginning of the year, when Sirius had mentioned the house elf's existence with the specific dismissiveness of someone who had a complicated history with a complicated creature. Harry had met him in July, small, ancient, muttering, wearing the specific aura of something that had been mistreated for so long it had made the mistreatment into an identity, and had thought very carefully about what to do. He'd brought Creature a Christmas gift. A new pillowcase, which was the elf equivalent of new clothes but without the implied freedom, a mark of care rather than dismissal. And he'd sat down in the kitchen with Creature and asked him about the house. Not about himself. About the house. Creature had information about Grimmauld Place that stretched back decades, the institutional memory of a house elf who had been present for every significant event in the building for 60 years. He knew where everything was. He knew what every object had been used for. He knew the history of the Black family, not the official version, the lived version, the version that included the real sequence of events on the night Regulus Black had died. Regulus Black. Sirius's younger brother, who had been a Death Eater and had died at 19, and whom Sirius discussed with the contained grief of someone who had not finished deciding how to feel. Creature told Harry about Regulus. He told him about the cave. The locket. The potion in the basin. Harry listened with his full attention and felt the specific weight of the information settling, not like a discovery, but like a confirmation of something he'd half known was there. A locket. A Horcrux, one of the original 6 that Dumbledore had been tracking. Kreacher had retrieved it on Regulus's orders, and Regulus had died doing what Kreacher now told Harry about with the raw, certain grief of an elf who had loved his master in the uncomplicated way of creatures for whom loyalty was not a calculation. Regulus Black had tried to destroy the Horcrux. Had managed to retrieve it, at the cost of his own life, but not to destroy it. The locket was in the house. Harry went upstairs that afternoon and found it in the drawing room, inside a locked cabinet that hadn't been opened in years, inside a jewelry box, inside a velvet bag. It was a heavy, ornate gold locket with the letter S on the front and the specific magical signature of something that had absorbed a piece of a soul and had been sitting with it for decades. He held it. He felt the soul fragment, smaller and colder than he'd expected, more fragmented than the others had been, deteriorated by years of isolation without the host structure it needed. Voldemort had made 8 Horcruxes and Harry had processed 7. This was the last physical one. The one that hadn't been drawn into the cascade at Godric's Hollow because it was already sealed too tightly, already isolated from the network, Regulus's magic around it, Kreacher's protective enchantments, 40 years of careful concealment. It recognized him. The soul fragment inside it found the resonance of its kin, the absorbed fragments in Harry, the enormous accumulated energy that was now simply his, and it responded. Harry didn't use his wand. He thought about Regulus Black, 19 years old, going back into that cave alone with the specific bravery of someone who had realized they'd been on the wrong side and was trying to do the only thing they could to correct it. He thought about Kreacher waiting at the surface, grieving, carrying the secret for decades because he'd been asked to. He absorbed the fragment quietly, at the kitchen table of Grimmauld Place, with Kreacher watching from the doorway. The locket went cold and ordinary and became simply a locket, a beautiful antique, a Black family heirloom, shorn of what had made it dangerous. Harry set it on the table. "Kreacher," he said. "Master Harry," Kreacher said, in the careful voice he'd been developing over the year, neither the self-abusing misery of his habitual register nor any artificial warmth, but something genuine and guarded and still becoming itself. "This was Regulus's," Harry said, gesturing to the locket. "It belongs to Sirius now. But if it can be arranged so that you can keep it, it should be yours. You carried it for 40 years. Kreacher looked at the locket. His enormous eyes reflected the kitchen light. "He went back for me," Kreacher said, "about Regulus. He was not supposed to go back. He ordered me to leave. He went back anyway." "Yes," Harry said. "He was a good master," Kreacher said, with the precision of someone saying a thing they have said to themselves many times. "Yes," Harry said. Kreacher was quiet for a moment. Then, "Thank you, Master Harry." "Thank you for keeping it," Harry said. He went to find Sirius and told him about the locket and Regulus, and Sirius sat at the kitchen table for a long time without speaking, and Harry sat across from him and did not try to fill the silence because some silences needed to be inhabited rather than managed. Eventually Sirius said, "He tried." "He did more than try," Harry said. "He got it out of the cave. He died getting it out. What he couldn't do alone, the circumstances provided another way for." Sirius looked at Harry across the table. "You absorbed it." "Yes." Sirius stopped. He'd been doing this more frequently over the year, starting sentences about what Harry was and stopping because the available sentences were insufficient. Harry waited. "You're going to change everything," Sirius said finally. "The architecture," Harry said. "The fear. Not all at once. The ministry is going to be difficult for a while," Harry said. "And then it's going to have to change, because the alternative is irrelevance." He looked at his godfather. "I'm not going to go to war with the ministry. I'm just not going to be manageable by it. Eventually they'll have to decide whether that's a problem or an asset." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "James," he said, "would not have been this patient." "I know," Harry said. "It's not a criticism. I know that too." Sirius laughed, The bark-like laugh that Harry had come to know over the months of Grimmauld Place and correspondence, the laugh that was one of the most alive things about him. Lily's influence, he said. Her magic made me, Harry said. Everything else was choices. January. The Ministry attempted its largest move of the year. Fudge, operating through Umbridge, produced an emergency educational decree giving the High Inquisitor broad powers over school staff and curriculum, and followed it immediately with a public statement questioning Dumbledore's fitness to lead Hogwarts given his encouragement of dangerous activities and unsanctioned student organizations. Harry read this at breakfast and went to the DA meeting that evening and looked at 32 people he'd been training since October and said, "The Ministry is going to try to remove Dumbledore from Hogwarts." The room was quiet. "They won't find anything in the DA's activities to formally act on," Harry said. "But they'll use the proximity, the existence of the group, the suggestion that Dumbledore authorized something subversive. Dumbledore may choose to leave rather than have Hogwarts disrupted. He'd just go." Neville said. "He'd protect the school," Harry said. "By removing himself as the target. It's the move that makes the most sense for the institution." He paused. "And it hands the Ministry a short-term win, which temporarily satisfies them." "So what do we do?" Ron said. "We continue," Harry said. "Every session. Same as before. The DA doesn't need Dumbledore to exist, it needs all of us." He looked around the room. "Umbridge will escalate after she gets Dumbledore out. There will be more decrees. She'll try to identify the DA's members through informants." He paused. "One of you may already be considering whether to inform." The room went very still. Harry looked at the faces, the familiar collection of them, people he'd been working with for months, whose magical signatures he knew now the way you knew voices. He knew which of them were afraid and which were certain and which were performing certainty. "I'm not saying this to accuse anyone," he said. "I'm saying it because you should know, the decision to inform would be one of the most consequential choices of your life, and it would be made from fear, and you deserve to know that the thing you're afraid of isn't real." He looked around the room steadily. "No one in this room is doing anything wrong. Practicing defense is not subversive. Learning to protect yourselves is not dangerous to anyone who isn't planning to hurt you." He paused. "Think carefully." The meeting continued. Afterward, as the room returned itself to its everyday existence and the students filed out, Hermione stayed behind. "Marietta Edgecombe," she said quietly, when the room was empty. Harry looked at her. "She's been uncomfortable for 3 weeks, Hermione said. Her mother works at the Ministry. I think she's already told someone." She met Harry's eyes. "I wanted to tell you before it became the reason for something." "Thank you," Harry said. He thought about Marietta Edgecombe, a Ravenclaw, quiet, competent, frightened in the specific way of someone whose loyalty was divided between things that mattered to her. He felt no particular anger about it. Fear was comprehensible. The architecture produced it. "What do you want to do?" Hermione said. "Nothing," Harry said. She waited. "If she's informed, the information is already given. Acting on it changes nothing about that." He paused. "She made a choice from fear. I don't think the right response to a choice made from fear is punishment." He looked at Hermione. "I'll talk to her. Not about this. Just, talk to her." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "You're not angry." "I understand why she did it," Harry said. "That doesn't mean it's not harmful." "No," he agreed. "But anger at Marietta isn't actually addressing the harm. The Ministry is the source." He looked at the room, empty now, the comfortable practicing space resolving back into stone. "The meeting we need to have is at the Ministry." Dumbledore left Hogwarts on a Thursday morning in February. Harry was at breakfast when it happened. He felt it in the castle, the slight shift of the magical climate that meant the headmaster's presence had withdrawn, the specific absence of a very large and very familiar thing. He set down his pumpkin juice and looked at the staff table where McGonagall had gone very still in the manner of someone receiving news. He spent the morning in lessons and the afternoon in the library and the evening in a long, systematic review of everything he knew about the Department of Mysteries. He'd been thinking about the Department of Mysteries since fourth year, since the conversation with Dumbledore about the soil and the architecture of fear. The Department of Mysteries existed at the most fundamental intersection of magic and knowledge. It studied the nature of time and thought and prophecy and the forces that governed magical existence, and it was almost entirely inaccessible to the public, which was either appropriate given the sensitivity of its research or a significant structural problem depending on how you thought about who should have access to fundamental knowledge. Harry thought it was both. He also thought about something specific that had been developing at the edges of his awareness since the beginning of the year, a pull, not threatening but persistent, in the direction of the ministry. Not the administrative ministry, the political one. Somewhere deeper. The Hall of Prophecy. He'd read about it. He'd understood in September that there was a prophecy relating to him and Voldemort, made before his birth, stored in a glass sphere in the bowels of the ministry. He'd also understood that this prophecy had been the original lever, the reason Voldemort had targeted Harry's family, the reason Harry had been positioned as he'd been positioned, the engine of everything that had followed. He'd thought carefully about whether to retrieve it. He thought about it one more time now, sitting in the library with the castle feeling slightly cooler and slightly less certain in Dumbledore's absence, and he arrived at the same conclusion he'd been arriving at for months: the prophecy was not the reason he was what he was. The prophecy had been one person's vision of one possible future. His life was not the prophecy's execution, it was its own thing, built of choices and accident and his mother's love and everything he'd become since. He didn't need to hear it. What he needed to do was go to the ministry and make the case he'd been preparing. He wrote to Amelia Bones that night. The meeting at the Ministry of Magic happened on a Tuesday in March. Harry arrived through the visitor's entrance alone, wearing plain robes, and went down in the telephone booth with the calmness of someone who had thought carefully about every element of this visit. He gave his name to the security wizard and received a visitor's badge that said Harry Potter, purpose of visit, official business, and walked through the atrium with the specific quality of someone who belonged exactly where they were. Amelia Bones met him outside her office and took him through to a meeting room that was not the Wisengamot chamber and not the visitor's waiting room but the functional middle space of people who intended to have a real conversation. Fudge was there. Harry had expected this. Bones wouldn't have been able to keep the visit from him and wouldn't have tried. Percy Weasley was there as Fudge's assistant, which Harry noted for its own significance. Several other ministry officials whose names and departments he knew from correspondence. He sat down and looked around the table. "Thank you for meeting with me," he said. Fudge's expression was the expression of a man who had been managing his relationship with Harry Potter for a year and was finding the management increasingly ungratifying. He was not stupid, that was the important thing about Fudge. He was afraid, which was different, and fear had made him reactive, which had made him look stupid. "Mr. Potter," Fudge said. "Minister," Harry said. "I'd like to make a proposal." He laid out the proposal he'd been building since September. It was not aggressive. It was not theatrical. It was a structured argument for a specific set of institutional changes: the reinstatement of proper defense training at Hogwarts and at Auror Academy level, the establishment of a transparent reporting process for magical incidents, the formal review of the 12-year imprisonment of Sirius Black as a case study for Wisengamot procedure, and the creation of an advisory council for the Department of Mysteries that included independent magical researchers. He made the case in 40 minutes, citing specific historical precedents and the documented failures of recent policy, without raising his voice once. When he finished, the room was quiet. Percy was looking at his parchment with the expression of someone who had been simultaneously taking notes and conducting a private recalibration, because Percy was bright and had spent the year getting brighter in the specific way of people who were coming to terms with the fact that institutional loyalty and principled loyalty were different things. Fudge said, "You're asking the ministry to restructure, to adjust specific procedures," Harry said. "For specific adjustments. None of them require legislative change, all four fall within existing ministerial authority. He looked at Fudge. I'm not asking you to do anything radical. I'm asking you to use authority you already have to fix things that are currently broken. And if I decline? Fudge said. Then I'll make the case publicly, Harry said, through the Quibbler and any other outlet that will publish accurate information, and I'll let the wizarding public decide. He paused. I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you honestly what happens if we don't reach an agreement here. I'd rather reach an agreement here. Bones, who had been listening with the focused stillness of someone who had already reviewed this argument in its written form and was assessing the live version, said, the educational reforms are supportable. The Wizengamot review is more complex. I know, Harry said. The review doesn't require an outcome, it requires a process. The process itself is the point. It demonstrates that the ministry is capable of reviewing its own decisions. He looked at her. That's actually valuable to the ministry, even if the review finds nothing to change. A pause. That's a sophisticated position for a 15-year-old, Fudge said. Yes, Harry said. It is. The meeting lasted 2 hours. Harry left with 3 of the 4 proposals agreed in principle, with formal documentation to follow, and Fudge's cautious commitment to the 4th pending Wizengamot Committee review. He walked through the atrium and felt the Hall of Prophecy somewhere below, the pull of it, the glass sphere with its stored voice. He stopped for a moment in the middle of the ministry's public heart, the golden statues and the fountain catching the light. He thought about going down. He decided not to. He already knew what he needed to know. He walked back to the telephone booth and went up into London spring afternoon. Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts in April with the quiet inevitability of someone who had always known he would. Umbridge left the same week, following the educational decrees being formally reviewed and 2 of them revoked as part of the ministry's institutional adjustment process. She did not leave gracefully, but she left, and the castle breathed differently without her, the specific easing of a place that had been managed by someone who didn't understand it. Harry was at the northern edge of the grounds when Dumbledore arrived, standing at the forest's border in the April evening, feeling the magic of the land and the warmth of the castle and everything that was settling into its new arrangement. Dumbledore walked out to find him. They stood together at the edge, the old man and the boy who was not quite only a boy anymore, the castle at their backs and the forest in front and the vast sky above going orange and purple with the last of the light. Well, said Dumbledore. Well, Harry agreed. You spoke to the ministry, Dumbledore said. Yes. Without me. You were unavailable, Harry said. And I thought it was better done without the complication of your relationship with Fudge in the room. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You were probably right, he said. That's slightly annoying. Sorry, Harry said, without much apology. Dumbledore's hand, fully restored now, the curse long gone, moved to Fawkes's perch, and the phoenix was there in the evening, burnished in the orange light, the most alive thing in the most alive moment. Harry looked at the bird and felt, as he always felt near Fawkes, the deep harmonic resonance of the connection, wand, phoenix, the fundamental partnership that had been in place since before he'd known what it meant. The prophecy, Dumbledore said. I know what's in it, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. The one born as the 7th month dies, Harry said quietly. Born to those who have thrice defied him. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. He paused. But the last line, neither can live while the other survives, that's resolved. Both halves of it are resolved. Voldemort is gone. I'm here. How did you? I didn't need to hear it, Harry said. I needed to understand it. The understanding came from living it. He looked at the darkening sky. A prophecy is one person's vision of what might happen. My life isn't the prophecy's execution. I made choices. The choices made the prophecy true or false depending on how they fell. He paused. They fell this way. That's what I'm responsible for. Not the prophecy. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The evening deepened around them. The lake caught the last light. Somewhere in the forest something large moved in the quiet darkness. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. "I placed you in Privet Drive and told myself it was for your protection, and it was, but it was also because I needed you to arrive at Hogwarts without the complication of knowing what you were. I needed the chess pieces to be in specific positions." He paused. "That was wrong. Not the protection, the management of it. Treating you as a piece in a strategy rather than a person." Harry thought about the cupboard. About Petunia's fear and Vernon's silence and the long careful years of watching and waiting and reading and becoming everything he'd become entirely on his own terms with no particular help from anyone. "I think," Harry said, "that I turned out well anyway." "You turned out extraordinarily," Dumbledore said. "Despite my management, not because of it." "Partly," Harry said. "And partly," he paused, thinking about Molly's extra potatoes and Ron's chess game and Hermione's careful attention and Sirius's bark-like laugh and Neville's growing shoulders and Luna's silver eyes and Ginny's bright directness, "I had help. Eventually." Dumbledore nodded. "You built that yourself," he said. "Those relationships. That trust." "It wasn't difficult," Harry said. "People respond to being treated honestly. A simpler principle than most politicians manage," Dumbledore said, and there was genuine humor in it. They stood in the evening and Harry felt everything he'd been carrying across 5 years, the Horcruxes absorbed and metabolized, the soul of Voldemort ended, the Hallows distributed in the world in the ways they needed to be, Sirius free, Peter Pettigrew on trial, Cedric Diggory alive, 32 students who knew how to protect themselves, a ministry that was beginning, slowly, to function differently. He felt his scar. Still and warm and completely his own. He felt the vast quiet presence at the back of his thoughts, the enormous company, the second sky. He reached toward it, the way he'd been reaching toward it since childhood, and it opened the way it always opened, completely, without condition, the warm dark presence of something so much larger than ordinary life that categories like name and form were insufficient for it. He'd understood it, over the years. Not all at once. Gradually, the way you understood a person you were close to, accumulative, layered, the understanding deepening rather than completing. It was not Voldemort. It had never been Voldemort. It was death. Not death as ending, not death as the Dark Lord's enemy, not death as the cold mechanical absence that Dementors embodied. Death as the fundamental process, the one constant, the one presence that attended every living thing from the moment of its beginning, patient and vast and entirely without malice, no more frightening than gravity, no more alien than the darkness between stars. Harry had been touched by it at 15 months old and had not been afraid of it since. He had carried it all his life the way you carried weather, not as a burden, not as a power, but as context. The thing that made every moment comprehensible because every moment was bounded, and the boundary was what made the moment real. The master of death. Not a title. Not a conquest. A relationship, the most intimate one available, the one that nobody talked about because they were afraid, and Harry had never been afraid, and that was the whole of it. He thought about the Elder Wand. He'd been feeling it since October of last year, in a drawer in Dumbledore's office, where it had been placed after its recovery from Voldemort's Albanian hiding place. The wand that won every duel, that compounded power in the user's hand, that had passed through 100 owners by violence and would continue to pass by violence until someone broke the chain. He went to Dumbledore's office the following morning and picked it up. It was warm and dark and thrumming with accumulated power, a century of victory resonating in the wood. He felt it recognize him the way the Holly Wand had recognized him in Ollivanders' shop, but differently. The Holly Wand had been partnership, this was acknowledgement. The Elder Wand confirming what had been true since the graveyard. He held it in both hands. He thought about what Dumbledore had said years ago, about the wand changing hands by conquest. He thought about what the legend said, that the Elder Wand's power was unbeatable. He thought about the chain of violence it had been passed through. He snapped it cleanly in half. Not because power was wrong. Not as a gesture of humility. Because the Elder Wand's power was real and its specific nature, compounding, irresistible, designed for winning, was the wrong kind of power for the world he intended to live in. He didn't need to win every duel. He needed to think more clearly than the people who would try to fight him, and the Elder Wand's power had nothing to do with thinking. He set the two halves on Dumbledore's desk. He went back to his dormitory and sat on his bed with the holly wand in his hand, the wand he'd bought at 11 years old, the wand that had lit the whole shop, the wand whose core was the brother feather of the wand that had failed to kill him, and felt it warm and familiar and entirely sufficient. He thought about what came next. Not today, not this year. The sequence of what needed to happen in the world, the educational reforms, the ministry's slow adjustment, the Death Eater trials that Bones was building carefully through the courts, the work of addressing the soil and the fear, this was the work of years, the work of a life, and he wasn't in a hurry about it. What he did today was go to breakfast. Ron was already eating with the comfortable appetite of someone for whom the world was currently agreeable. Hermione was reading, her coffee untouched in the way it got when she was very absorbed. Neville was across from her doing something complicated with a small plant he'd brought from the greenhouse. Luna was at the Ravenclaw table but visible from here, reading the Quibbler upside down. Harry sat down. "Good morning," Hermione said, without looking up. "Morning," he said. Ron passed him the toast. He looked at his friends, the specific, irreplaceable reality of these people who had chosen to be in his life, who had been changed by proximity to him and had changed him in return, the mutual becoming that was what close people did, and felt something that had no particular name and didn't need one. Hedwig descended from the morning owl post and landed on his shoulder with her customary proprietary authority and presented her leg with the dignity of someone delivering important information. A letter from Sirius. He opened it. "I've been asked to consult for the Aura department. Bones wants me on the active Death Eater cases. I said I'd do it if they'd let me work from here sometimes. They said yes. Also your owl ate half my breakfast this morning through the window, so please tell her to stop. Please. She completely ignores me. She only listens to you." Harry looked at Hedwig. Hedwig looked away with the serenity of someone who had no comment on this characterization. He wrote back, "She doesn't listen to me either. We have an understanding. Congratulations on the Aura work. I'll come for a weekend in May." Hermione finally looked up from her book. "You seem different today," she said. "Different how?" She studied him with the precise attention she brought to things she was trying to understand. "Settled," she said finally. He thought about it. "Yes," he said. "I think I am." She nodded, with the small nod that meant she was satisfied with the answer. "Then, I've been accepted to the Advanced Arithmancy Research Program," she said, in the exact tone of someone trying not to sound as pleased as they were. "I know," Harry said. "You've been accepted, and you're trying to work out if you want to go during the year or defer until after Hogwarts." She stared at him. "How do you know that?" "You've been carrying that letter in your left robe pocket for 3 days, Harry said. "You touch it when you're thinking. And you're someone who would immediately celebrate a straightforward yes, so the hesitation means there's a conflict." She was quiet for a moment. "The conflict," she said carefully, "is that going during the year would mean leaving Hogwarts. And leaving Hogwarts would mean leaving," he paused, deliberately. She looked at him. He looked back. "Everything," she said quietly. "Everything is not all at the same location," Harry said. "Hogwarts, yes. But everything else moves with you." He paused. "If you want to go, go. We'll write letters. We're good at letters." She was looking at him with the expression she got when she was turning something over that she'd been carrying for a while and was finding the carrying lighter than expected. "You're very calm about this." "I'm always calm," Harry said. "You're calm about me leaving." "I'm calm about you making the right choice for yourself," Harry said. "Which includes going and which includes staying. Both are right depending on what you want." He looked at her. "What do you want?" A long pause. "Both," she said. Then stay this year, he said. And go next year. And write to me from wherever you are and tell me what you're finding out. She looked at him. Harry. Yes. What are you going to do, she said. After Hogwarts. After all of this. He thought about it honestly, the way he thought about things that he didn't yet have fully formed answers to. He thought about the ministry and the architecture of fear and the Death Eater trials and Sirius at Grimmauld Place and Neville's mother and father at St. Mungo's who Neville visited every school holiday and who Harry had started visiting too, sitting with them in the ward that smelled of potions and old spells, thinking about the intersection of love magic and healing magic and whether the research had been done that should be done. He thought about the vast quiet presence at the back of his thoughts, the enormous company that had never left and that he had never been afraid of. The second sky. The thing that was always there. He thought about what it meant to be the master of death, not as a title, not as a conquest, but as a relationship. An intimacy with the fundamental process. A life lived without fear of ending, and therefore with a particular quality of presence, of being entirely in the moment that was available, of not needing any moment to be other than it was. I'm going to do what I've been doing, he said. Think. Learn. Understand things. Build things that work better than what's there. He paused. Help where I can. Not because I'm supposed to. Because I want to. Hermione was quiet. And you're not afraid, she said. Not a question. Of what? Of any of it. The ministry. The people who'll push back. The scale of it. He thought about fear. The specific texture of it, the Dementor's cold in the train compartment, the cave-stone smell of Quirrell's classroom, the graveyard dark. He'd felt all of it. He had never been controlled by it. I understand what I'm working with, he said. Fear comes from not understanding. Or from understanding and feeling alone in it. He looked at his friends around the table. I'm not alone in it. Ron was listening with the direct attention he brought to things that mattered. Neville had set down the plant. Luna, at the Ravenclaw table, had lowered the quibbler and was looking at Harry from across the hall with her silver eyes. Harry felt the castle breathe around him, the warm, old, living breath of 4 centuries of accumulated magic and learning and human habitation, the specific vitality of a place that had been home to extraordinary things and was home to them still. He felt his scar. Warm. Steady. Entirely his own. He felt the Hallows, the cloak in his trunk, the stone in Dumbledore's safe, the Elder Wand in 2 pieces on Dumbledore's desk, its chain of violence finally broken. Not a set of weapons. Not a path to immortality. 3 objects that had passed through centuries of fear and desire and were now simply objects, stripped of the mythology they'd been given by people who were afraid of death and therefore afraid of living. He was not afraid of death. He had never been afraid of death. He lifted his face to the morning light that came through the great hall's high windows and fell across the tables and the food and the hundreds of people eating breakfast with the beautiful ordinary intensity of a morning in the middle of a life, and he thought, this is what it is. The vast quiet presence opened around him, not behind his thoughts anymore, but continuous with them, the second sky and the first sky the same sky after all, enormous and patient and entirely present, the thing that had been his company since the night in Godric's Hollow when a boy had survived and become something new. Not a weapon. Not a vessel. Not a piece in a strategy. Something the world had not seen before. Something that had decided, with full awareness and complete freedom, to be here. Harry Potter set down his pumpkin juice, and picked up his toast, and talked with his friends about the morning's lessons, and outside the windows of Hogwarts the May sky was brilliant and entirely without clouds, and the lake reflected it back without diminishment, and the castle breathed, and it was enough, and it was more than enough, and it was everything.